Chapter 411. The reasons and levels of concern over that were different between each adult, but the concern was shared by all of them nonetheless. That concern evaporated when they walked into the manor, however, as it was replaced by awe at what they saw. The large, spherical conjunction flametronach that floated in the center of the reception area cast a warm and impressive scene for them. The whole manor was personally decorated by Nick to make the place much more lively and warm to be in. Nick smirked as they all looked over the decoration and fixtures of the reception area. The rooming situation is rather similar to Hogwarts in that the left side has rooms for the women while the right has rooms for the men. There is plenty of free rooms to choose from as well, so there is no need to share at all, Nick said, and the group split up to go find a room in the designated areas. The only ones who didn't do that was the twins that left to explore the rest of the house. Nick noticed that most of the group was more energetic thanks to the dense mana, but otherwise didn't seem to notice it. The only real exceptions were Harry, who looked confused about it, and Luna, who was looking at the mana directly with curiosity. Thanks to the Atronic, though, no one seemed to notice the keystone set in a case under it. I'd say this is going just fine so far. I spoke too soon, it seems, Nick thought with a sigh as he felt the barrier to the Atronic forge room getting messed with. Walking up the stairs, he was not at all surprised to find the twins poking and prodding the barrier with their wands in an attempt to get past it. Didn't anyone ever tell you that curiosity killed the cat? Nick asked with an amused look. Aye, but satisfaction brought it back, George said, and both of them grinned. Perhaps that cat may be that lucky, but I guarantee that anything I have blocked off like that is either top secret or will kill you, so maybe don't press your lucks. Nick said honestly. Which is this? Top secret or deadly? They both asked at the same time with a burning curiosity. That room has a top secret thing in it that you wouldn't understand even if you saw it, but is important to me. If you want to see something cool, though, I can introduce you to my assistant earlier than the rest, Nick said with a tempting piece of bait at the end. The funny thing is that we know you are playing us, George said with a grin before Fred finished that thought. But it is working. Lead the way. Nick chuckled at that and headed to the opposite side of the upstairs area and stopped in front of the material room that Lucas hangs out in nowadays while he studies. Opening the door, I found Lucas sitting on a pile of iron ingots shaped like a chair while he read a book. Lucas looked over the top of the book when he heard the door open before marking his page and setting the book to the side. "Whatcha need, boss?" he asked while eyeing the twins curiously. "Bloody hell, mate, he is a vampire," the twins exclaimed at the same time in shock. Nick chuckled. Lucas meet the Weasley twins, pranksters extraordinaire and nosy guests. Twins meet Lucas, my assistant in training, royal vampire and wizard, Nick said with a grin. How in Merlin's saggy robes did you get a royal vampire to work under you? Fred asked in shock. He tried to pick my pocket, so I gave him a job with some rather hefty benefits. Isn't that right, Lucas? Nick said, and Lucas chuckled before nodding. A bit more complicated, but that is the rough of it, he said with his own smirk. Wicked, the twins said in unison with amazed looks on their faces. Keep these two company for a bit while I go and get the rest of the guests settled in, Nick said before leaving the twins to bombard Lucas with questions. In the short span, he was dealing with the two nosy twins. The rest had picked out their rooms and gotten their stuff set up. Harry and Sirius were amongst the first to finish up thanks to the expanded space bag. They, much like the twins, also chose to explore the manor while they waited for the others. The rest of the adults finished shortly after that and socialized among themselves while the rest were putting their stuff away. Chapter 412. Soon everyone finished up settling their things into the chosen rooms, and Nick spoke up after they gathered again. Now that everyone is settled in, I believe I should go over a few ground rules that needed to be stated before I give the tour. First is that there are places on the island that have been blocked off for safety or privacy reasons. So should you come across them, leave the barriers alone, or I may be forced to ask you to leave early. Second is that while many things on this island are valuable, I would ask that you keep any harvesting attempts within reason. The ecosystem of the island is quite fragile, and I'd rather not need to manually adjust it. The final thing is more a warning than anything else. But if you value your safety while you are here, do not under any circumstances attack the Atronachs. They are set to only retaliate if attacked, so they are harmless, unless you do so. If you fail to heed this warning, I will likely need to save you from getting torn apart violently by the small army you saw previously. Any questions? Nick said firmly. What will we be doing while we are here? Ron asked curiously. Besides relaxing, I have a few activities planned to keep you all entertained, including a small competition using a rather well-known enchantment of mine. If you are lucky, you all may even be able to participate in the first version of a new magical sport I am working on, Nick explained with a smile. From the sounds of it, you seem rather confident in this new game of yours. Any details you are willing to share with us? Zeno asked, intrigued. Nick could understand his interest, as if he could get a head start on the reporting for this new sport. Then, should it take off in the rest of the wizarding community, the Quibbler will be a trusted source of information on the topic, even if it isn't the largest media source covering it. This alone will increase the viewers to the paper, which every news company wants. Unlike Quidditch that is played on brooms, my new sport relies mostly upon the players' own bodies, and will be far more teamwork reliant for victory. Nick said before smirking, since he hadn't actually given any substantial details. Still, despite that, everyone looked interesting, except Sirius, who had a smug look since he actually had more details. Since no one has any questions regarding the rules, we can start the tour of the manor, Nick said with a smile before motioning for them to follow him. First, he went through the first floor areas and pointed out where the 4 restrooms in the manor were located, since that was important. After he was done with the 2 wings of the manor on the ground floor, he brought them back to the reception. Next, I will show you the ballroom and greenhouse, he said with a smile, walking towards the back of the house on the ground floor. Nick pushed open the ballroom doors, and the group seemed surprised at how fancy it was with the high-polished floors and old, stylish wall decorations. I assume you will be holding a ball here at some point in the future, yes? Florian asked with a glint in his eye. Nick shook his head. Not at all. The island and my home will never be open to the public for any reason. I have no need to host balls for something as fleeting as status or prestige when I get them by virtue of my heritage alone. Nick said with open disgust at the fact of his bloodline being what most wizards look at to determine his status. I see, Florian said with a disapproving look. Nick wasn't surprised to see this, considering he basically just announced that he hated the way purebloods did and saw things. Sirius, Zeno, and the adult Weasleys, though all looked approving of his attitude, but that wasn't really strange considering they were fairly progressive-minded individuals. Nick himself was considered as such based on the labels of the wizarding world. He firmly believed that effort, skill, and talent were far more important than a stupid thing like heritage. Anyways, after the ballroom came the greenhouse, and Nick's friends wasted no time at all, ribbing him on how there wasn't a single plant in it. His black thumb was almost legendary in Hogwarts, as each herbology class he attended involved a constant war between him and the plants. It was such a strange flaw to have that few people could fail to be interested in it. Chapter 4:13. Yes, laugh it up at my failings. I'll remember this when one of you screws up next time, Nick said with a huff at his friends, teasing. Oh no, whatever shall we do? Tracy asked dramatically with a teasing smile. Moving on, I'll show you all the much more interesting parts of the manor, which can all be found upstairs, Nick said, changing the subject. Oh, are you going to show us your torture chamber or maybe a slave room? Tracy joked. Nick decided to mess with her and smiled. Oh, good, you already know about those, so I can just skip them, it seems. That saves time, he said, acting like he was serious. Wait, I was just joking. Please tell me you don't actually have rooms like that, Tracy exclaimed in horror, which most of the others shared as well. Of course not. I repurposed those rooms already, Nick said with a chuckle. Why did you have them to begin with? Hermione asked, mortified at the idea. I am not the one who built this place in 1,000 years ago. That was perfectly normal, Nick said with a shrug. The group calmed down with that explanation, but definitely thought less of Rowena Ravenclaw than they did before. Today's age, those sort of things were heavily frowned upon as barbaric and crude, despite being very common 1,000 years ago, like Nick had said. He had an idea of this shift in opinion, but didn't care since she was dead and couldn't defend herself, or the practices of that long ago time. Anyways, Nick led the group upstairs and went towards to Right Wing immediately, which made the twins grin to themselves. This room is where I keep most of my more mundane materials for crafting. And at the moment, he paused as he pushed open the door. Where my assistant Lucas spends most of his time? Nick said with a smirk. Lucas waved from his iron seat. These the rest of your guests, boss? He asked curiously. Nick nodded and made the same introduction as he had with the twins. Whatever he is paying, I'll triple it, Florian said eagerly, but Lucas scoffed. I very much doubt it, but sure. Let me list off the benefits I get. All the dragon blood or money I could want, the prestige and respect of working for House Ravenclaw, the chance to learn his full crafting knowledge, and the ability to cast spells again, Lucas said disdainfully, and everyone's jaws simultaneously dropped. They all turned to look at Nick, but he was grinning widely. What? I believe in treating my employees well, he said casually. But it was clear to all of them that he was taking great joy out of flipping their world upside down. Florian, in particular, looked dreadful as he was feeling a mix of shame and anger at what just happened in addition to shock at what he learned. Shame, because despite being a guest in Nick's home, his greed made him lose reason and try to poach his host's employee in front of them. He was angry, though, as he realized that he had made a fool of himself for no reason at all, since there was no way he could match the conditions. Nick provided Lucas much less triple them. All of this was trumped by the shock of learning that Nick had solved the one thing that made vampirism a huge downgrade in most wizards' opinion: the inability to cast spells normally. This was earth-shaking news, but if it got out, but Nick clearly didn't care, which probably meant he wasn't afraid of the sort of attention this would bring him if it got out. Just how much has he hidden from the world? Florian thought with a chill. Once he realized the whole world seemed to have misunderstood where Nick stood in the world. Florian was the head of the Grey faction of the Wizengamot, and had been a political figure for decades now, so he understood the horror of hidden power better than any normal wizard. A good example of hidden power was none other than Dumbledore, who, despite being hailed as the greatest white wizard alive, had an unknown upper limit of power, both politically and in magic. Unlike the old wizard, though, Nick was far less public a figure, and thus Florian had no clue the sort of things he was capable of. If Nick knew that he was being compared to Dumbledore, he would likely have a funny look, as he had been ignoring the similarities this entire time. He knew of them, but was subconsciously separating them, as if no comparison could be made. Chapter 414. Why don't you seem concerned about Lucas's ability to cast spells getting out? Arthur asked, confused. I have a deal with the Tepes vampires, and can handle anyone else that thinks they can force the secret out of me. Well, except perhaps a handful of people, but they probably wouldn't care about it to begin with, Nick said confidently. He wasn't lying either, as thanks to his natural mana growth, he was on the lower end of the third tier of power at the moment. He was also nearly constantly polishing his skills, which set him as weaker than Sirius or Lupin, but with his crafting, he was far more dangerous. He had over a dozen defensive artifacts on him at any given time and had powerful perception of his surroundings. He might not be able to defeat truly powerful individuals in a fair fight, but he had a whole bag of tricks that made it possible by unfair means. It is illegal to give a non-human race a wand or teach them magic, though, Arthur argued seriously. That only applies to those races that weren't human originally, or werewolves wouldn't be allowed to use wands either, and Lucas is a Hogwarts graduate, Nick said, unconcerned. He had this bad habit of tiptoeing around the laws of the Ministry in a dangerous manner that he was helpless about if he wanted to get things done. Arthur didn't continue arguing when he noticed that Nick was technically correct but was still worried about it. He worked in the Ministry and was thus more than aware about the corruption and unfairness of it. On to the next room then, the enchantment room, Nick said, changing the subject. He then led the group to the enchantment room that was nice and organized. They all looked for anything special about the room that might give a hint about how his crafting style worked, but there was nothing at all save the strange blue glowing salt in a jar on the woodworking table. What is that? Fred asked curiously. Frost salt, a byproduct of an Atronach being destroyed. Powerful stuff with dense, cold, magical properties that only I have access to, Nick said calmly as he summoned a small orb of water before dropping a pinch of salt into it. The group watched in interest as the water flash froze before falling into Nick's hand. waiting underneath it. I am still experimenting with it is uses, but I have removed the possibility of using it for a wand core. It is too powerful for it, and the resulting wands are terrible at channeling magic, Nick said while tossing the orb of ice to Sirius, who looked confused when he held it. It is not cold, he muttered. Just loud enough for everyone else to hear. What? No way, let me see that, George said before snatching the orb from Sirius, yet was also left confused by the lack of cold from it. Merlin's beard, it isn't cold, he exclaimed in shock. I haven't quite figured out why that is, but I believe it is because the frost salt is not letting any heat enter the orb, thus you aren't feeling any escape either. Still, a work in progress, as you can see. Nick said, banishing the orb. And you have those salts for each kind of Atronach? Florian asked with a gleam in his eye. I do. Why? Nick asked suspiciously. House Greengrass is one of the major potion ingredient farmers and suppliers for the British Isle. And these salts look to be a promising prospect in the field of potioneering. I would like to discuss the distribution of them, for a modest cut, of course, Florian said with his best salesman smile. Daphne looked like she wanted the floor to open up to swallow her after the way her father has been this entire time. I have no intention of distributing these for profit, but if I change my mind, I'll keep you in mind, Nick said politely but firmly. Florian didn't seem bothered by the rejection and nodded as if that was fine with him. Nick moved on with the tour after that and pointed out the bathroom that seemed to interest the women especially, as well as the barrier to the Atronach Forge room. Finally, Nick showed them a nearly empty room that had a strange-looking table in the middle of it that looked like a miniature Quidditch pitch, but far fancier. This little beauty is the first activity I have planned for everyone, the broomstick tournament, Nick said with a wide smile. But the reception was completely flat. He sighed. I suppose I should have expected that. Anyways, this lovely thing here is a hyper-realistic miniature Quidditch simulator that is basically a much more advanced form of my Playmaker enchantment, with a single exception. Multiple people can play together, he said, and smiled as he finally got the reaction he wanted. Excitement. Chapter 415. I have heard rumors about those Playmaker rings, and always wondered why you hadn't sold them in bulk, but it seems you had your eyes much higher than that, Florian said while admiring the craftsmanship of the table. I admit I had thought about selling the Playmaker rings on a larger scale, but the time such an effort would demand is simply not worth it at the moment. Nick said honestly, the wizarding world is rather odd in that the prices of items have less of a set price, in most cases, and rather a personally set price. Obviously, commercially sold things like ingredients and textbooks are different as they have set prices. But for things created one by one, like Nick's Playmaker rings, it was whatever he chose to charge for them. Sure, he could charge an arm and a leg for anything he made due to things like rarity or even personal bias. But he chose a simpler method. Form, function, and effort were what he used to determine the price of his works. Form referred to the materials used and the complexity of the design the ring had. Function was all about what the enchantment did, and effort was how hard it was for him to create the ring. Things had escalated drastically after he got the Celebrimber style, as he had trouble objectively gauging what to charge for his works, as what was easy for him to achieve was much, much harder for normal enchanters. This left Nick with no real choice but to try and figure out how much lower the price for his works are compared to normal enchanters. Anyways, I created this table specifically for when I have guests over and not to sell, Nick added while dismissing his introspection. How many people can play at once? Harry asked curiously as he looked over the table. One person for each player on a team, so 14 total, Nick said with a grin. But there is 16 people here, Hermione said with a frown. I myself won't be playing, and so there is only one person left out in truth, Nick said with a shrug. I also won't be participating, since I am not one for the sport either, Percy said honestly. Well, that pretty much solves that problem now, doesn't it? The way to use the table is fairly simple, as you merely need to place your hand on one of the 14 gems studded along the side, and it will do the rest, Nick explained with a smile. Everyone, except him and Percy, eagerly approached the table and placed their hands on the gems that lit up immediately. 7 miniature versions of each person appeared in midair above the table on broomsticks, with a letter above their heads specifying which position they were playing. Nick hadn't explained that the gem chosen determined who played what position, so even the actual Quidditch players were in a position they weren't used to. For example, the twins that were the beaters of the Gryffindor team were both chasers, while Harry was the keeper instead of his usual seeker position. Interestingly, the teams were almost perfectly split between adults and children, with the children minus Ginny on one side, and the adults on the other, with Ginny as the odd man out. Thankfully, though, she was a chaser, and thus not all that important compared to the keeper and seeker positions. Bloody hell, it looks like I am actually playing Quidditch, Ron said in amazement. Of course it does. The avatars are based after whoever is playing them at the time, and much like the original enchantment, you merely need to use your mind to control your avatar. Try it, Nick said helpfully. It was rather funny to see each of the avatars do twirls or barrel rolls all at once. Once everyone is comfortable with controlling the avatars, let me know so I can start the game, Nick said, and got a few immediate confirmations on how handling the game. It was no surprise that the actually players were amongst that number, considering they had experience from the rings that every member of the Gryffindor and Slytherin teams had. After about 5 minutes, the rest were also comfortable with how to use their avatars, and Nick pressed in the center of the table that was also the center of the Quidditch field, and the game started immediately. First, the Quaffle and Bludgers were released, and there was a scramble as both sides tried to get possession of the scoring ball while avoiding the flying dangers that were the Bludgers. The Seekers of both sides, on the other hand, that was Sirius, and Daphne flew above the rest of the players as they scanned the field for the snitch. Chapter 416. A hidden feature that Nick added, however, made sure the minimum length of a game possible was 10 minutes, as the snitch wouldn't appear until that time. This was to allow the other players to really enjoy the game without having to worry about it being cut short. Thanks to the way the game was played, you didn't actually need any skill on a broom to win in this version of Quidditch, which let people like Ron with a lot of theoretical knowledge on the sport shine, despite his lacking broom skills. It showed, too, as Ron playing as a beater was proving to be a menace as he zipped about the field, redirecting the Bludgers towards the other team's chasers. The most impressive thing, though, was how he was able to pull off advanced maneuvers like launching boom and even splitters. A splitter in Quidditch was a dangerous move that involved accelerating towards another player, but jumping off the broom before impact, causing the broom in person doing it to miss the other player before landing on the broom and continuing to play. This maneuver was most often used when a bludger was on course to hit the person who did it, and they wanted to pass it off onto the opposing team's player. None of the adults were stupid, though, and only fell for this trick a single time before wising up and keeping Ron at bay. Still, by the time the snitch appeared on the field in the form of a very small version of the normal one, both teams had gained and lost points from scores and fouls. Daphne was clearly a better seeker than Sirius, as she found the snitch first and shot after it with the old dog chasing her nearly immediately afterwards. Ah, so that is what he is playing at. How clever! Nick thought as he saw what Sirius was doing. The man had apparently decided that he wasn't going after the snitch, but was rather going to play interference to stop Daphne from getting it. This was a fairly popular strategy if a seeker wasn't confident in testing their skills against another seeker, but tricky to pull off. The reason for that was because once the chase for the snitch started, and the other team notices this set of actions, the beaters start ignoring all other players on the other team and focusing on the interfering seeker. This caused the game to escalate into a dangerous match of trading bludgers, which tends to stop the rest of both teams from scoring as the bludgers start moving in dangerous, unpredictable wide arcs. Despite being virtual characters, the avatars only get 2 lives if the avatar gets damaged in a manner that would take them out of a game normally. This meant that each person still needed to play smart and cautious to prevent getting taken out of the game entirely. Sirius was actually doing really well despite this, as he was using feints and well-timed dodges to avoid the bludgers. The clever thing that Nick noticed was that he was using dueling movements to achieve this, which was an interesting way to play. Daphne was no slouch either, and kept a perilous but firm flight pattern towards the snitch that forced Sirius to limit himself, lest he gets too far away from her to intercept her. It should be mentioned that all the avatars were using brooms with identical stats, so equipment played little part in the gameplay. This game lasted a total of an hour, before Daphne pulled a sneaky move and slipped away from Sirius enough to snatch the snitch and end the game at 170 to 68. Blast. We were actually almost caught up when you caught the snitch, Sirius complained to Daphne. Maybe you should have focused on catching the snitch instead of on me then, she said smugly. Oh, rematch, Sirius demanded like a sore loser. Afraid I'll have to pass on that idea, Florian said, and the rest of the adults agreed with him. How am I supposed to play without a full team, though? Sirius asked in dismay. You can just use the default players that are part of the game. You will even be at both an advantage and disadvantage since you can take control of any position on the team at any given time like this. Nick explained, and Sirius grinned. You are the best kid, he said with a wide grin. You all may want to hold off on any more games, though, until I show you the other stuff I have set up, Nick said, and the entire group looked interested. Chapter 417. Now that you mention it, what else is there for us to do? Daphne asked curiously. The next activity I have set up is in another room, so we should head over there before I can explain it, Nick said with a smile. He had set up a few different means of entertainment for guests in the manor over the time he had been working in it that weren't all that complex, but could easily occupy someone for days to weeks. The group left the room with the broomstick tournament table and walked down the hallway to the final room there. Pushing the door open there were gasps at what was inside it as to the naked eye it appeared to be a massive void of darkness. What is this? Tracy asked confused and a little afraid after they stepped into the room. Welcome to the Black Room, or the Story Room if you would prefer, Nick said, and with a wave of his hand the rooms looked shifted into a space view of the Earth with stars, the sun, and everything. Ooh, the group said simultaneously in awe. This room works to bring whatever you imagine to life as a scene much like this, but only one person at a time can use the room at a time, Nick explained proudly. The enchantment worked based on a mixture of legilimency and illusion magics, projected in a visual manner from every corner of the room to create a realistic version of the user's imagination. In this case, Nick was projecting his memory of what the view from space looked like since it would have the biggest impact. This room reads minds, Florian asked in horror before the telltale signs of occlumency show up on his face. Not in the manner you are thinking of. No, the enchantments of this room instead only pick up the thoughts that the person using it project outwards, like if that person were trying to share a memory with another similar to how a pensive works. Nick explained calmly before changing the view to that of the Merfolk City and the Black Lake from his memory. Incredible. It is almost like seeing this place personally. This room must be incredibly valuable, right? Arthur asked in amazement. I admit it was a little tricky to create, but besides time and a small amount of effort, it didn't cost me much at all. Nick said honestly. Would anyone like to give it a try? He asked with a smile. It can create anything we can imagine, right? Sirius asked with an almost hopeful look. Nick nodded. Yes, but remember that nothing you conjure up is real no matter how you may wish it, he said sternly. That is fine so long as I can see them again in more than a photo, Sirius said with a sad look. Nick sighed but cut the connection to the room and let Sirius have it. Immediately, the room went black again before Sirius finally found what he wanted and actualized it. The scene changed into a sunny day in Godric's Hollow that was blurry in the distance. But that wasn't the focus of this projection. No, that belonged to a young group of 3 men and 1 woman having a picnic. Harry recognized all of the faces, and a look of realization and sadness came over him. This was a memory of his parents, and the rest of the Marauders from Sirius's point of view. The man himself wept with a sad smile as he viewed this image, but no one said anything even as he just stood there watching the scene play out. This was the last peaceful day we had before we joined the war against Voldemort and those Death Eaters, Sirius said before the scene vanished and was replaced by a dark and cold night scene that Nick hurriedly cut off with his authority over the room. No one needed to be told what it was that had started to appear as everyone knew the day very well. The day Voldemort's reign ended and the worst day of Sirius Black's life. Just seeing that memory made manifest of a happier time was enough for the pain and regret of that night a decade ago overwhelm him and start to manifest in the room. That was a bad example of the room's abilities, but this room could bring any fairy tale you can imagine to life as well, Nick said before, reconnecting to the room and bringing up a bright and cheery forest with singing birds and peaceful deer. He rotated the day and night, created flying fish, and all sorts of wondrous spectacles in order to take their minds off what they had previously seen with Sirius. Chapter 418. For the more active amongst you, the next room will be of particular interest, as it is a little competition I set up that doubles as an accurate gauge of where you stand in magical combat, Nick explains after his show. How does that work exactly? Fred asked curiously. The room we are going to create a set of targets based on what it is set on that you need to destroy for points. If you get hit with an attack instead, it costs points off your total, and once the level is complete, you get a final score that is color-based to show where you stand skill-wise at that level. There are currently 9 levels of difficulty based on each year of Hogwarts, and the final 2 are where I believe graduated wizards as a whole should be scored. The 3 colors are green, which is excellent, yellow, which is average, and red, which is failing. Your score is based on your points, so there are different levels to each of the colors as well. So the only way to surpass the person higher on the scoreboard is to have a better score, or if they have a perfect score, be the first person to do so. Nick explained with a smile. He was quite proud of the dueling room as it took the arcade shooter scoring system to the next level, so that it was actually useful for wizards to polish their combat skills. Sounds like the sort of thing that the Auror's office would want, to be honest, Arthur says with an interested expression. Hadn't thought about it until now, but I suppose you are correct. This next room would indeed help them in training their members greatly, Nick said with a thoughtful expression. Perhaps I can create a few training rooms like this for the Ministry to bolster the effectiveness of the Aurors in combat. Might even come in handy when the violence of the wizarding world getting exposed to the Muggles happens. He pondered as he pushed open the door to the space-expanded room that looked like a forest at the moment. Undetectable expansion charm, Florian asked in surprise. Not this time. This room is actually a very well-made illusion field that shifts with the people in it to make so that you never actually move out of it is center after entering it, Nick explained calmly. How do we leave then? Luna asked curiously. The door is a permanent fixture regardless of what the surroundings appear to be, so it is as simple as merely walking out. This map, though, is part of the 7th year level, though, since I forgot to rest it, Nick said before, tapping the space to the left of the door with his wand, causing a key to appear inside a socket. Grabbing the key and pulling it out the room turned into a normal-sized one with stone walls and 9 keyholes side by side next to the door. This key serves as the central point for all 9 of these enchantments that represent the levels. So long as this key is missing, each enchantment is inert and incomplete. But when the key is added, it activates. I had to do this since I haven't figured out how to stack separate complete enchantments quite yet, so this was the best I could do. The walls are also lined with hagstone to prevent any spells from doing structural damage. So in theory, you all shouldn't break the room without seriously trying to, Nick explained, before holding out the key for anyone who wanted to give the room a go. Fred took the key and mischievously slotted it into the final keyhole, causing the room to shift to a modern version of London, except on fire and devastated and devoid of life, save a person in a black robe with a skull mask, not far away. A Death Eater. Everyone except Nick instinctively took out their wands, but the figure didn't move. It is only an illusion, everyone. Also, the simulation won't start until any spectators have their wand put away, since it is a single-person activity, Nick said. And everyone relaxed. Why, one of those people, though? Sirius asked while glaring at the image of the Death Eater. Because this is the highest difficulty, and so anyone on this level should be a seasoned fighter capable of handling the average Death Eater, with a final opponent of the level being a powerful one such as your cousin Bellatrix. Nick explained honestly. Your standards are awfully high, aren't they? Florian asked, clearly unnerved even by the illusion of a Death Eater. True combat is not a gentle place, so I won't coddle anyone in training for it. This entire game is a test of skill after all. So if anything, my standards are quite reasonable, Nick argued firmly. Chapter 419. If you'd like, I suggest starting from the first setting and working your way up until you start to get challenged. No one will be able to take first place on the scoreboard until the 7th level, however, since I have the perfect scores for all the previous levels, Nick said, while taking out the key and placing it in the first slot. The room immediately changed to appear like they were standing in a field with a single child standing in the distance. So you are at the 7th year level? Huh, Sirius said, impressed. The rest of the group, minus Nick's friends, mirrored that opinion. But Nick shook his head. I am only at that level in terms of pure spell work and athletics, since that is all that counted in this room. In other fields, I am far more advanced. But that is a given considering what I have accomplished so far, he said honestly. And they all nodded in agreement. His progress in enchantment alone was monstrous compared to his age, and they all knew it, but regardless, a third-year student being able to match a seventh year in terms of spell work and athletics was very impressive. Luna, why don't you show off for your father a bit to set the example? Nick suggested, and the blonde tilted her head in thought for a moment before nodding and frolicking forward. Are you sure this is safe? Sino asked nervously, since he feared for Luna's safety. After his wife's passing, the man was rather protective of his daughter and would go to extreme lengths to ensure her safety. Not to worry, this is all based on illusions, so even when a spell hits her, she won't actually get hit with a spell. Nick said reassuringly. Luna was completely relaxed when she finally got within distance of the faceless child and immediately drew her wand, Defindo. She spoke and defeated the illusion instantly. Another took it his place a moment later and attacked with a blue spell bolt, but missed Luna entirely without her even needing to move. She tore through the first level easily, and unsurprisingly, got a perfect score putting her name under his own on the scoreboard. Nick wasted no time moving the key to the second slot and letting her start that level as well. Much like the first, Luna had no trouble at all clearing the second level with a perfect score and moving on to the third. To the surprise of many of the adults, she aced that level as well, with seemingly no trouble at all. Sirius, however, noticed a small falter in her movement from the final illusion opponent's faint attack. It was small and didn't really take away from her clear skill, but thanks to it, he could roughly guess that she should be around the 5th year level in terms of spell work and dueling. This was quite surprising to him since he could tell that Nick didn't pull any tricks at all to improve her score. If all of them are at a similar level, then by the time they graduate, they might be able to give a skilled auror a run for their money. Sirius thought, impressed. If Nick knew what's Sirius, though, he would shake his head since the only ones out of the group with such skill was Luna, Hermione, and Harry. He didn't count himself in that number due to his rather unfair advantages over them that excluded him from any normal measurements. The 4th level finally got Luna to show some real effort to ace. But the 5th, much like Sirius had guessed, was her limit as she averaged out at that point. Luna seemed unhappy at this result and was pouting when she walked back to the group. My little Luna is so ferocious, Sino fawned over her, which seemed to bring her mood up if the proud look she got was any indication. Nick reset the difficulty. Who wants to go next? He asked, and everyone seemed eager to give it a try. Tracy went next after settling the matter with rock, paper, scissors. Compared to Luna, her performance was lackluster as she averaged out at the 3rd level. But Nick expected as much, since she didn't have nearly as much practice in that regard as Luna or Harry. Speaking of Harry, he went after Tracy and got to show off his innate talent in the subject as he got to the red score of the 6th level before he was overwhelmed and finished the level. Despite that, he showed visible improvement during his run of the room as he fixed the small flaws he found as he went. His talent in dueling is greater than my own, but he lacks the mastery of spell work to really make it shine. Nick thought with a smile. Chapter 420. After Harry was done with his attempt at the room, Sirius chose to give it a try, but complained when Nick skipped all the previous levels and placed the difficulty directly at the 8th level. If you aren't better than a 7th year by default, you have failed as a wizard, Nick said sternly. Can't argue there, I suppose, Sirius said with a shrug before taking his place in front of the faceless illusion of his opponent. With a wave of his wand, a red bolt of energy flew forward, but was blocked by a Protego shield. Back and forth, Sirius traded spells with the illusions, while being careful not to get hit until the final opponent of the level was defeated, and he took the perfect score for this level. He didn't continue, however, as he freely admitted that that level gave him more trouble than he expected, and he knew he couldn't get a perfect score in the next level. I need to shake off this rust first, he stated with a shrug. Nobody blamed him, though, since it had been nearly a decade since he last had to fight seriously, and his body was horribly out of shape. I believe that is enough of a demonstration for this room's capabilities. So how about we go take a look at the final thing I have currently set up to entertain you while you are here? Nick said before, resetting the room and leading the group out of it. Truthfully speaking, I can't imagine we will grow bored with just the things you have shown us already, much less if there is even more. Molly Weasley said, honestly. Nick shrugged. You are probably right, but I prefer to be prepared for the off chance you do get bored, he said honestly. The final room was a bit special in comparison to the others, as it was actually an expanded space that was quite large and had a huge body of water in it that was crystal clear. This is the swimming room at the moment, and as you can see, is full of pure fresh water that is kept at a nice warm temperature to aid in relaxing. If you are all lucky, you may even get to witness me finishing my new sport in here as well, Nick said with a smirk. Oh, so the sport has something to do with water then? Sino asked, interested in this small piece of information on it. Nick just smiled, but didn't confirm nor deny that at all, since it would ruin the surprise. That is everything I have set up for guests, so you are all now free to disperse until 12 when lunch is served, Nick said, and the group did exactly that. This hosting thing that he was doing was a long-term thing lasting about a month, so he wasn't needed for every moment of it. With everyone occupied, Nick had Dottie drop him off at the workshop in Hogwarts to quickly craft the ring that Vlad had already paid for before coming back to the island. It came as little surprise to Nick that out of all of his guests, the twins were by far the most troublesome, as they regularly got caught up in the most insane situations over the next week. He wasn't sure how, but they had somehow even managed to obtain a Griffcat cub from the colony on the island. They didn't even steal the thing either, since Nick checked, and the colony was completely fine with them taking it. The cub was a scrawny thing with bright red feathers, and the worst case of bed hair Nick had ever seen on a feline creature. At first, Nick thought it may have been a runt or something, but he found the actual runts and ruled it out entirely afterwards. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were less than thrilled about their children's new pet, however, but couldn't really say anything about it after the twins exposed that they had a stash of a few hundred galleons from selling services and joke items at Hogwarts. The dueling room had proven to be the most popular during this time, as well as everyone had used it at least once a day in order to try and beat their high score. Sino left at the end of the week, promising a wondrous article in the Quibbler on the island. Besides all the chaos that the twins brought to the island, the first week was comfortably quiet and filled with entertainment. As an added bonus for Nick, the French alchemist, he had sent the frost salts to finally replied eager to obtain more in exchange for his services with the mirrors. Chapter 421. Nick woke up on Monday after the week restarted and felt that something was off in a sort of intuitive manner that he couldn't explain. Everyone was perfectly fine on the island too, as he checked immediately. None of the barriers were missing, and besides Lucas, everyone else was sleeping. But Nick had this feeling that something was still wrong. He quickly raised his wand and fired a blast of fire behind him while leaping forward when he found what was wrong near the Hydrus barrier. There was a spot that had no mana at all in a location filled with the stuff. It wasn't that there was something extra in his surroundings that was trying to blend in, but rather that there was something missing instead. I almost fell for this trick too. Who is this person? Nick thought seriously as he steadied himself after he stared at the spot of wrongness. Smack, smack, smack! The sound of hands clapping came from what appeared visually to be empty as the air rippled, and a man literally stepped out of thin air. The man had pale skin and heterochromatic eyes, with one being blue and the other black. He also had short gray hair and a thick gray goatee. Nick would need to be blind not to notice the striking similarity to himself the man had, and frowned as he sent out a call to Nazgul through his connection to her. Whoever this is, I doubt I can handle them without Nazgul's assistance, he thought sternly. I must say that you are far more paranoid than anticipated, nephew, the man said smoothly. Bombarda Maxima, Nick said without hesitation while overcharging the spell. Boom! A thunderous explosion struck the man's position and decimated it. Crackle. Electricity sounded out as Nazgul appeared from her elemental teleportation at her full size. That was rather dramatic, don't you think? The man said as he reformed from smoke. He has an ability like mist form. Guess I'll use that spell then. Nick thought and swung his wand in a wide arc, impetus tempestatus. He spoke, and the man's eyes widened a fraction of a second. before a massive whirlwind of air formed around him and began to tear at his body like knives. "Fuck! Tonatrum!" the man yelled as he drew his own wand, and a blast of air exploded from around him, clashing with Nick's spell and countering it. Huh, not gonna lie. I wasn't expecting you to have a counter to that ability, but you have proven to be full of surprises. Let's see you counter this then, the man yelled as his left eye changed shape into a silver reptilian eye. Nick felt a force act upon his very soul, and it filled him with rage as he grabbed it and sent a reverse attack through the connection. Oh. The man screamed in agony as his eye ruptured several veins and the attack struck his soul. Nick waved his wand, Legilimens. He spoke, and a mind probe shot out of his wand and tinned to the man. Immediately, he was confronted by thick occlumency shields that were expertly crafted and defended against his magic for all of 2 seconds. That was actually very impressive when you consider that Nick's Legilimency was regularly trained on powerful natural occlumens like Dusk and Nazgul that had defenses far stronger than any known wizards. It was considered nearly impossible to read the mind of a magical beast, like a ho-ho by the magical community, but Nick trained his Legilimency against that level of defenses. The man scowled while forcing himself to ignore the pain of his soul when he felt his mental defenses start to crumble. "You've not seen the last of us, boy," he said ominously before activating a device on him. The very space tore apart where he was standing, and the man was sucked into the chaos between dimensions. Before the tear in reality could close, though, Nazgul unleashed a powerful gout of purgatory flames into it. "Traparg!" The man's screams left the tear as it closed, leaving Nick in a terrible mood but alone. "Looks like my break is over. This is definitely going to be a problem later," he thought dully before returning to the manor. "What is going on, Nick?" Sirius asked, concerned about the commotion that had been heard throughout the island. There was an intruder on the island that proved unusually powerful. "I am sorry to say, but this trip is going to need to be cut short for everyone. I need to increase the island's security." Nick said in no mood to sugarcoat it. "Was it really that bad, boss?" Lucas asked in disbelief. The person hinted at having been part of a group before he escaped, and he was far too powerful to be part of some normal organization. "Also, I think he might be related to me somehow," Nick said seriously. Chapter 422. "What?" everyone exclaimed after Nick spoke. The man kept referring to me as nephew like he was actually related to me. Whatever the case, he was clearly not here with good intentions, and I have a feeling it wasn't his idea," Nick said seriously. After that, Nick had Dottie return each person to their homes, while he focused his attention to beefing up the wards around the island. The magic woven by Rowena Ravenclaw was powerful, sure, but it had a few weaknesses, and Nick could no longer ignore them after what just happened. The first thing he did was completely remove the wards for the first time in over 1,000 years so he could rebuild them entirely. Of course, he waited until he was finished designing the new wards before he did so, but it happened either way. He had Saram and Nazgul on high alert as he remade the wards around the island. But thankfully, he wasn't ambushed. The new wards worked similarly to the previous ones, except it was now a multi-layered, continuously shifting spatial solidification-style ward scheme. It took Nick 3 whole days to finish setting it up after the 3 weeks it took to design it. It was so detailed that nothing was capable of getting into or out of it save air, water, and mana without permission from Nick. The wards blocked every possible way in while also making it nearly impossible to even locate. 2 days after the new wards were installed, Nick found someone trying to break into the island again, while under the same mana isolation and visibility as before. He allowed them entry from the manor and trapped them within the island. "You may as well reveal yourself, since you are trapped in here." Nick spoke calmly to the invisible person. "You replaced the wards, I see. What a pain." The same man as before said as he stepped out into view. This time, however, his left eye was dull and clearly sightless, and his right arm was missing. "There is no escape for you this time. So why don't you explain who you are and why you are after me, and I'll allow you to die painlessly," Nick offered calmly. He had several powerful enchantments set on iron coins, capable of killing even the likes of Dumbledore from sheer destructive power alone, just for this meeting. "So you don't remember anything after all. And here I was thinking, You took your exile personally. We all did, to be honest. Not that we could blame you, since that was some seriously cold-blooded shit we did to you. Either way, I suppose it doesn't matter since it has come to this point. I won't tell you who we are, but I can say that you drew far too much attention to yourself and us by extension, so you needed to be removed from the picture before you became too powerful to handle. Joke's on us, it looks like, the man said before coughing up blood. Nick was startled by this and raised his wand defensively. Ah, well, I guess the jig is up. I didn't come here with any intention of escaping after all. I don't have long left after the injuries you dealt me previously. Honestly, you wouldn't believe how pissed off that old bastard looked to learn you had both spirit magic and a beast that breathed purgatory flames of all things. It was almost worth the pain. Don't even bother trying to use legilimency this time. Kid, they already took everything you might have wanted to know out and stuffed me full of false memories, the man said with a chuckle after seeing the irritation on Nick's face. If you know you aren't leaving this island alive and you have no use to me, why did you come here? Nick asked, confused. I am a messenger, kid. The message is real simple, too. Stop drawing so much attention to yourself, and we won't come after you again. The original plan was to just eliminate you, but that would cost us more than it is worth. So this was the least preferred plan that we had, the man said with a shrug as he leaned against a tree to rest. Am I supposed to be grateful or something? Nick asked sarcastically. Ha! You sound just like your mother did before that old bastard killed her. Nah, kid, they don't give two shits what you feel about it, only that you do what they want. A piece of advice before I kick it in a moment, kid? Leave it alone and keep your head down because you don't want them to get serious in hunting you, the man said before, starting to crumple into ash before Nick's eyes with a one final sigh as he vanished. Chapter 4, 23. Seems they were quite thorough, as there is nothing left for me to analyze. Unfortunately, it would also appear that things are much more complicated than I thought. Gods, why did it have to be a shadow organization of all things? It is like I need to deal with the Illuminati now. Okay, let me categorize what I learned from that whole conversation about the group. First, is that the original owner of this body was a part of them, or at least used to be and had relatives there. Second, is that they have magics that I have never even heard of before now, and likely many people with bloodline abilities as well. Third, is that my high-profile actions are drawing attention to them, and like every shadowy organization, they really don't like that. Fourth, is that even with what I have shown, they are still confident in killing me, which is concerning to say the least. And at the top of this list of facts is that I don't have a bloody clue where to even start looking to find this group. Nick contemplated the situation and did not like the conclusion he came to, that he should do what they wanted for now at least. What a pain. Nick complained with a sigh before going back to the manor to redouble his training, as he didn't like the idea of being under another's thumb. The first thing he did, though, was to use the ruby he got from Vlad to create a greater Flamatronic. Unlike the normal ones that were about the same size as a person, a greater Flamatronic was nearly 8 feet tall and had much more burnt metal parts on it. Once the greater Atronach was born, Nick wasted no time at all infusing a purgatory flame seed into it. This caused the appearance of the Atronach to shift as he condensed down to normal size for an Atronach, but grew 2 crystalline flamewing from it is back and turned a silver color to match the purgatory flames themselves. The terrifying thing, though, was that to Nick's senses it contained the same level of mana as Dumbledore did, which meant it was his first Atronach to reach the 4th tier of power. Why does it look like an angel made of fire? He wondered, confused at the form the construct took after getting the flame seed introduced to it. There was no books on why Atronachs took certain forms, which probably meant nobody actually cared enough to figure it out, or they simply couldn't. A skilled mage could manually change an Atronach's shape, but in most cases the original form of the Atronach was the best for combat. Still, after created, that Atronach, Nick had to hold off on making any more for a while, since the mana levels on the island dropped sharply from it, is birth. There was some good news, however, in the form of the Animagus ritual, finally having been finished being modified. The changes to the ritual were fairly small, all things considered, as Nick merely needed to add the magical creature birth phenomena to it. So the final ritual was as follows. First, under the light of an unobstructed full moon, place a mandrake leaf in your mouth. The leaf must then stay in your mouth until the next unobscured full moon. Second was to find or create a small vial that had received the pure rays of the moon. Once the month with the leaf was over, place it into the vial alongside one of your hairs, and a silver teaspoon of dew from a place no human feet or sunlight has touched. Then you add the chrysalis of a death's head hawk moth to the mixture, and then store the vial in a quiet, dark place until the next electrical storm came around. Finally, every day at sunrise and sunset, one must point their wands at their heart and recite the words Amato Animo, Animato Animagus, which is the normal process, but Nick's version had an extra step that needed to be done when the sun was at its highest point. This step involved pointing one's wand at their heart and saying Natura Magicae Benedictionis 7 times. If these steps are followed, then when the electrical storm comes and you drink the mixture, you start the transformation process. The rest is merely remaining confident in yourself during the change and letting the magic run its course. Luckily for Nick, he had prepared all the ingredients long ago, and he thankfully didn't need to change any of them, but merely wait for the next unobstructed full moon. Chapter 4:24. This might not seem like a huge difference considering how long he spent deducing it, but it should be remembered that this magic was very complicated, and making even small changes could have massive side effects. The difficulty was finding the exact changes that didn't bring any of those into play while still giving the benefits he wanted. The next full moon is in a week, and if the conditions are correct, I can start this process then, he thought eagerly. With that matter pretty much settled, Nick turned his attention to improving his power. He first spent a week to master all of the 7th year's material while placing the mandrake leaf to the roof of his mouth with a sticking charm under the full moon. After that, he polished his spell-casting ability in the dueling room until he got a perfect score in the 7th slot. His own actual proficiency in dueling was slightly higher than in the room since his magical senses didn't work on the illusion's attacks, since it was all just the same illusion to them. After that, he began to look into spell cloaking, like what that man did that made it impossible for Nick's senses to see. Nick didn't even think it was possible, but he had personally witnessed it, so he now knew about it and wanted it for himself. How could he not? When if added to the island's wards would hide the island even better, maybe even to the point his magical senses also couldn't find it. The problem, however, was that he had no idea where to even begin in his research into magical cloaking. You would think focusing on something like the invisibility spell or notice me not spell would be a good start, but you would be wrong. This was because just like all the usual spells he had come across, he could see them plain as day, which meant that they clearly wouldn't work. Nick checked the system for a book on the subject, and while there was a few, they were almost all horribly expensive point-wise. The cheapest was a book titled Heideld, The Vagaries of Vagueness by Arne Skolfa, at a stinging 500,000 points. Nick refused to pay that, when he was only 200,000 away from the book that will basically make him truly immortal, or at the very least stupid hard to kill. Still, at least I can confirm that the subject is way out of my league for the moment and move on to other easier things, he thought with a sigh. With that pathway, a bust Nick chose to focus his attention on his true field of expertise, crafting. Despite how it may seem, Nick wouldn't be nearly as dangerous or advanced as he is currently if it wasn't for his crafting ability, and he never forgot it. Sure, his bloodline abilities alone made him prodigious at learning magic, but only a few steps better than other prodigies, like Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and Voldemort. No, all the miracle feats of magic he has performed were all thanks to his crafting, and that is why, above all else, he identifies as the Ringmaker. Nick knew that the key to his future lied with his crafts, just as his foundation rested upon it, so he turned his attention to his Twilight-style crafting ability to improve and find exactly what he needed to master it. It was a slow and monotonous process that he dragged Lucas into as his assistant. Wake up, eat, draw in light, meditate to recover, experiment with the light, eat, sleep, repeat. This was Nick's daily routine for the next week before the school shopping list for the 3rd year came into his postbox. Nick looked it over for a moment before discarding it since he already had all the books listed. Unlike last year, Nick will be attending a few classes this year, however. That was because he wanted to rather than it being mandatory like with everyone else. He had specifically chosen to take arithmancy, divination, and standard enchanting to patch up his less than orthodox understanding of the subjects. Despite this, he could drop the classes at any point should he so wish without any repercussions. This continued freedom had been Dumbledore's gift to Nick as a way to express, thanks for ending Voldemort's threat as well as helping to prepare for the future. The old goat had of course made sure that Nick hadn't needed the actual classes before he did this, but the idea remained the same. That reminds me, for whatever reason. But since I have already invalidated the events of the third year from the books, what will happen now? Nick pondered curiously. Chapter 4, 25. It was a reasonable question to be sure, as knowing the future roughly had allowed Nick to make such great progress in various important matters, such as dealing with Voldemort's Horcruxes. But with the events of the books being pretty much invalidated entirely at this point, he had no clue what was coming, and it made him a bit nervous. Not much, since he was pretty well prepared for just about any normal wizarding issue, but a little nonetheless. I guess I'll do like normal and deal with the problems as they come, he decided eventually. Nick finally got the first shipment of alchemically treated mirrors from Leo LeBlanc and sent over a jar filled with fire salts to the man as payment. This shipment was only consistent of a dozen mirror that looked fairly normal, as they had silver handles and backs that were smooth and plain, while the glass was hard and clean. Nick was quite happy with them, all things considered, and went to enchanting them in the way he wanted. He had already used Jessif to inform Vlad of the delay on the mirrors, so there was no problem on that end. And done, Nick said after he finished enchanting all of the mirrors in the manner he wanted. Each of the mirrors going to the royals had a standard protean charm and connection to the master mirror that he was going to keep, that had the modified version of the protean charm and connection on it. This meant the royals could send and receive messages to Nick, but not to each other, while he could contact anyone he wanted. "Dottie!" he called, and the elf appeared. "Give these 11 mirrors to Jessif, and tell him that they will serve as the method of communication between us," he said, and the elf bowed and did as ordered. 3 days until I head back to Hogwarts officially, so I should finish up what I have here and relax until then, he thought, and looked over at the dangerous object he had created while experimenting with the elemental salts, the Omni Crystal. The Omni Crystal was an accidental creation that happened when Nick accidentally spilt some fire salts into some air salts and created a furnace's crystal that created an unbearably hot temperature around it, like standing within a furnace, hence the name. The Omni Crystal came as a result of the spark of inspiration Nick got from that when he mixed air salts, and the other 2 Atronach salts he had to create powerful magic crystals before he collided all the crystals together. The resulting product was the Omni Crystal that, surprisingly enough, had no attribute of its own but took and enhanced the properties of whatever it was exposed to. The problem was, however, that it did exactly that. You know those trace amounts of elements in the air? Yeah. Nick learned firsthand that more is not always better after spikes of diamond and super flammable gas filled the workshop. Nick was forced to contain the Omni Crystal in a special container that kept it suspended in a vacuum isolated from literally everything. Despite this, though, Nick was very excited about the crystal, as he imagined that it could serve in some rather insane alchemical creations, like the Philosopher's Stone level insanity. After that brief accident, he stopped keeping the salts near each other and got very careful when handling them. 3 days later, and it was finally time to head back to Hogwarts, so Nick had Dottie transport him to the castle. "Good afternoon, Hagrid." Nick greeted the groundskeeper after he arrived long before any other student. "Blimey, Nick, what are you doing here so early?" Hagrid asked, surprised to see him. "I used my house elf to apparate to the castle, figured I'd come say hello while I wait for the rest to get here," Nick said honestly. Hagrid nodded. "Dead useful them. Elves are. Can't imagine what we'd do without them," he said honestly, and Nick agreed with him. "So what have ya been up to over the summer, Nick?" Hagrid asked curiously. "Made friends with the Royal Vampire Clan. Discovered a secret organization that isn't my biggest fan, and made several breakthroughs in my studies." Nick thought to himself, while what he actually said was, "More of the same, I am afraid. Work, study, and even more work after that. Been real busy, you see." Nick spoke honestly and shrugged helplessly. Life'll do that to ya sometimes, but it always works itself out in the end. Just you wait, Hagrid said assuringly. I'll keep that in mind, but I'll see you later, Since. For now, I'd like to have a chat with Dumbledore over something I learned during the summer, Nick said before leaving. Chapter 4, 26. Nick was in no rush as he walked the halls of the castle while heading to the headmaster's office and spotted the small flaws in the school's magic from 1,000 years of degradation and magical damage. He wouldn't have noticed them had it not been for his memorization of Rowena Ravenclaw's wards on the island before he took them down to be replaced with his improved ones. I suppose I will be nice enough to repair the damage to the castle's enchantments while I am here. Nick thought offhandedly as he reached the gargoyle leading to Dumbledore. Move aside. I need to speak to the headmaster. He spoke calmly, but firmly, and the gargoyle statue rotated out of the way. This was a shortcut that past headmasters had added to the statue in order to make sure that students were never turned away if they had a need to speak with them. The trick was the intent by which you spoke to the statue. As if you weren't serious, you required a password. Good evening, Nicholas. To what do I own your visit this time? The old man asked in a friendly but polite manner. Over the summer, a man claiming to be my uncle trespassed upon my island with the intent to kill me under the orders of a shadow organization of some sort. I was hoping you may be able to illuminate who they might be and if I should do as they wish and keep my head down or not. Nick spoke calmly and straight to the point. Dumbledore lost his smile and turned serious instantly after hearing what Nick said. Can you describe anything about this group that you may have gleaned from your encounter with this uncle of yours? The old man asked sternly, and Nick gave every detail he could. I can think of 4 possibilities with none being good for you. The first is the Order of the Golden Sands. That is a secretive group known only to those with true power in the world, like myself and Nico. They were originally a collective of tomb raiders that hoard ancient powerful knowledge taken from ancient wizards' tombs. Terribly secretive and merciless. Due to their origins, they have been moving behind the scenes for many years, collecting unique bloodline abilities and knowledge, whatever the means necessary. The second is the Dragon's Claw, but it is unlikely since they are a group based in Japan and have little interest in Western magic. The third is a group in Venezuela known as the Followers of Zeus, but they would be more likely to try and recruit you than kill you since your ability is a good fit. I won't even talk about He Final Group since I know for certain that they would leave you alone. Dumbledore said calmly. Why is that? Nick asked, confused about why he was so sure. That is the acolytes created by Gellert so long ago. He has clearly chosen to leave you alone, so they will follow his example. Dumbledore explained honestly. From the sound of it, you seem fairly certain that it is the Order of the Golden Sands behind this attack and ultimatum. Why? Nick asked seriously. You said that the one who came to the island used several forms of magic that were completely unknown to you but powerful. That is the telltale sign of ancient lost magics at work. Things like that don't simply come from nowhere, as you are aware after having founded 2 crafting styles yourself. In majority of cases, the reappearance of such magic is from ancient tombs that had been raided and integrated, the old goat said sternly. That would make sense if they were tomb raiders like you said, but why would they exile me and then try to kill me after I started to make a name for myself? Nick asked confused. Perhaps someone you have offended recognized one of the group's members as similar to you and has been causing them problems? Dumbledore offered helpfully. How on earth does that warrant execution, though? Like being told to compensate them, I can understand. But going straight to death is a bit much, no? Nick asked confused. Perhaps if you weren't related to them in some way, but you said that they exiled you, which means they may be fearful of you attacking them for revenge if you continue to grow at your current rate. Dumbledore pointed out seriously. I literally don't remember a thing about them, though. In fact, I am fairly certain they erased my memory before they exiled me, which explains why I have no memories from before that alley. Nick said, frustrated at the absurdity of the situation. Chapter 427. A reasonable assumption given the information you have available, but I am rather curious as to why you were exiled to begin with, Dumbledore said with a confused look. I have no idea, to be honest with you, but more importantly, should I do what they want? And just keep my head down? Nick asked seriously. He didn't like it, but in this case, the old goat's advice on this matter will probably be the correct course of action. In a normal time, my answer might be different, But considering the circumstances of the world today, it would be for the best to do as they wish, at least temporarily, Dumbledore said seriously. Nick sighed. I thought so, but was hoping you might say otherwise. He said honestly. The Order of the Golden Sands is not a group to be trifled with even by people like myself. While your growth is astonishing and your enchantments extraordinary, you are not at the level where you can handle them yet. The old man said softly, Fine, I'll play by their rules for now, but I will eventually kick their teeth down their throats. Nick said with a huff before leaving the office. I don't doubt it. Dumbledore muttered with a tired sigh and turning his attention back to the paperwork on his desk. Nick was surprised that he hadn't lost his temper with everything that had been going on and was still actually fairly calm. That is because of your soul finally stabilizing from your reckless expansion of it previously, Celebrimbor said from within the mindscape. What do you mean? Nick thought, confused. The elf pretty much lived in Nick's head and had gotten good at hearing his thoughts as a result. So Nick wasn't surprised about it, considering the elf was actually fairly wise. Getting advice from a several thousand-year-old elf in exchange for a little less privacy was a bargain no matter the situation. Besides, it wasn't possible for Celebrimbor to try and betray Nick considering he was bound to the system and was only allowed away from it with good behavior. It may seem a bit cruel, but the elf had agreed to this when he chose to take the system's offer. The soul is deeply tied to your very essence. So when you expanded it like you did, your emotions were destabilized and heightened. Celebrimbor spoke calmly. So all those outbursts were just because of my soul being unstable. Nick questioned unhappily. Not entirely, but for the most part, yes, the elf said with clear amusement. Why didn't you say anything before now? Nick asked, and the response he got was mildly infuriating to say the least. You wouldn't have learned anything if I had, the elf said smugly. Nick groaned, but understood what Celebrimbor meant. This was one of those lessons that was mostly harmless to learn, but embarrassing to an unbelievable degree. It was like learning how to dance and stepping on your partner's feet. Embarrassing, yes, but ultimately harmless. Still, with the conversation with Dumbledore out of the way, Nick didn't have any other plans besides grabbing everyone's favorite Niffler from McGonagall. Steve may as well be a mascot for Hogwarts, so Nick agreed to allow McGonagall to take care of him when Nick wasn't in the castle. The small thief was perfectly okay with that too, since McGonagall was a big softie, despite how stern she seemed, if he hasn't gained weight a la Ron Gallion. Nick thought with a chuckle as he knocked on the door to McGonagall's office. Come in. Her voice spoke from the other side with clear confusion. She couldn't really be blamed since she was definitely not expecting any visitors. Nick pushed open the wooden door and smirked when he saw the surprise on her face at his appearance. Should you not be on the train at this moment, Mr. Ravenclaw? She asked, confused. I had my house elf deliver me to Hogwarts instead, Nick said honestly. She nodded in understanding. Very well. What is it you need? She asked calmly. Just came to grab the little troublemaker is all, Nick said with a grin before spotting his target, snoozing on a pile of suspiciously familiar silver ingots. Steve had gotten fat over the last 3 months, as he almost resembled a ball with how round he was. Nick just shook his head at this and took out a galleon and dropped it on the stone floor ting. The coin bounced, and the Niffler stirred fro at his slumber. What have you even been feeding him for him to get so out of shape? Nick couldn't help but ask, and the elderly witch looked embarrassed. I suppose the better question would be, what hasn't he eaten? The elves are particularly fond of testing new recipes on him, and he seemed content with it, so I may have allowed an unhealthy amount of gluttony. McGonagall said, embarrassed. Chapter 4:28. Nick collected the obese Niffler and the ingots that had been stolen from the workshop and bid the professor goodbye. Steve was quite unhappy at being tricked awake and then having his hard stolen loot confiscated. But Nick was having none of it and silenced him with a spell. He calmed down, though, when he was dropped unceremoniously on his hoard in the workshop by Nick. After that, Nick cranked out a few rings of protection as he waited for the rest of the students to start arriving. It is funny how I used to consider this challenging, he thought as he expertly wove the enchantment into the rings with each swing of his hammer. Right before the sun started to go down, Nick finished up and put on his school robes before heading to the Great Hall. He was the first one there, of course, and took a seat at the Gryffindor table leisurely while he waited for the rest of the students to arrive. The looks he got as they started to file into the room were priceless, as you could see the confusion on their faces. "Where were you?" Ron asked when he sat down at the table across from Nick. "I had my house elf bring me to Hogwarts rather than take the train, so I have been here all day," Nick explained calmly. "You can do that!" Ron exclaimed in disbelief. Nick scoffed. "Of course you can. Most people don't out of some sort of sense of tradition, though. Besides, the train was originally intended to be used by the Muggle-born students who didn't have easy access to the Floo network since their parents were Muggles." He said honestly, "I had always wondered about that, but I suppose it makes sense with how sensitive everyone is about the statute of secrecy," Hermione said calmly. "Oh yeah, but whatever happened with that fellow that broke into your island during our visit?" Harry asked curiously. "He won't be a problem anymore. Sorry about cutting the trip short like that, but I was rather bothered that someone could just slip into the island like that," Nick said honestly. "It is fine. Sirius said that learning you weren't as safe as you thought leaves a bad feeling in your guts," Harry said with a smile. "I suppose he would know from experience after all." Nick nodded as he said this. "Did you ever figure out if he was actually your uncle or not?" Ron asked curiously. He probably was. "It doesn't matter, though. They abandoned me, so I have nothing but spite for them," Nick said honestly. He wasn't going to explain about the order to them since it would not benefit them at all and might even be detrimental. Still, he could make it clear that he didn't want to talk about the subject anymore. Soon enough, though, it was time for the sorting ceremony to begin, and the hall got quiet to listen to the hat sing and sort. The song was all right like usual, but the sorting was the really interesting part, as there was always a betting pool about which house would get the most new students. Usually, it was a close match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, so the other two houses rarely bet on themselves. Nick noticed Daphne's sister in the gaggle of little first years and paid attention to the curse actively working against her body. It was an interesting curse, to be honest, as despite Daphne having hints of it within herself, they were dormant and suppressed by her magic, while the same curse was feeding off of Astoria's magic. The really weird part was that the curse was not inherently malicious by itself, from what he could tell. The easiest way to describe it for him was that it was like faulty software that failed to perform as it was intended to. It is almost like the curse was supposed to do something else, but I can't quite figure out what. Nick thought with a frown. Obviously, whoever cast the curse on the Greengrass bloodline did so with malicious intent, but the inventor of the curse was clearly after something else with it, and Nick wanted to know what. There was one other first-year student, however, that made Nick narrow his eyes after noticing. To be more specific, it was the difference in their magic from everyone else that he noticed. In a way, it was uncomfortably similar to Lucas's, as it was split between their core and blood. Strangely, though, the student wasn't a vampire or anything like that, as the magical signature of the condition was absent. Jonathan Burnham was the boy's name, according to the list McGonagall was reading off of, which meant that the boy was either a Muggle-born or had magical parents, and didn't know it if the sheer wonder at everything around him was any indication. Chapter 429. The boy was sorted into Ravenclaw eventually, and Nick decided to ask Flitwick and Luna to keep an eye on him to see if his strangeness manifests in a noticeable manner. Nick wasn't worried about the boy being the next Dark Lord or anything like that, but he was rather curious about why his magic was split in this manner. In Lucas's case, it was Nick's doing so that he could regain his magical casting ability, but the boy was entirely different. His magic was clearly split from birth with how unburdened his mana core seemed to be. Lucas's mana core, by comparison, was far more stressed to maintain a steady flow of mana to both his blood and magical circuits. Still, Nick stopped paying attention to the boy after he was sorted, and checked to see if there were any more strange new students, but there were none. Astoria ended up sorted into Slytherin, much like her sister, and Dumbledore started the year off with a rousing speech, but no ominous warning, which was new. The twins snickered to themselves when Dumbledore mentioned the list of forbidden items that Filch created and was nailed to his door. Nick knew from checking the previous year's list out of curiosity that most of said list is comprised of the twins' prank items. This meant that since they never really stopped creating new prank items, that the list just got longer and longer every year. The feast started after Dumbledore's speech, and everyone dug into the sumptuous food. Starting the year off strong. Hey, fellas. Nick asked the twins after seeing a first year literally turn orange after drinking from their goblet. You know it, Fred said with a grin. Want to set a record this year? George added, equally grinning. Good luck with that. Speaking of luck, where is that Griffcat you took from my island at? Nick asked curiously. Both of the twins turned to stare at the professor's table, specifically towards the end of it. Nick looked and chuckled at what he saw there. Hagrid was grinning ear to ear as he passed sausages to the unkempt-looking creature poking at his head out from under his coat. Well, at least you know it is in good hands, since I don't think that man can knowingly mistreat a magical beast, Nick said with a grin, and the twins merely sighed together. Mum said that he needs to stay with Hagrid while we are at Hogwarts, or she would send it back to your island. That reminds us, by the way. But why was Garfield ill for a bit after we brought him out of your island? George asked curiously. No idea. Maybe it was something in the air, Nick suggested with a shrug. Explaining mana and its ambient density in a public place like this was a very bad idea, and Nick tried not to indulge in those. The twins didn't look convinced, but chose to drop the matter since it wasn't really all that important. After the feast, everyone went to their common rooms with the prefects being in charge of showing the first years to it. Percy, being the try-hard he was, took his role very seriously as the head boy of Gryffindor and strictly forced the prefects to remain professional during this time. Nick couldn't really blame him considering this was his final year at Hogwarts, and he wanted to graduate with honors and join the Ministry of Magic. It is going to suck to be him in a few years when Grindelwald sets off his plan, and he is the grunt assigned the inevitable mountains of paperwork. Nick thought with a chuckle. The rest of the night was nice and uneventful, and Nick went straight to sleep as he had a big week ahead of him as he had his first class for all 3 of the electives he signed up for. The next day was like every year the one that allowed the first years to explore the castle, to get familiar with it before classes on Monday. Nick chose to spend this day relaxing in the workshop with his friends as they spoke of their summers. To their surprise, the mirror he kept in his coat warmed up, which was a sign of a change being made via the Protean connection. What is up with the mirror? Ron asked curiously when Nick took it out. It is a communication device for my agreement with the Royal Clan of the Vampires, Nick said while flipping through the connections of the mirror till he found the one that sent it. The face of the mirror had an etched message on it when he did, so that read "Twin for greetings, Nick. It is Vladimir who is testing the mirror you have sent. Please send a reply. Chapter 430. Nick read the message and repaired the damage left on the mirror from the message before pulling out a quill. No need to carve the words onto the mirror. Ink will suffice. He wrote before watching the ink vanish from the mirror's face with a smirk. The reason he needed the bonded enchantment from the vanishing cabinets was so the mirrors could send fluids through to the other side in small concentrations. It was basically the same as sending a letter, but nearly instantaneous while totally ignoring the issues an owl may have doing so. Did you just send a message through a mirror? Tracy asked in shock. I did, and it has already reached the other mirror connected to it as well, Nick said smugly. Do you even realize the significance of what you have done? If every wizard had access to something like this, then it would render Owlmail obsolete, she exclaimed excitedly. I am aware of that. But do you have any idea how expensive a single mirror would actually be just to make? Nick asked calmly. Isn't it just a normal silver mirror that has been enchanted? Hermione asked confused. Nick shook his head. This mirror and those connected to it are all alchemically treated before given a very specific enchantment that allows them to function. I estimate that it costs nearly 60 galleons just to create this single mirror. So if I sold them, then it would be at around 70 galleons to make it worth mass producing. How many people do you think could easily afford such a price? He explained seriously with a rhetorical question at the end. What if you didn't alchemically treat the mirrors, but just enchanted them? Luna asked curiously. Well then, the cost to make one would be around 15 galleons. But the treatment is very important for the longevity of the mirrors, because as you know, they aren't the most durable of things, and once cracked or broken are nearly impossible to fix without magic. Due to the nature of the enchantment, however, if one mirror breaks at least some of that damage, will transfer to every mirror it was connected to, which will mean all those people would need to pay to either repair or repurchase a new mirror. I have long considered selling something like this, but the price to do so makes it difficult, Nick explained with a sigh. He is well aware of how mirrors like this could revolutionize the magical communications industry, but the price point for the mass production of them was simply too high. He, of course, was searching for a cheaper way to construct the things, but so far this was it. Why not just change the materials that make up the mirror to something stronger? Harry asked, confused, since it seemed like a common-sense solution. How many of you signed up for the enchanting elective? Nick asked, and Hermione, Tracy, and Daphne raised their hands. Whoever is going to be teaching that class should also explain this. But listen up. Materials each have their own conductivity to magic, with some being great for it and others being terrible at it. The things with high magical conductivity tend to also be rather expensive, so changing the material of the mirrors to a sturdier material with the necessary conductivity to hold the enchantment would equally raise the price considerably as well. Alchemically treated glass and silver is the cheapest materials possible with the necessary conductivity, Nick explained patiently. So no chance for these to get mass-produced for cheap, then? Daphne asked while looking a little depressed at the lost opportunity. Not necessarily. See, while I haven't found a cheaper way to create these mirrors, that does not mean that one does not exist. The problem is finding it. Nick said honestly, if it helps, these mirrors are actually the crudest possible use of this enchantment line. With some serious tweaking to the enchantment, it is theoretically possible to record images, sounds, and even send and receive items freely. Nick said, and everyone looked dumbfounded by the sheer concept of such a thing. At this moment, the mirror grew warm again, and some ink, in the form of a message, appeared on the surface of the mirror. What a marvelous enchantment! I will keep this mirror for my personal use, but will pass the rest to my most loyal clan members until more arrive. It read, and Nick banished the ink from the mirror and put it away again. The rest of the afternoon until lunch was spent with them, just relaxing and swapping ideas. Luna's were usually the most difficult to pull off realistically, but for a few of them, she gave Nick hopeful looks when she mentioned them. Chapter 431. Specifically the idea of magical teleporting letters that always reach their target regardless of distance. In theory, it was a cheaper but effective way to deliver messages, however, it was not very easy at all to pull off. Contrary to how it seems and how most wizards saw it, teleportation had a lot of details that needed to be kept in mind to integrate properly. The most common form of travel for wizards in the form of apparition was not even teleportation, as despite its minute time frame, it did actually have one from departure to arrival. This was because apparition worked based on the concept of spatial tunneling that involved creating a small tube of magic that flung the wizard from one spot to another, based on the coordinates they set. Normally this process would take a period of time to make calculations, but thanks to the nature of magic, that wasn't necessary so long as the rules of apparition were followed. See, magic as a whole had this funny property of remembering spells so that the next time they are used, even if it is by a complete idiot, they only need the words and wand movements to succeed if there is no intent in the spell. In the case of apparition, it was just the word apparate, and firmly picturing one's destination to succeed. Compared to what the inventor of the spell had to go through, it was like creating a nuclear bomb from theory and pressing a button to set one off. Incomparable. It was simply not worth the effort to redefine the wheel, in Nick's opinion. He was fine with innovation, if it made sense, but he had absolutely no reason to create a spell like the one Luna suggested. The next day arrived, and it was time for Nick to get his first experience with divination. The classroom for the subject was held at the top of the north tower of the school, since it was apparently a fortunate location. The entrance to the classroom was little more than a hatch with a knob to be pulled down. The classroom itself was an odd mix between an attic and an old-fashioned tea shop, with 24 chairs, and even less tables, while the lamps and windows were shaded by red cloth, and the fireplace had a kettle releasing copious amounts of fumes into the air. To Nick's surprise, the incense being burnt in the kettle was highly magical in nature, as though it would be more accurate to consider it an aerosolized potion than regular incense. "Bloody hell, it is warm in here," Ron complained, and Harry looked to agree. "Where is the teacher at anyways?" the redhead asked, confused. "Over there under a Notice Me Not charm," Nick said casually, pointing out the teacher. "How perceptive of you, young one." A female voice speaks up from that location as the professor steps into view. "Welcome, children. How wonderful to meet you all in the material world," Trelawney said to the students. The woman had long, disheveled, dirty blonde hair and large round glasses that made her eyes look much bigger than they were. The most interesting thing Nick found about her, however, was that she had an obsessive amount of decorative object on her, from chains to bangles and rings. The interesting part was that nearly half of these objects were actually magical, though the sort of magic on them was confusing to say the least. Every single one of these magical objects were focused on probability magic, or luck magic for the less aware. Luck magic was one of the few fields that Nick avoided, like it was cancerous specifically because of the horrible outcomes it tended to have. Trelawney, however, used the enchantments to an interesting effect, as the magic was split equally between positive and negative outcomes. In other words, she had forcefully caused her luck to stay on a neutral level. This sounded pointless, but for a seer this neutrality was likely very much necessary, or they would go mad from the sheer amount of visions they would see. Not even visions of important events either, but rather the outcomes of small things, with no bearing on anything. If they did have a vision of something important, however, no one would know unless it was horribly obvious as a result. So you have chosen to study divination, the most difficult of all magical arts. I must warn on the onset that if you do not have the sight, there is very little I will be able to teach you. Books can only take you so far in this field, Trelawney said seriously. Hermione scoffed to herself at that, but Nick knew that the professor wasn't making this up, and that Hermione was going to find it out the hard way. Chapter 4, 32. The professor then went on to make a bunch of predictions that sounded ominous, but were so vague that they should have been ignored. Those were foolishly heeded by nearly everyone, though, which left most of the class nervous what else she would predict. For the first quarter, we shall focus our energies on tea reading before switching to the crystal ball in the second term. Unfortunately, there will be an outbreak of the flu in February to disrupt our class, and I shall lose my voice before one of our number shall leave us forever near Easter. Trelawney spoke sternly. After that, she personally went to each student in the class and made a prediction about their future. When she finally made it to Nick, the entire class was curious as to what she would say about him. The woman looked at Nick with true seriousness when she got to him and shuddered in horror and sadness. "You have such suffering to come, and before it ends you will lose something that you hold most dear," she said apologetically. "I am not the only one to suffer through what is to come," Nick said ominously, and Trelawney's eyes widened before she nodded in agreement. The class proceeded like a fairly normal class after that, as they needed to learn to brew tea leaves and determine what the shapes meant. Nick was a bit disappointed at this, but didn't pull out of the class over it since he was aware that her predictions always came true. "What did you mean earlier?" Harry asked curiously as they left the classroom. Most of the class eavesdropped in hopes of hearing the answer to the question, but were greatly disappointed. "It does not matter at the moment," Nick said before separating from his friends to head to the workshop. Nick was quite worried about the last part of Trelawney's prediction, as there is a number of things he holds quite dear to his heart, and losing any of them would take a heavy toll on his emotions and mind. He sighed. "There is no point in agonizing over it until it happens. What will come, he thought before getting started on making some rings of protection to draw his mind away from it. Nick wanted to bind himself formally to the realm, so that he could take the first step towards his ultimate goal. But before that, he needed the other 200,000 points to purchase the book from the system. Nick finished his work and spent the rest of the day studying in the Chamber of Secrets by reading Slytherin's life story. The man started life as part of the nobility in the Isles at the time as the third son of a knight. He was surprisingly Muggle-born in truth, as his family was comprised entirely of Muggles, minus his great-grandfather, who was a wizard. His family was less than accepting of his status, however, and it was only because of another wizard that he wasn't killed. This wizard was a wandering druid who discovered Slytherin's Parseltongue, and thus saved him from his family to have him take up his mantle. The language was not reviled at the time, except seen as the gift it was, and so the druid knew that Slytherin was talented. Slytherin's first wand was made of oak, with a core made out of the horns of a rare-horned water serpent. The founder showed great potential and soaked up everything the druid had to teach before eventually separating from his master at the age of 16 to make a name for himself. Slytherin had an insatiable thirst for knowledge and grandeur and traveled all around the world in search of both. It was during these travels that he met the other founders as they worked together to face powerful dark wizards and dangerous tombs. The man detailed each magic he learned as well as the improvements he made to them in his books that Nick devoured hungrily. He may not have ended all that well, but he deserved respect nonetheless. Nick thought with a sigh after he closed the book he just finished. It was dinner time, and Nick didn't want to miss it, so he left the chamber for now and went to the Great Hall. After eating and chatting with his friends, Nick went to bed so that he could be well rested for his first day of enchanting tomorrow. He didn't have any high hopes for the class, though, as without prior knowledge of runes, the professor couldn't really get into the interesting stuff immediately. In fact, Nick was pretty sure the class would end up with the basic principles being explained and the materials being taught. Chapter 433. Still, when the time came for him to go to the class, Nick did so without any complaint. The enchanting class was one of the new ones that had been implemented after Flamel injected funds into the school. While many of the upperclassmen were skeptical about the class since it seemed to heavily clash with the Ancient Runes class in terms of subject matter, but the truth was much different. Enchanting taught the fundamentals of the craft, while Ancient Runes barely scraped the surface of how the runes could be used. Sure, enchanting was covered in the class, but it was a sort of one-and-done type thing. Obviously, the art of enchanting was far more complicated than that, and thus few people really got into the field after Hogwarts until now. Had this not been the case and the enchanting class had existed for a long period of time, then the wizarding world would likely look very different. This was Nick's thoughts on the subject, and the professor of Ancient Runes, Professor Bathsheba, babbling seemed agreed with them. The professor had been discouraging the idea that enchanting clashed with her class since the moment it was announced last year after all. Anyway, the room for the class was located in one of the previously empty classrooms on the 5th floor. The professor at least knows how to help students find their classroom. Nick thought with a chuckle as he saw the bright glowing enchanted sign over the door that read Enchanting. It was a simple but effective enchantment that did its job without too much wasted mana. The runes used are also well written and linked in a clear and precise manner, so they definitely know what they were doing. Nick analyzed at a glance before walking into the room. The room had a similar design to that of the Transfiguration classroom, with several two-person tables, all facing the large table at the front. The biggest difference, however, was that on top of the large table was several samples of different materials and a small label for each of them. Ah, Mr. Ravenclaw, I am honored that you chose to attend my class given your well-known ability in the field of enchanting, a male voice said for Nick's right. And he looked over to it as source. There, standing to the side of the doorway, was a short man with a thin build and short, messy brown hair and pale skin from clear lack of sunlight. I did not learn the field in a proper orthodox manner, and so decided to attend the class in order to patch this deficit in knowledge. Nick explained honestly. I see. Well, at least you are willing and able to admit and correct your own flaws. I can't say the same for most prodigies, the man said with a smile. The ones that I am aware of, at least, Nick said with a shrug. Seeing as the class is starting to fill up, you'd best find a seat before I begin, the professor said, after a quick look around the classroom. Nick found a spot next to Hermione and waited for the class to begin officially. Once the seats were filled, the professor stood at the front of the class and began to speak up. Good afternoon, children. My name is Ernest Gremont, and I have the privilege of teaching the wondrously complex and fulfilling art of enchanting to each of you. A warning before that, however, is that if any of you have not taken Ancient Runes this year as well, then you will find this class supremely difficult, as the most well-known type of enchanting requires knowledge of them. That said, it is not impossible to excel at this subject without having taken the class if you study the subject in your free time or already know of it to a great degree. Does anyone have any questions before we begin? Professor Gremont asked at the end of his introduction. From a nearby seat, Anthony Goldstein raised his hand. Yes, what is it? The professor asked encouragingly. Well, it is just that until now most of us only know of his enchantments. Is there a difference between the two? Anthony asked while pointing at Nick. An excellent question. 10 points to Ravenclaw. But to answer your inquiry, Yes, there is several differences between the traditional enchantments and Mr. Ravenclaw's works, though I cannot list all of them due to not having learnt his style of enchantment myself since he created it and has not shared it with the rest of the world, Professor Gremont stated calmly. Susan Bones then raised her hand from a different table. The teacher motioned for her to speak, and she asked another good question. What differences can you tell us? Chapter 434. Another excellent question. 10 points to Hufflepuff. Thankfully for you all, I came prepared for questions such as these, since I knew you all would not be able to help making comparisons to your famous schoolmates' works. The answer to your question, however, is actually one of the things that baffles the enchanters trying to replicate his method on their own. There is honestly very little similarities to the traditional enchanting method that his works have. For starters, his enchantments aren't engraved into the material, but infused throughout it, which makes it nearly impossible to study and thus replicate. Even further is that he seems to use an entirely new runic language that no one has been able to translate yet. I personally have found that his enchantments are also nearly 400% more efficient than the traditional ones, the professor said, honestly. Looks like the normal enchanters are stuck at the surface level understanding of my style. Nick thought without any surprise at all. The style was on a fundamental level different than the traditional enchantments found in the wizarding community, so there is nothing close to even make comparisons on. With that knowledge, it becomes clear why little to no progress in understanding his style has been made. So does that mean his style is better? Michael Finnegan asked without raising his hand. Before the professor could say anything, though, Nick answered the question. Neither is better than the other as both excel in different fields, he said calmly. And the professor nodded in agreement when the class looked at him to see his response to that. Like Mr. Ravenclaw said, both styles of enchanting have their own pros and cons, so neither is better than the other. An example of this is that if the enchanting community's theory is correct, his style demands a horrifying level of energy per enchantment, the professor said seriously. In comparison, the traditional style of enchanting takes a very small amount of energy, thus letting those using it create more things faster generally, he added, and Nick couldn't disagree with that, since while it was possible to create a large amount of enchanted objects at the same time with the Celebrimbor style, it required a back-breaking amount of repetition to accomplish. Enough about his style of enchantment, though. My job is to teach you everything you need to know about traditional enchantments. And as your class is lucky enough to have Mr. Ravenclaw in it, you may even be able to glean an understanding of his own as well. To start you all off, however, is the least fun part of learning enchantment: material memorization. Now, can anyone besides Mr. Ravenclaw tell me why this is important? The professor asked, and Tracy raised her hand eagerly. Go ahead, Miss Davis, he said, and she basically regurgitated Nick's previous mini-lesson on conductivity. That is correct, though I will not reward points for the answer, since it is clear you learned it from Mr. Ravenclaw given the disappointed look he is giving you. Huh, the professor said with a chuckle. Tracy turned to see that Nick did indeed have a disapproving look. Not that he could be blamed considering she had basically cheated on the question. Nick took enchanting very seriously, so he was not amused by her actions at all. Yes, as you have just heard, different materials have different properties and abilities to hold enchantments. It is thus very important to know what each material is and what their properties and conductivity is by heart. If you would please pay attention to my table here, I will start explaining these common materials to you, so be sure to take notes, the professor said while moving to stand behind the table. Nick was not surprised that the rest of the class was dedicated to the memorization of the materials' properties and conductivity. The professor saw that Nick was reading a book, while most of the class was focusing on writing down the information he was giving them, but didn't mind since he clearly expected such behavior from Nick. To his surprise, however, Tracy was also not paying attention either, and he learned after asking that Nick had already stuffed this sort of metallurgy knowledge into her after she picked up smithing. At the end of the class, while everyone was leaving, the professor stopped Nick. Before you go, I would like to discuss a matter with you, he said in a friendly manner. Nick raised an eyebrow in surprise, but chose to stay behind anyways to see what this was about. Once the room was empty, the professor spoke up. This isn't about anything serious or anything but more out of personal curiosity. Dumbledore has informed me that you managed to create a sort of compendium of enchantments, and I was wondering if I might look it over, he asked with a smile. Chapter 435. Nick didn't mind at all and gave the professor the original version he wrote before he fixed it with Flamel and Dumbledore's help. The only other class Nick had was arithmancy, but he was disappointed to learn that everything that was going to be taught he had already learnt on his own, and thus dropped the class. This meant he only went to class twice a week, leaving him plenty of time for other activities that he wanted to work on. The largest of which was his blitzball idea that required a massive metal ring to be enchanted. Creating the ring was easy as he merely needed to fill a huge mold with molten metal, which was easy since he merely used dragon steel for this step. The tricky part was the enchantment on the ring, however, as he needed to include a lot of functions to it. Something to keep the water clear, clean and warm. Something to suspend the water in the air without affecting the surroundings too much, while also keeping certain things at a certain level without gravity, dragging them down that also didn't affect the players. All in all, the enchantment was stupid complex to complete. And while Nick knew he could have used multiple rings for this, like with the Atronach Forge, he only wanted to use a single one for this for aesthetic purposes, so this project alone took him nearly all of September to complete from the sheer amount of space he had to cover, but it was finally done come October 1st. Now I just need to test it out and get the ball situated before I can hold tryouts for the first teams. Nick thought as he left the realm he was using to hold the ring. Obviously, he hadn't slacked off on making the rings of protection, and had crossed over 1,000,000 points already, though that number dropped immediately as he purchased the book on realm binding. At the moment, he was only at around 400,000 points after his diligent month of ring-making. The book itself was, as one would expect, very, very complex, and was taking Nick a while to thoroughly understand since some of the concepts and terms needed background information to understand. He had expected this, however, so he wasn't worried about it. He had plenty of time until Grindelwald's plan was fully set in motion after all. What Nick didn't realize, however, was that there was a new group being formed from the loyal Death Eaters in Azkaban, led by none other than Bellatrix Lestrange. Wrath had overcome her when the dark mark that was finally recovered suddenly went out, her anger so great that she regained her sanity and a cold purpose that maintained it. Thanks to the other criminals in the prison, she hatched a plan to escape by pooling all of their power and knowledge. Augustus Rookwood, in particular, provided a rough ritual that would in theory blast a huge hole in the prison. The fact he hadn't been directly executed was a huge mistake by the Ministry, since as an ex-unspeakable he had a vast array of forbidden or ancient knowledge in his head. He was never worried about escaping Azkaban thanks to this, as he knew even without Voldemort he could escape. As an added bonus, the ritual would also tie all of the participants' magic together, letting them have a power even greater than Voldemort's if it was focused on a single person. What he hadn't accounted for, however, was that Bellatrix was no longer mad enough to mindlessly agree to anything, and had modified her part of the ritual. She was not stupid, but rather quite clever, in fact, so she knew ancient runes and arithmancy to a good degree, enough at least to change the outcome of the ritual from empowering Rookwood to empowering her instead. The ritual circles were drawn in each of the cells via blood on the floor, and now they were all waiting for the day that would send a shockwave through the world as the day someone actually escaped Azkaban. Samhain. The way the ritual worked was through a piece of forbidden magic that linked the magic of multiple people together with a single person set as the head of this new power. Apparently, it was designed by the ancient wizards as a military ritual to give an edge in battle. The problem, however, was that once bound together, it was nearly impossible to separate the wizards' magics from each other. And at the same time, it also opened the way for betrayal as the total amount of magic didn't fall if one of the people died. This meant that if the head killed the other, they alone would have the full magical amount of everyone who was bound to the ritual in exchange. However, this ritual tended to make those who use it go insane. Chapter 436. None of this concerned Nick yet, however, as he was totally unaware of it, and was currently creating the ball used for his new sport. It looked like a mix of a golf ball and a football soccer ball, except it was white with blue wave patterns on it. It was made out of a special alchemical version of rubber that removed the drag that water would have on it without sacrificing durability and softness. It took Nick a couple tries to get the flow of the ball underwater just right, but he did it. Next, Nick created the goals in the shape of two stylized triangles that were big enough for a person to have some difficulty protecting. These goals were connected to a magical scoreboard that kept track of the score, There was also a vibrantly colored piece of hard plastic in the center of the water that was the halfway point that the two centers of the teams used to fight over the ball at the start of a round or after one side scored. After thoroughly testing the field he had created, Nick was pleased to find it was officially ready to be used. He created a total of 24 rings that allowed the wearers to see and breath underwater as if they were on normal ground, while increasing their physical stamina to cover the players' needs. With all of this done, Nick approached Dumbledore with his idea. I must admit that I am very much fascinated by the idea of this new sport, but are you certain this won't make the Order move against you? The old goat asked seriously. I doubt they would care about a new sport being created by me unless I used it as a way to expose them, but I would need to be mental to try something like that. Nick said with a scoff, Very well, I shall allow you to hold tryouts for this new sport. I assume you will use those too for advertisement, correct? The old goat asked, and Nick nodded with a grin. Of course, they do excel at grabbing attention after all, he said with both of them chuckling at the small joke. They were of course referring to the twins who were positively vibrating in excitement at the new sport once Nick explained it to them. The biggest reason for this was that the rules were so relaxed that they could do things that would be considered fouls in Quidditch. For example, tackling the person with the ball. Not only was this not frowned upon in blitzball, but it was actually encouraged. The biggest reason for this was that since everyone was swimming, nobody was moving fast enough to really cause all that much harm, unlike in Quidditch, where a tackle could be fatal if they fall wrong. This didn't mean that getting tackled underwater wasn't likely to hurt like hell. Anyways, the twins spared no effort to get the word out about the tryouts for the new sport. Things like flyers that got stuck to your face after flying through the school, to screaming frogs that blared the tryout information placed all over the school. Filch was in a very bad mood during the week before the tryouts were actually held, and it showed from that number of detentions that got handed out. The tryouts themselves were held on the 21st, which was a Saturday, and only the third years and higher could apply since below that, and the size difference becomes a big problem. At dawn on that day, Nick woke up at his normal time and left the castle with Dusk on his shoulder as per usual, while Steve had to walk instead to try and burn off some of that fat. The air had a bit of a nip to it, which made sense considering the date, but Nick ignored it as he made his way to the Quidditch pitch. It was of course empty, but that was planned this time as he walked to the center of the field and released the giant ring into the air above him from the realm. Contrary to what some might think, the ring did not fall on him and crush him, but instead hovered in midair completely still. Nen. He spoke, and a torrent of clear water shot out of the tip of his wand and strangely gathered into an orb at the center of the ring. The orb grew bigger and bigger until it was just shy of touching the ring at 50 yards across. Nick released the add-ons for the field that magically moved to take their rightful places as the scoreboard showed out on the side. Now to see just how good an idea this actually was, he thought while looking at his handiwork. Chapter 437. Nick tapped his wand on the ground, and a white stone rectangle on its side rose out of the ground with black lettering detailing the rules of the game. The sport was much like Quidditch in that the rules for play were actually fairly simple. The difference was that unlike Quidditch, there wasn't a stupidly high amount of rules detailing what not to do. There were a few obvious ones, of course, like no holding another player for more than a minute, or no trying to remove other players' clothes. But most of these rules were just to make it clear where to draw the line for what was acceptable. Anyways, the rules for playing the game were that each score is worth 1 point, and each foul is worth -2 points. There are 6 positions on a team, and no replacement players per position, unless the team recruits one. One can use their hands to move the ball or pass it to another player, but if trying to score the ball must be kicked into the goal, no magic is allowed before or during a game including potions. With the exception of the rings needed to play the game can have a maximum of 4 quarters, each lasting an hour, or until a team gets a point lead, in the case of the final 2 quarters. Other than that, the game was pretty much free rein for the players to move however they want. Nick was satisfied with these rules and tapped his wand against the ground again to create a large amount of chairs for those waiting to try out. After that, it was a matter of waiting for people to arrive, at the pitch that no doubt drew a large amount of attention by now. How could it not when it had a huge sphere of water floating above it that was clearly visible from the castle? Nick didn't need to wait long before the first person arrived, though it was not someone he had expected. McGonagall herself had come to see this new sport and seemed impressed if the look she had was any indication. You never cease to amaze, Mr. Ravenclaw. This new sport seems well thought out, and you are clearly well prepared to hold tryouts, she said with a small smile. It had been on my to-do list for quite some time, to be honest with you. Frankly speaking, it boggles the mind how few magical means of entertainment exist, despite the clear demand for it. Truthfully, I expect that Quidditch is only as popular as it is since it is the only sport wizard kind has, Nick said with a shrug. Now that I ponder it myself, I believe you may be right. Regardless, I believe a reward is in order for the effort you have put into this project, and thus give 50 points to Gryffindor, she said with a sly smile. Nick laughed at this, as despite knowing she was merely using his work as an excuse to prop up her house slightly ahead of the rest, he wasn't going to point it out. He thought the point system to be a silly and pointless thing, and everyone knew it after all. The next people to arrive was the twins, who looked at the playing field eagerly. We thought you might have been overselling it, mate, but this lives up to the image we had of it for sure, Fred said with a wide smile, and George nodded in agreement. Like I told the professor, here it has been on my to-do list for quite some time now, though I am happy to hear it meets your expectations, Nick said, still smiling. Mind if we give it a go while you wait for the rest to show up? George asked while pointing at the field above. Did you read the rules? Nick asked while motioning to the list of rules nearby. No, Fred said sheepishly while scratching his head. You should do that first. Then you need to transfigure your robes into a swimsuit and put on these rings before heading up into the playing field, Nick said seriously. You are the boss, they said simultaneously, shrugging. A few more people showed up as the twins were going over the rules and transfiguring their robes, but no one Nick felt any need to really acknowledge. The positions available were clearly shown in the rules, and Nick explained that he hoped there would be 4 teams by the end of the tryouts tomorrow evening. How do we even get up there anyways? Fred asked curiously while putting one of the rings on. Simple, really. Jump up, Nick said with a chuckle. Chapter 4, 38. The twins looked speechless at this answer, but decided to humor Nick and jumped as high as they could towards the water with their hands outstretched. To their surprise, the moment their fingers touched the water, gravity seemed to invert, and they fell into the field. Those watching this looked surprised and interested in trying it themselves. Nick noticed that the twins were holding their breath and felt the need to remind them that they can in fact breathe underwater at the moment. Wicked, Fred said in a distorted way as the air left his lungs and they instead filled with water. Bloody hell, this feels strange, George said clearly after the air in his lungs got swapped with water. Nick picked up the ball he made and threw it into the water, and everyone watching seemed surprised to see it cut through the water without issue until it landed perfectly on the centerpiece of the field. The ball wasn't completely without drag or gravity, so Nick merely threw it in just the right way to get it where he wanted it. The twins swam around for a bit to get used to it before more and more people showed up and entered the field. Once the positions for 2 teams were filled by people, trying out Nick cut off the people entering the water while starting a mock game, so everyone could get a real look at the game being played. The twins chose the left and right attacker positions on one of the teams, and thanks to being the only players in good physical condition, made menaces of themselves. Blitzball was a game that heavily relied on one's fitness after all, so they held a large advantage over people who never worked out a day in their lives. Unlike Quidditch, that heavily favored a single player, the fairness of Blitzball quickly got the people showing up more and more interested in the game. Literally, anyone could score in Blitzball, regardless of position, though. Goalies tended not to do that since they were needed to guard the goals. The first match ended after 30 minutes with the Twins team obviously having won by a landslide. Even with the extra stamina given by the rings, only the Twins had the base stamina required to play a full game. Nick pulled everyone out of the field and had them swap with 2 teams that had formed while waiting. Not going to lie, mate, that was the most fun we've had in ages. Quidditch is fun, sure. But this, Fred paused to motion at the whole field overhead. This is way more to our tastes. George finished while they both grinned like loons. I thought so since you played the most physical positions on the Quidditch team. I am a bit worried about how out of shape everyone seems to be, though, as that game was way too one-sided thanks to your advantage in fitness. Nick said honestly, they made the rest of us look like a bunch of slugs with how well they handled the exercise. Seamus said bitterly from nearby. He had played the left defender on the team going against the twins and was a little worse for wear as a result. He had a few bruises from getting bulldozed by the twins, but was otherwise fine. Besides Quidditch players, I think most wizards are actually out of shape from overly relying on magic for everything. The new teams will need serious training to catch up, it seems. Nick said with a sigh. He had expected something like this, but had apparently underestimated how out of shape the average wizard was. Yeah, but at least we have the potions to make it easier. Need to settle who all is on the teams first, though. Fred said seriously. Some of these folk can't even swim proper, Seamus said, while pointing at an older girl floundering in the water as she clearly had no clue what she was doing. Before that, we need to find out who will be the captains of the new teams, and as much as it may suck, people like Wood fill those roles best, Nick said, and the twins and Seamus groaned. Most good team captains were those that were responsible yet inspired loyalty in their team, but the ratio of those two things differed from person to person. Oliver Wood was more responsible than friendly, but still held the team together well enough. But the issue was finding someone at least similar who wanted to captain a team. There were a few, of course, but all of the choices were less than optimal. A good example was Malfoy that fit the responsible description well enough, but failed on the personality front. Chapter 439. Malfoy ended up captaining one of the teams and started to pick out his teammates. Nick had to make it clear that this was not to be a house team type situation, and forced Malfoy to have members from other houses as well in his team. The rest of the staff at Hogwarts had also turned out for the tryouts, and relaxed while watching the students play for the chance to join one of the new sports teams. Nick had created another stone board that he had the team's names with the players' names in their position in the team. The team names were chosen by Nick beforehand, much to Malfoy's displeasure as he wanted to name his team. The names were all based off of powerful things that lived in the sea: the dragons, the krakens, the mermen, and the leviathans. Malfoy merely got to choose between these names for his team and chose the dragon out of a misunderstanding that dragons were the apex of any environment they lived in. That wasn't the case, however, in the sea, as dragons tended to be eaten by both krakens and leviathans instead. Mermen were one of the names not due to their danger rating, but because they were the only water-dwelling species to inhabit every part of the world, which told of a different sort of power. It was rather funny to see Malfoy's face when the twins directly rejected him after he tried to recruit them. Still, despite that he did get a team with decent potential cobbled together out of 3 Slytherins besides himself, and a Hufflepuff, and a Ravenclaw, the gender ratio was also pretty good, as there were 4 boys and 2 girls. Nick wasn't familiar with the names of any of the others besides Malfoy, though, so they clearly didn't stand out much. The second team took the name Leviathans, and was led by Seamus Finnegan after he managed to convince a few people to join him. The team was comprised of 5 boys and 1 girl, though. Even if the house composition was great at 2 Gryffindor, 2 Ravenclaw, a Slytherin, and a Hufflepuff, Nick even recognized a few of the team members in the form of Anthony Goldstein, Susan Bones, and Blaise Zabini of all people. Blaise was not directly famous, but was well known because of his mother. She was a very attractive woman apparently, and had been married several times, however. The thing that made her famous was how each marriage ended in the man dead. No one knew if it was just sheer bad luck or foul play, but she was labeled a Black Widow either way, and that infamy passed to Blaise as well. The poor boy hated it, though, and was avoided most of the time because of his poor temper. He wasn't a bad guy from Nick's observations, but simply assumed everyone was against him due to his mother's infamy, which, to be fair, was close to being accurate. No girl wanted anything to do with him in the off chance he took after his mother in that regard, but most of the boys didn't care. The final 2 teams were populated by people he didn't know, though, save the twins who were part of the Merman team as attackers. None of Nick's friends wanted to play the game as part of an actual team, though, and joined Nick as part of an unofficial team led by him. He took midfield while Luna took the goalie position, and Harry and Ron took the left and right defenders, while Daphne and Tracy were attackers. Hermione wanted no part of the sport, though, and watched from the side as Nick and the others showed how a real team should work. The twins found out the hard way that not everyone was below them in terms of fitness when they thought they could tag team Nick when he had the ball. Merlin's beard mate. Where do you even go to get muscles like that? It was like hitting a wall, and the wall won. Fred complained while massaging a bruise on his shoulder. I have my ways and no, I won't be sharing them, so don't ask, Nick said with a chuckle. Why would you keep a body like that hidden, though? George asked, confused. It is not hidden. I just don't constantly go around showing it off without a good reason. Not that I haven't shown it off mind, you just that it benefited me to do so, Nick said, honestly. Whatever you say, man, but when's the first official match for this new sport anyway? Fred asked curiously. The 1st of November is what I have planned after I set up this field permanently a bit from here, Nick said calmly. Chapter 440. Not giving us a lot of time to train, are you? Seamus asked with a frown. You won't need it if you train seriously with the help of the potions the twins have. On me, of course, Nick said with a grin. How are we going to train at the same time, though? There is only one field. Malfoy asked, confused. Nick's grin grew, and he removed 3 sets of extra goals and pointed at the black lake in the distance. You can either use the lake or figure out how to make a body of water large enough to practice in on your own. Though I suppose you could also share the field with another team when you train. He said, with a chuckle at the looks of disbelief he got, before someone says it. The Black Lake is going to be cold, but if you use a warming charm on yourselves before entering, you will be fine. He added to nip that argument in the bud. He even went so far as to teach them his own personal warming charm that lasted hours and worked underwater just fine. After that, the teams fought over who got to use the field first, while Nick left for the castle with his relaxation. Now good and set, he only decided to make a new magical sport so he had something to do that wasn't work-related when he needed to relax. It also helped that, unlike Quidditch, he didn't have any bias against this new sport and might actually enjoy watching it get played. Time passed after that, and soon enough Halloween arrived, and a secret ritual was being held in the island prison of Azkaban. The perpetual bad weather of the island did nothing more than mask the sound of chanting in a particular part of the prison until it was too late to stop what was happening. Est omnia et omnia unum. These words were repeated a total of 7 times, and the blood ritual circles lit up in the cells. Each had a person standing within it as the magic took hold. But there was 2 people with different expressions involved in the ritual. Rookwood, who had a look of horror and unwillingness, and Bellatrix with a look of ecstasy. The white light of the majority of the ritual circles suddenly turned red, and screams of agony filled the air before leaving behind nothing but the cackle of a new and very powerful being. Bellatrix had miscalculated something when she modified her ritual circle to devour the others to empower her alone. She forgot to take into account the souls, vitality, and minds of those being devoured, and as a result, her body was flooded with all of them. The vast vitality and power purified her body and magical circuits, while the souls and minds that crashed into her own destroyed all of them as individuals and created an amalgam of all. Bellatrix nor any of the other Death Eaters existed anymore, but now there was a thing with all that experience and knowledge and more power than it knew what to do with. A monster had been born, and the only part of the people's personalities it had left was the overwhelming urge to escape the prison it was born into, an endless hunger. With a wave of his hand, the creature released a pulse of energy that briefly clashed with the wards of the prison before overpowering them. The walls containing it then started to turn into sand and collapse as the monster walked out of the hole it made. The Dementors felt this disturbance and moved to intercept the monster, but froze at a distance as the being's unstoppable power rolled over them and began to devour them, adding to it his power. The Ministry quickly learned of this escape and sent teams of Aurors to the island. But all they found was an empty prison and signs of a foul ritual in the cells of the former Death Eaters. The only clue they had besides that was that the escapee seemed to be Bellatrix Lestrange. Bounty posters and urgent newspapers went out in a matter of hours after that. Hogwarts was in a dreary mood as a result when the news arrived, and Nick had a very bad feeling about it. He wasted no time heading to Dumbledore's office and barging and interrupting a meeting with the staff. You can get on to me later, but whatever this is has my instincts going nuts, and that is very bad. Not even those 2 caused me to feel this threatened, Nick said with visible fear. Sybil here was saying something similar, and I am also inclined to agree with these feelings of yours. Something of terrible creation has been unleashed into the world, Dumbledore said sternly. Chapter 441. We need to know exactly what we are dealing with before we can make any preparations, Snape said seriously. And everyone was in agreement. You have ears in the Ministry. What hasn't been mentioned in the news? Nick asked the old man seriously, and Dumbledore thought about it for a moment. According to Dawlish, there were a few ritual circles drawn in blood in the cells near the one belonging to Bellatrix. He said honestly. Nick's eyes narrowed as he remembered a ritual he had seen in a book in the Forbidden section. How many ritual circles exactly? He asked, hoping that it wasn't what he thought it was. 7 in total, but the one in Bellatrix's cell was different than the others, though similar, Dumbledore said, and Nick loudly cursed. Sorry for the outburst. I'd need to see the circles myself to be sure, but I am pretty sure that I know what happened as well as what left that prison, Nick said with a huge headache coming on. I need a book from the Forbidden section of the library to explain my guess, though it is called Thurving War Magics and Combat Curses and has a faded black leather binding, Nick said seriously. Give me a moment to summon the tome to this office, Dumbledore said as he clapped his hands and a house elf appeared. He then told it to bring the book in question, and the elf vanished for a few minutes before reappearing whilst holding the book. Nick wasted no time grabbing it and rapidly flipping through it, his pages until he found what he was after. Placing the book on the desk flat and open for all to see, he spoke again. This is the Ritual of Unification, and despite its benign-sounding name, it is anything but. The ritual uses the weakening of the barrier to the spirit realm on this day to tie the magic of 7 wizards together, thus allowing them to effectively create a mage of extreme power. For example, if there were 7 wizards of Professor Snape's level of power, and they did this ritual, then any one of them could in theory have 7 times as much power than before the ritual, Nick said seriously, and everyone looked horrified at the implications that had but Dumbledore figured out the discrepancy from what happened on Azkaban. Only one person seemed to escape, though. The rest of the cells were still locked securely, he said, and Nick nodded. That is because of this, he said as he turned the page and pointed at a passage that described what happened if one of the mages got greedy without understanding the ritual thoroughly. As the people in the office read through the passage, their expressions turned to horror and disbelief. You don't think? McGonagall whispered the question in horror, but everyone heard it. I do. It explains why nothing was left alive in the prison? If it is one of these things, then it will keep devouring all forms of magic around it until it either gets destroyed or collapses in on itself, from too much power being in a body not designed to hold it. Neither of which are easy to accomplish. Nick said seriously, Does the book say anything about how they were dealt with in the past? Flitwick asked seriously, but Nick shook his head. That passage is all the detail we have on this thing, as whoever wrote this book changed the topic after it, and I haven't seen any description of it in any other book, though. I might be wrong. I tried to avoid the books on dark magic, after all. Nick said honestly, a wise decision. The corruptive ability of dark magic is greatly underestimated, Snape said seriously. Severus, can I trust you to search the Forbidden Section's dark magic books for any mention of this creature? Dumbledore asked seriously. I will see to it, Snape said just as seriously. While Severus is looking for information, I want you to see if you can come up with an enchantment of some kind to contain this creature, at least until we can figure out how to safely destroy it. Dumbledore told Nick firmly. I don't know if it is even possible, to be honest with you. Any magic near this thing will get eaten and empower it further, and no Muggle object can contain it for long. I will try, though, Nick said with a sigh. Dumbledore nodded. That is all anyone can ask of you. Should you need assistance in any way, please let us know so we can hopefully overcome this situation, he said, and everyone dispersed, worried but hopeful for a miracle. Chapter 442. Nick went straight to the Chamber of Secrets, or more specifically, Slytherin's library, after leaving Dumbledore's office. There he searched for any mention of the Ritual of Unity in the books, but there was only a small chance that Slytherin had encountered this situation himself. The reason for that was because a creature like this treated wizards as snacks regardless of power, and he would be unlikely to survive such an encounter. Nick wasn't taking the time necessary to memorize any of this information, as he was skimming for key words. It was only about halfway through the library that he found something about his query. Apparently, Slytherin had participated in a small war during his Middle Age period, and the side he was fighting for used the ritual, but intentionally modified it to create one of these abominations. They had essentially forcefully fused the 7 mages together into the body of a single mage and escaped far away to watch the devastation. The thing was nigh unstoppable, according to Slytherin, as it ate any magic it came across from spells to the wizards themselves. Nothing was spared. The muggles that comprised most of the army tried to kill the thing themselves. But it was also like an extremely powerful mage, as it merely waved at his hands, and the muggles' weapons and bodies disintegrated. Slytherin asked the people responsible for the creation of this abomination how it could be stopped, but the answer he got dissatisfied. But him and Nick. There were 4 ways to stop this thing. First was to force it to use its entire store of magic, using muggle means which was lethal to it. The second was to wait for it to explode from overeating. The third option was to banish it to a place without magic, thus starving it to death. The final option was to destabilize its mana core's balance, causing it to cannibalize itself. None of these were a good option, but at least they gave Nick somewhere to start with his enchantments. After skimming through the rest of the library and not finding any more information on the subject, using his keywords, Nick left the chamber and went to his workshop. Once there, he began to brainstorm possible things he could make with what he knew now. At first, he thought about simply banishing it to a dimension without mana, but his mastery of spatial magic was lacking to pull it off. Sloppy work simply wouldn't work, as that would only feed the monster rather than trap it. Then Nick moved on to the idea of destabilizing the mana core of the creature, but that had its own complications. First and foremost amongst them was that he had to know where it was. Then he needed to get a spell past it as magic somehow, and then he needed to destabilize the core as well somehow. I'll keep that as a last-ditch effort type thing. Nick finally moved on to the last and most doable of all the options, forcing the creature to run out of mana using muggle means. There was a few ways he could, in theory, accomplish this. The first was to quite literally drop a mountain on the creature, from high up, forcing it to burn a large amount of magic to not get crushed. The second way depended on how much magic it took to stop a bullet heading towards you. If it was a lot, then Nick could simply create a magical gun that shot non-magical metal bullets, since he wasn't going to waste his time learning how to use a normal muggle gun. I think I need Flitwick's help with this one. Nick thought and left the workshop to find the good professor. It wasn't even that hard, since the half-goblin was in his nearby office, tinkering with something to relieve some stress. "Did you need my help with your task?" Flitwick asked, after seeing Nick, who nodded. "A muggle gun. Do you know how much magic it would take to stop a bullet from one?" Nick asked seriously. "Well, I am no expert on the subject, but depending on the method used, a lot or an average spell's worth," Flitwick said after some thought. "And if you wanted to brute force the issue and disintegrate the bullet mid-flight," Nick asked, hopeful of the answer, "that would take inhuman reflexes to even consider. But assuming it could be done, then I image it would take quite a lot of power." "How does this relate to the problem, though?" the small professor asked, confused. "In theory, magic is the greatest advantage this thing has, but at the same time it is also its greatest weakness. See, all of that power is what drives and allows the existence of this creature. But what do you think would happen if it were to use its entire store of magic up?" Nick asked with a grin, as Flitwick's eye widened as he realized what he was implying. Chapter 443. The theory sounds promising, but the passage said that this creature is intelligent, so how can you stop it from fleeing without using magic after it realizes the danger it is in? Flitwick asked seriously, and Nick frowned. "I hadn't thought of that possibility, but it would make sense for the creature to retreat from true danger, considering spatial entrapment spells or wards would feed it instead of holding it in place. Stopping the creature from apparating would be nearly impossible. You wouldn't by chance happen to know of an energy that acts similarly to magic, but isn't magic, would you?" Nick asked hopefully, but Flitwick shook his head. Nick sighed. "I thought so. Still, I will let Dumbledore know about this theory and see if he can't acquire a muggle gun to be enchanted in secret. Despite the danger this thing poses, I have a feeling the Ministry would not take kindly to the enchanting of muggle weaponry," he said seriously, and Flitwick agreed. "Nonetheless, thank you for your help in this matter," Nick said sincerely. But Flitwick waved it off as something he should do anyways. He was a teacher after all. After leaving Flitwick's office, Nick made his way to the headmaster's office and informed Dumbledore on the theory that Flitwick and himself had come up with on how to deal with the creature. The old wizard seemed impressed at the idea of using a muggle weapon to drain the magic of the creature, in hopes of it consuming itself, and promised to quietly obtain a gun for this purpose. Unfortunately, though, Dumbledore also didn't know of an energy that behaved like magic that wasn't magic, so trapping the creature was still not doable. They were both confident that it was possible, however, just that they need to discover the way. Nick went back to the chamber to try and find out if Slytherin may have the answer, since the resources available during the Founders era were more diverse than those available now. Sad as it was, the bad habit of wizards to hoard and destroy information meant that the amount of ancient knowledge available during the Founders era was considerably greater than the modern age, as those wizards from that time erased vast amounts of information when they died. Very few wizards left a physical copy of their knowledge behind, so in a way the wizarding world is still playing catch-up. This made Slytherin's library a priceless treasure, even if it couldn't be removed from the chamber. The wily old snake had bound each and every book of the library to this room, so only those he wanted to see it. Clearly he hadn't expected that someone with soul-devouring abilities, like Nick, would have come around and destroyed him using his phylactery, so the library was not booby-trapped due to his confidence of victory in battle. That said, he clearly didn't trust whoever was supposed to read the library and made it impossible to take books from the room. That was fine by Nick, though, since he was steadily making copies of every book in the library for his own personal collection, despite hoping that he would find some information of an energy that acted like magic, but wasn't in the books Slytherin left behind. There was nothing about it when he skimmed them. Fine. I'll see if the system has anything on this, even though I wanted to save up points again. Nick thought with a sigh as he opened the shop and had the system pull up books on the subject he was looking for. I can't use any of these. Nick thought with a curse as he looked over the different types of energy that the shop had books on. The problem was that far too many of them were either heavily restricted innately, and thus unsuited to his purpose, or were so close to magic that he was almost certain that they would clash with it. While he could get these powers for the muggles in the world, that would definitely turn out bad in the long run, humans had this bad habit of finding the smallest differences in each other and turning violent or cruel over it. It was already going to be very rough in a few years when Grindelwald's plan exposed magic to the Muggle world, and throwing another type of power into the mix would very much make things worse. Nick was frustrated that the easiest option was pretty much off the table thanks to this discovery. It was a pity too, since some of these powers sounded very interesting. Like Aura, for example, that granted something called a semblance, that was basically a superpower born from the manifestation of one's own soul. Chapter 4, 44. There were a few other types of energy that had interesting uses and implications, but unfortunately they either were too limited to be of use or so close to magic in how they operated that he wasn't willing to risk death to integrate them into himself. At least, not until he became a nigh unkillable Daedric Realm Lord. On a related note to that idea, Nick had managed to digest roughly a quarter of the information in the book already, though that was mostly because that was how much he had the required knowledge for. It wasn't enough to begin binding himself to the realm properly, but it had done wonders for the way he used his connection to the realm to accomplish things there. For a true Realm Lord, the realm was a reflection of themselves, and thus mirrored them in appearance, and thought so while Nick wasn't even close to that. He had gotten better at exerting his will over the realm. A good example of this was the sun that had formed in the realm after he fed it the light material of the real sun. Before, it was just a small ball of magical energy set to behave like a sun. Now, though, it was a small but genuine star with a core, and everything, though, spatially isolated to keep the heat and radiation from frying everything else in the realm. The moon of the realm was not changed, though, since that brought little benefit at the moment. It was thanks to this new mastery over the realm that Nick was able to gain a new and surprising ability, thought-splitting. His mind had gotten so used to working on the realm and his normal thoughts at the same time that he could now maintain two separate thought processes at the same time. He was pretty sure that this was something that all magical beings got eventually, since it actually didn't feel unnatural at all, like a forced adaptation. In fact, it felt as if he was always meant to have something like this, but didn't know it until now. It is probably due to the increasingly complex nature of magical beings as they reach higher tiers of power, he thought, as he practiced both his elemental bloodline abilities simultaneously. He had chosen to focus on his own power after failing to find a method to trap the creature that was easy. The best chance he had from what he could figure out, though, was to use a muggle means of spatial solidification as a trap. But the science behind such a thing was so complex that nothing even close existed on this version of Earth. He was unwilling to figure out how to do it himself, either since he was clear that, until Zeus was dealt with magical things, were all he had time to improve. Since he had reached this dead end, in regards to the creature, he turned his attention to self-improvement instead. Nick wasn't the sort to bang his head against a wall in hopes that it would solve the problem by sheer stubbornness after all. So he focused on mastering all that he had at his disposal, currently such as his bloodline abilities and his ring-making. There was one ability, though, that he simply couldn't master at his current level of power, surprisingly enough: weather manipulation. Even after reaching Tier 3, this ability was an absolute mana hog. He had expected this, however, considering where it came from. The Celestial Bird was a pinnacle Tier 4 creature minimum, and was likely a Tier 5 creature in reality. This meant the abilities Nick got from his soul fusing together with the small part of it his own, while his body was transforming to match his soul, had this ability at that level. While this made it dangerous, even to people like Flamel and Dumbledore, it also drained the appropriate amount of mana that such a power normally would. To put it bluntly, Nick was too weak to master this ability fully, and he knew it. Despite this, though, Nick still improved rapidly with his power and crafting mastery, as he even figured out how to change the light material into a shape beyond those it was attuned most. The trick, it turned out, was to inject his intent into the material when he was drawing it out. This kept the properties of the light, but changed the forms it was attuned to. Thanks to this, Nick could now use the style to make anything he wanted out of the material, including weapons and armor. Interestingly, though, the stylization of the light material remained the same despite the different form. Chapter 4:45. Like that, a week passed, and it was finally time for the first ever Blitzball match to be held. The news of the new sport had gotten out, and the magical community worldwide was buzzing in interest. Despite this, though, Nick hadn't received any further warning from the Order of the Golden Sands, which showed they probably didn't care about this sort of thing since no one would attach it to them if they were sane. The Blitzball field had been moved next to the lake for fast refilling since it was drained at the end of every day. Due to the increasingly colder days, as winter showed, it is teeth. The giant ring that kept the water within warm needed more and more mana to operate if it wasn't drained, which simply wasn't worth it. Plus, the spectacle created from filling the field with water was entertaining to watch by itself. Anyways, Nick had pulled out all the stops to have a wide set of semicircular seats built up around the field so that many people could attend the game. This proved wise as people from all over the globe and many reporters showed up for this first game to test the waters, as it were. Nick saw all of this from the Black Lake, where he was waiting to make a grand entrance to announce this first match. In a rare show of solidarity, the entire school had shown up to watch this match, from the professors and students to even Filch and his cat. The staff of the school, of course, had designated seats in the dead center of the bleachers so that they had the best possible view, but everywhere else was first come, first serve. The crowd was already bubbling with nervous and excited energy when Nick got the ready signal from the two teams playing. Nick grinned at this and waved his wand from his place under the water, and immediately 4 thick geysers of water shot high into the air from the lake. The crowd looked panicked at this until the water that was falling towards them instead got pulled into the center of the ring, which drew many gasps of amazement. Nick then floated out of one of the geysers riding on one of his brooms and hovered above the top of the ring as it gathered water. "Sonorous," he spoke and held his wand tip to his throat. "Welcome one and all to the first ever Blitzball match. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the creator of this sport, Nicholas Ravenclaw." Nick spoke grandly, and the crowd went wild as his voice rang out loudly through the area. Nick held up his free and the crowd went silent again, eager to hear what he had to say. "Before the match can begin in earnest, I would like to give special thanks to all the teachers and staff of Hogwarts who made this entire event possible. Please give them a warm round of applause," Nick said, and there was loud clapping from majority of the crowd. Dumbledore and the other professors, Minus Snape smiled and took the applause with poise and grace. With that out of the way, and the field now in place, I would like to introduce the two teams who will be participating in this historic match. Nick said loudly, and from the lake geysers, 6-figured fell in formation into the water of the field before gathering and posing. "Lead by Seamus Finnegan, the Leviathans," Nick said, hyping the team up as the crowd went crazy. Professor McGonagall was kind enough to design a set of uniforms for the team based on the creature they were named off. In this case, sleek dark blue full-body suits that had large hard-looking scale patterns from the neck down and fins on the elbows, hands, and feet. They were posed in a serpentine manner like the beast they were named after. Soon after, another 6 shadows shot out of the water geysers and into the field before grouping up and posing themselves in opposition to the other team. Led by Draco Malfoy, the Dragons, Nick said grandly, and the crowd was losing at his collective mind from the hype. Malfoy designed the outfit of his team, and despite the clothes being a mix of gold and azure, they actually looked pretty good, like the outfits for the other teams. The outfits were full bodysuits, but this time they had small, intricate azure scale patterns from the neck down that had golden stripes placed randomly on each suit, much like the Leviathans. The Dragons were also in a serpentine formation, though there was 2 members acting as claws that were also coincidentally or not the attackers of the team. Chapter 446. As if under perfect understanding, the 2 teams swam in formation around the other, like they were sizing up the other side before suddenly swimming straight into each other as if to clash. Instead of colliding, however, the 2 teams broke formation at the same time, and the members glided through the water past the members of the other team before perfectly settling into positions on the field to start the game. The exceptions to this were the goalies that needed to swim a bit longer to reach their respective goals. I will be serving as the referee of this match, as well as the server for the ball, so without further delay, let's begin the match, Nick said as he stored the broom in the realm and fell down into the field himself. He had on a highly visible silver bodysuit that had a large black badge pattern on the chest and back to show his role in the game. He gracefully swam down to the platform in the middle of the field, with Malfoy and Seamus at either side of him. This is the first match of this game ever, so play well and make it one these people won't forget. Got it, Nick said seriously, and both captains nodded seriously. Nick didn't say anything else after that, but took the ball out of the realm and crouched down to serve it. He threw the ball straight up with a whistle, and the game began as both Seamus and Malfoy shot up after it. Malfoy gets the ball and immediately passes to Larrett. Lee Jordan narrates the match from the stands like he normally would for Quidditch. Nick, meanwhile, had immediately swam towards the bottom of the field so he could see everything better. It was clear that both teams had trained hard with the time he gave them as they started the match out strong. The left attacker for the Dragons, who had the ball, was making a beeline for the Leviathan's goal, but was stopped by the right attacker and defender from the Leviathans, who moved to tackle. The Dragons' attacker clearly wanted to break through the 2 tackles, however, but failed and lost the ball to the defender of the Leviathan, who threw it to Seamus, who was still at midfield waiting. The throw was just strong enough for Seamus to receive it, and he shot towards the Dragons' goal. Malfoy was not far behind alongside the right defender, as the other 2 available players were too far away to assist. Seamus got within scoring distance and stopped to try and make a goal when Malfoy and the defender got between him and the goalie. Seamus grinned and lightly tossed the ball upward before leaning backwards as he brought his feet up and his arms outwards. Malfoy looked confused at this until it finally happened. Seamus rocketed his feet out in a double kick to the ball that was bulleted forward. The ball was moving far too fast, and Malfoy far too slowly, so a loud thud sounded out as the ball impacted his face before ricocheting backwards. Seamus had backflipped into an upright position by this time and moved to reobtain the ball as the defender also scrambled to get it. The defender got his hand on the ball, but Seamus changed to a tackle and slammed into his opponent. Gah! The defender yelled upon impact, but passed through the tackle without losing the ball and immediately threw the ball to the right attacker of the Dragons. The crowd was watching this match at the edge of their seats as the ball got passed around, and there were a few near misses when someone went to score. The final result of the first quarter was the Leviathans leading at 3 points to the Dragons 2. The second quarter was also the final, as the Dragons managed to eke out a close victory at the last moment of the quarter, with the final scores being 8-7. Once the match was over, the two teams shook hands to show that there was no hard feelings and swam to the bottom of the field and then out of it. As the players and Nick left the field, it was time for the most irritating part of any sport, dealing with the crowd. Mr. Ravenclaw, a word please. Captain Malfoy, a quick interview. Shouts of this sort filled the air as the journalists all scrambled to get a scoop. Those not aware of the heartless nature of the press from the teams fell prey to the reporters, but both Malfoy and Nick knew better than to stop to talk with any of them. Chapter 447. To be more specific, they both knew that the trick to dealing with the press was to get them in a controlled environment. Once the reporters were in an environment that was controlled, they had to maintain a certain level of civility, unlike when they were out in the open, in a large crowd, and could overwhelm someone with questions. Malfoy was definitely not going to miss this chance to raise his own prestige by using the media to his advantage like his father had taught him. Nick, on the other hand, would prefer to not deal with the reporters at all, but he needed to as the creator of this new and clearly well-received sport. The reporters also knew this, which is why they weren't bothered by him, ignoring them while they had the advantage. It helped that interviewing him was not high on the list of priorities at the moment, what with the match needing to be reported first. The visitor that Nick was most interested in meeting was none other than Ludovic Bagman, the head of the games department at the Ministry. Bagman was a gambling addict and was almost constantly in debt as a result, which made him easy to manipulate if the correct means was used. As the head of the games department, Bagman actually had quite a heavy amount of power when it came to matters involving sports in the British community. If he wanted to, he could ban blitzball in the Isles entirely since it wasn't large enough yet to cause him problems for doing it. Nick doubted the man would do something like that, though, considering the sheer pressure Fudge would put on him for such an action. Without a single doubt in his mind, Nick knew for a fact that Fudge was definitely thinking about the sheer profit this new sport would bring to the British Isles. How could he not, when the other ministries would get word of this new sport, and all come scrambling to him to get a slice of this new and tasty pie? Nick wasn't wrong either, as over the next month, the magical community was going ballistic over the new sport. Petitions to have the sport introduced to these other countries flooded the various ministries. Fudge and Bagman, of course, came calling at about the middle of the month, along with about 12 different reporters from different news agencies, to discuss the future of blitzball. With how often you seem to have these little meetings with me, I am tempted to have a minister of magic seats specially made for you here. Nick joked with Fudge as the man entered the workshop. It can't be helped, I am afraid. You keep doing things that require my presence here, Fudge said, exasperated. Nick was aware that this exasperation was less because he was tired of dealing with the consequences of Nick's actions, but because Nick was rapidly turning into another hegemonic entity, like Dumbledore in the British Isles, which made him feel threatened. The problem was that Nick wasn't involved in the political scene, despite his growing power there, and Fudge refused to make a move that would potentially cause Nick to utilize that power against him. It was a classic rock and hard place type scenario, as on one hand, Fudge wanted to curb Nick's rise to power, but on the other, he might accelerate it instead if he moved against him. Nick was aware of this problem that Fudge was having, but had only disregard for the man's foolish thoughts. Nick could care less about the petty politics of the world at this moment, when in a few years the whole world is going to be operating on a totally different form of governance. Whether it was Zeus or himself in the end, one of them will end up taking the crown on the entire world in some way or another. Let's get straight to the heart of the matter, shall we? Blitzball. I have it, and the whole world wants it, Nick said casually. The reporters were writing furiously in their notebooks, while Fudge and Bagman both sighed when they realized that this wasn't going to be easy. Nick had the absolute upper hand in this conversation, since he and he alone knew the true details of the game's mechanics. I won't lie and say that isn't true, as the various ministries all over the globe have indeed requested access to the game. Mr. Bagman and myself are here to try and convince you to turn over the game to the ministry so that we can handle it on a wide scale, Fudge said honestly. And what do you have to offer for such a thing? And don't try to say glory and gratitude, because I already have plenty of that, Nick asked calmly. Chapter 448. That was the crux of the issue. The true reason why Fudge and Bagman were here, and they knew it. This wasn't the sort of case where they can hand over some sort of small thing and rake in the profits for themselves. Nick was far too smart to accept something like that. He hadn't made some new potion that could be copied with enough effort, but a genuine sport which can't be replicated without him willingly giving up. It is secrets or years, maybe even decades of money-draining experimentation. Fudge and Bagman both grimaced when Nick posed this question as it directly poked them where it hurt. The wallet. I may be able to get you a first-class order of Merlin and an exemption from the laws you are breaking on that island of yours, Fudge said with a frown. But Nick was not moved at all. I want a week of unrestricted access in the archives and 10% of all profits from the Blitzball games in the future for as long as I live on top of that, he said calmly. What archives? Fudge asked with a frown, as that was the only part he wasn't expecting. The profits he had expected to be demanded, and he was even pleasantly surprised at how low the amount Nick wanted was, but he had no clue what archives Nick was referring to. The archives of knowledge belonging to the Department of Mysteries, of course. I am surprised. You weren't aware of it since I was even able to find records of them in the school library, Nick said with a mocking smile. A nifty little fact about the Department of Mysteries was that as time went on, they started to slowly hide certain locations and activities from the rest of the ministry. The Lost Archive, the Archive of Knowledge, the testing facilities, and even the training grounds were all deeply hidden from everyone not a part of them in the ministry. Fudge was turning red from rage as he realized what Nick was all but pointing out. He was not aware of everything in the ministry that he was in charge of. Bagman seemed oblivious to this, and chose to try to negotiate Nick down from his price. 10% of everything is far too much. What about 2% annually? He said like he was being generous. 5% of everything for as long as I live and a month unrestricted access to the archive. Nick countered calmly. He halved his profits, but quadrupled his time in the archives. Something seems off about this. Fudge thought with narrowed eyes, but he was too much of a fool to understand Nick's motives. He didn't care about the profits at all. No, what Nick wanted was access to the vast collection of knowledge that the Department of Mysteries was hoarding. The Department of Mysteries had been collecting ancient tomes and research since the founding of the ministry so very long ago, and likely had information that, if released, could push the whole wizarding world forward by centuries. The biggest problem was not Fudge agreeing, however, but the department trying to play tricks by denying Nick access to the true archives, but giving him a small, carefully picked selection. They could also choose to try and directly kill him, but they would be in for a rude awakening if they did. 3% annually is the best we can offer, Bagman said as if he was really struggling to say that. Nick scoffed at the man's shameless act as he knew for sure that the annual profits compared to those from everything would be drastically different, and not in a good way. Not to mention that the British ministry will likely be taking at least 20% of all profit from the sport. As it is, creator Nick would be expected to get a tidy sum of profit off everything as well. Bagman was basically trying to filch what, by all rights, was a very fair amount of profit from Nick. 4% of everything, and 2 months unrestricted access to the archives. Final offer, Nick said firmly, since he had already grown tired of dealing with them. Bagman looked unhappy with this price, but looked at Fudge since technically he had the final say in this matter. Fine, we, the ministry, can accept these terms, Fudge said, clearly unhappy with how this entire conversation went. He looked even worse, however, when he saw Nick take out a sheet of parchment from seemingly thin air that had dense writing on it already. Nick tapped the piece of paper and a few words on it changed before he handed it over. Feel free to read the contract over to make sure the details are correct before you sign it, he said with a smile. Chapter 449. Fudge carefully read through the contract and frowned, as despite being certain that Nick had placed a trap in the thing somewhere he couldn't find one. All the terms were correct, and even the specified punishment was pretty standard issue. Little did he know that there was a trick in the contract, but that the reason he couldn't find one was that it wasn't targeted at himself, but the Department of Mysteries. Nick had placed the words, "the entire collection of," in front of the Archive of Knowledge, which meant that the department could not play the partial collection trick on him. He also specified that any attempts on his or those close to him's life, freedom, mind or soul, to prevent his part of the deal would be seen as a breach of contract by those responsible and thus forfeit their lives to him. This, in turn, was his way of fully tying the department's hands against him in any way. They would have no choice but to give him his part of the deal, even if they wanted nothing more than to prevent that. Fudge saw no traps in this contract, and with some reluctance, signed his name as the Minister of Magic, thus binding the entire ministry to it as well, including the Department of Mysteries. After Nick also signed the contract, the parchment flew into the air and duplicated itself so that both sides of the deal had a copy. Nick then took out a folded sheet of parchment from the realm and handed it over with a smile. This sheet of parchment has everything you need to replicate the entirety of the sport other than the players themselves as promised. It was a pleasure doing business with you, Nick said, with a chuckle at Fudge's sour expression. The reporters had recorded every part of that interaction, and were all dying to publish it to let the world know that Blitzball would soon be made a global wizarding sport like Quidditch. The more astute of them had also noticed a conspiracy that Nick had all but revealed about the Department of Mysteries. It would take a bit of research, but a few of them would eventually discover what it was before vanishing mysteriously when they tried to share it. None of this concerned Nick, though, as he had gotten what he wanted from this event, and was looking forward to the juicy secret knowledge that would soon be his. Pav Gareth Greengrass said, head of the Department of Mysteries. I had not been having a great day after Minister Fudge returned from discussing the terms of the new sports release to the ministry with it, is creator. First was that the centuries of work that my department had done to hide certain things from the rest of the ministry had been undone by the brat in one foul swoop. To top it off, there wasn't a damn thing I could do to stop it since it had already happened, and the brat had placed a heavy trap in the contract for us. We simply couldn't make a move on the brat or anyone close to him in any meaningful way due to the contract. This included using the power of time to travel back to before the contract was signed, since this would count as a breach of the contract in the present, and thus kill the person making the attempt. He got us good this time, I thought with more than a little irritation, while dealing with the furious yelling of Fudge. The funny part of this situation was that we were actually thinking about recruiting the brat after he graduated, as he had shown his brilliance and curiosity towards magic that were high-value traits for this department. Now, though, we had this potentially horrible situation on our hands, in which the vast library of knowledge we had accumulated gets used by a non-member. For each member of the department, there was a special contract binding them that kept them from leaking department secrets that weren't public in some form. But for the brat, he had no such contract, and thus was free to share anything he found in the archives. Did the boy say when he would be coming to visit the archives? I asked Fudge after he calmed down enough to answer without yelling profanities at me. No, he didn't say exactly when he would be visiting this archive of yours, Fudge said spitefully. That wasn't good news at all, since it meant that the brat could in theory just never claim his full 2 months in the archive, and thus leave him untouchable to us. I could only pray that the brat proved incapable of understanding the ancient lost language texts in the archive that we haven't translated yet. Chapter 450. Nick was aware that the longer he took to claim his reward, the more nervous it would make the people from the Department of Mysteries, but he didn't care. Before he even thought about going through that vast collection of knowledge, he wanted to digest Slytherin's library first. Nick couldn't really explain it, but he had this feeling that doing so as soon as possible was what he needed. This meant that every second he wasn't in class, or rapidly churning out rings of protection, he was in the Chamber of Secrets reading through the library. Flitwick also managed to discover an oddity about the first-year boy that he revealed to Nick. Mr. Burnham always overcharges his spells. At first, I believed it to be from his lack of experience with magic, but after so many classes I can honestly say this is not the case. If it is not too much trouble, can I ask what it was that you noticed about him that was different? The small professor asked curiously. As should be obvious by this point, I am rather sensitive to magical energies, and during the sorting ceremony I noticed that his was different than normal. Nick said honestly. In what way? Flitwick asked curiously. Do you know why vampires are unable to cast spells like a normal wizard? Nick answered with another question. The half-goblin fell into thought at that, but shook his head when he came up with the idea that the child was a vampire. Jonathan Burnham had none of the signs of being a vampire, so that idea was immediately discarded. But beyond those, Flitwick simply didn't know much about vampirism, and could only tell Nick that he wasn't aware of why they couldn't use normal magic. Then are you aware of the magical core that every magical being has and how it works? Nick asked calmly. I understand the basics, but I am no expert on the subject. How does it relate to vampires, though? Flitwick asked since he couldn't see the issue. Nick didn't blame him, since as far as he knew, magical circuits were a closely guarded secret by those aware of them and their importance in wizards. The magical core in a wizard uses a special set of pathways in the body in order to allow us to use magic as we do. For vampires, their magical cores instead send all of their magic into their blood, thus removing the ability to cast magic as we do. The thing that I noticed immediately from that boy was that his magical core did both simultaneously, which I didn't even think was possible naturally. But it is clear that his body has always been like this to me from how relaxed the flow of magic is. Nick explained seriously, and Flitwick's eyes widened. Does this mean he is a vampire after all? He asked worriedly. Nick shook his head. His magical energy is completely human and has no trace of vampiric influence at all, which was why I was interested about what was so special about him. He says honestly, I see this as indeed a strange case, if nothing else. Perhaps the start of a new magical bloodline ability, Flitwick suggested. But Nick shook his head again. I don't think this is such a fundamental change as to now be a part of his genetic code. If anything, I believe he might have had a slight magical mutation very early in his life, which created this situation over time. Unfortunately for him, this can be considered a blessing and a curse for him, as while his power will likely be astoundingly high as he matures, I believe he may have serious trouble controlling it. Nick said honestly, is there anything we can do to help him control his power? Flitwick asked hopefully. Practice. He needs an intense and regular amount of practice to even start grasping his power. Here this method should work well, Nick said before writing down the thread training that he himself did alongside the spell used normally for it. Flitwick looked at the information with a shocked expression. This might seem easy, but I imagine at a certain point this method will be torturously hard to advance in. The small professor said seriously, it is. I personally can only accurately control 17 threads, and I have been using this method since my first year. Nick agreed. I suppose we can only hope that he can stick to practicing this then. Flitwick said with a sigh. Nick chose to put the matter out of his mind after that, since he was busy with other things, like expanding his own arcane mastery using Slytherin's library. Chapter 451. That is what Nick had been doing for most of the month after the first Blitzball match ended, and he had made several great strides in his digestion of Slytherin's recorded knowledge. The first of them was that he had gained a more pronounced understanding of the ancient spellcasting method that was used at that time. It was similar to how the Celebrimbor style used his will and knowledge to enchant things, except this used those to create a spell from one's wand. His mastery of the Celebrimbor translated over well, but still left several gaps in his use of the spellcasting style that Slytherin's library was patching up nicely. The second great stride he made was learning the rituals that Slytherin himself used during his youth to grow his power as well. Gain a few benefits that Nick thought would be handy. One of the rituals was the ritual of nature that Nick had himself undergone. But there was also another two rituals that Slytherin used that, while not directly growing his power, sped up his magical growth drastically. The first was the ritual of expansion that caused one's magical core to grow smaller but produce more dense mana, despite what the name would have you think. The requirements for this ritual was to sacrifice 4 limbs, a torso, and a head each from different magical beasts. The one casting the ritual also needed to soak the location of their magical core in a special potion for 7 days and 7 nights before undergoing the ritual. The second ritual Nick found was the ritual of clarity that strengthened one's mana circuits, allowing them to endure greater stress without leaking mana. This ritual was thankfully a simple one that involved a few rare plants. But that was it, really beyond the timing that needed a full moon. There were a few other new rituals that Slytherin underwent, but none of them really appealed to Nick beyond those two. The third great stride was the discovery of the potential sealing location for one of the remaining gods. Slytherin had apparently been a part of a group of wizards that joined together to explore ancient tombs or mysterious magical places. The location of the sealed god was in what was known as Snaeland at the time, but was in modern times referred to as Iceland. Slytherin records that the location of the impenetrable magical tomb was located under a large glacier at the southernmost part of the land near a volcano. The tomb had only been discovered originally after a wizard had been searching for a certain magical beast in this area, but was caught in an ambush by an enemy, and the crossfire blasted some ruins into view. The wizard then sought out helpers to explore this new set of ruins after dispatching their enemy. Slytherin later placed concealment wards over the place. Once they failed to get past the horrible magical traps that were made of metal. To Nick, this sounded like the work of the smith god Hephaestus, as neither of the other two sealed gods had any affinity with crafting traps, much less metal from Nick's understanding. Iceland was also isolated enough that Nick could see a scorned individual like Hephaestus holing up there. The possibility of the place not being a sealed god's location, but a genuine tomb for a very powerful wizard was also equally possible. But something told Nick he needed to visit the place to know for sure. Looks like I need to plan a trip to Iceland, he thought with a sigh. Besides all that, though, Nick was mostly absorbing the various theories and rules that Slytherin recorded in his library for the various different fields of magic he knew. The greatest of which was Slytherin's studies on healing magic, that while dark in some parts were comprehensive if nothing else, the man was thorough in his experiments on captured foes or muggles that stumbled across him, and had detailed notes on what did what to who and why it did that. Nick absorbed this information like a sponge, and was confident that he would be able to put many Meet-a-Witches to shame by the time he fully absorbed Slytherin's knowledge. By the start of December, Nick was practically a different person from how much progress he made into the library, and it showed. He felt older to those around him, like he had seen ages come and go. There was nothing for it, unfortunately, as when you read someone's entire life, including their inner thoughts on a subject, their personality will inevitably rub off on you to a degree. Slytherin was a calculative and callous person that was a firm believer of the ends justifying the means, and a small part of that had been taken into Nick's own personality. Chapter 452. This change hadn't gone unnoticed by his friends, and Ron was the first to confront him on it. "Is everything all right, Nick? You've been a bit odd of late." The redhead asked in the workshop on the 1st of December. "Yeah, everything's fine. My schedule is just getting to me, I suppose," Nick said with a sigh. "Don't you only have class 2 days a week, though?" Tracy asked, confused. "Not that schedule. The one I set for myself when I am not in class or here making rings of protection," Nick specified. "Sounds like you need to take a break from whatever part of this schedule of yours that has you acting uncomfortably similar to Snape," Daphne said seriously, and everyone nodded. Nick didn't argue, since if it was that bad, he probably should take a break from Slytherin's library for a while. "Maybe I should hold another match?" Nick suggested, and everyone perked up. "Oh yeah, you wouldn't believe how many people ask the rest of us when you would be holding another one of those," Tracy complained. "I assumed that the teams would have scheduled one by now, since that is how it works if there isn't a tournament." Nick said with a shrug. "You never said that," everyone yelled at the same time. Nick shook his head. "No, it is on the rules I wrote, see," he said, while pulling out the rules handbook that had been published by the ministry. Flipping through it to the last page, Nick pointed at the rule he was talking about. "All non-tournament matches are to be decided upon by the teams participating beforehand, Dean." "Why in Merlin's name is that the last rule?" Tracy exclaimed in frustration. Nick shrugged. "I wrote the rules assuming that they would all get read, so it is not my fault nobody did," he said with a chuckle. His friends all left after that to spread the word on this rule that had been overlooked this entire time through the school. Nick found it a bit funny how much of an uproar this created, as everyone who had been hoping for a new match to watch confronted the teams themselves over it. The team captains all looked like they ate lemons with the sour expressions they had. The best part is that they had no one to blame but themselves for not paying attention to that rule. So it was that a new match was finally announced between the Mermen and the Krakens for the upcoming Saturday. The funny thing was that only the students and those who hadn't read the entirety of the rules didn't know about the scheduling rule. The rest of the world that had started training teams and assembling the fields using Nick's blueprints was actually aware of this rule and using it to thoroughly prepare for the first official international tournament in the future. Nobody knew exactly when it was going to be held, but there were rumors that the International Quidditch Tournament was going to be held with it as well. Nick relaxed during the week when he wasn't making rings or in class, by hanging out with his friends and slowly digesting the information within the Daedric Realm book he had. Hermione kept bothering him about it when she caught a glimpse of the dense scrawl in the book. Stuff about how he should stop reading something written in demonic lettering and hypocritically curious what it was about. It was funny to everyone how her two sides clashed so heavily with this topic, as she wanted him to be safe, but at the same time her inner knowledge hound wanted to know what information was held within. Obviously, Nick didn't tell her what the book was about since, for one, it was so over her head that it wasn't even possible for her to understand. Second, he was planning to use the nigh immortality of binding himself to the realm as his ace in the hole for the future. After all, he doubted that anyone, even Zeus, would expect someone they killed to suddenly come out of nowhere in a surprise attack. Unlike Hades, Zeus had no known connection to souls, so he probably wouldn't even notice it if he destroyed Nick's body, but the soul slipped away safely. Nick had thought of trying to grant his friends immortality or at the least agelessness, but figured he should wait until after he dealt with Zeus for that sort of thing. In an excellent piece of news, there was a thunderstorm predicted to come in a few days, and Nick was ready to take the step forward into becoming an animagus. Chapter 453. Nick was confident that he would finish the ritual without any trouble thanks to his preparations. Still, he wanted to be in his best condition for the day he started the transformation, and thus didn't do anything that taxed him in any way. He simply spent the next 3 days hanging out with his friends and helping them with their homework and personal projects. Ron, for example, was experimenting with cores to see if he could find another supreme core besides those that Ollivander has listed. Nick doubted that this would turn up anything, considering that Ollivander definitely conducted similar experiments before. Tracy was focusing on fully mastering the basics of metalwork, while Daphne and Hermione were starting to experiment with creating runic lines without help. Nick had to point out the few horrible mistakes they made a few times, but overall it was fairly good work. Harry and Luna were instead focused on personalizing their combat styles. This was more complex than it sounded, as while using the generally taught form of magical combat could take one far, it was a fact that the real powerhouse fighters like Dumbledore and Grindelwald had their own styles. The reason for this was that people were each different than each other, and thus, even if it was small, the style used should change to fit the one using it. For Harry, this showed up in the form of focused attacks, but loose wand movement. For Luna, it was a sort of organized chaos with a vast mix of wand movements and body positions. Out of the two, Luna's developing style was by far the hardest to come against. It was a bit like trying to fight the currents of an ocean, or the movement of the wind. Sure, you could shift it but never stop it entirely, as both of those things were fluid and ever adapting to whatever was placed before them. It was actually quite impressive, as Luna went from being almost on par with Harry to suppressing him 6 times out of 10, and that number was only growing as she further refined her style. Soon enough, though, the day finally came, and as promised, lightning flashed across the sky from the storm. Nick retrieved the potion that had turned a strange, mushy purple, and ignoring the disgusting contents, downed it. Immediately, he felt an intense heat rise from his stomach and spread throughout his body as if it was traveling through his veins. Badum! The sound of a heartbeat rang out from Nick's body, and while most would assume it came from his heart, he knew for certain that it wasn't the case. No, the sound came from his magical core, and then once again it appeared, badum! Badum! The sound grew more and more frequent as the heat spread throughout his body until it seemed to echo from how often it appeared. Once the heat fully spread through Nick's body, the real changes started to happen. The familiar phenomena that he had incorporated into the ritual arrived as pain racked his body and soul. His skin grew thicker, and the fine hairs all over his body grew into feathers. His fingers fused together, and his arms elongated, while the bones became lighter but stronger throughout his body. His teeth grew outwards alongside his jaws before fusing together into a sharp beak. Nick's feet hardened, and his big toe and pinky toes fused with the toes next to them, while the middle toe grew wider and longer. The final large change was that Nick's entire body began to swell in size, while the proportions shifted into their new form. The transformation took nearly an entire hour, and when it finally ended, a 7-foot-tall bird with silver gray and golden feathers with black patterns and 2 sets of wings and long tail feathers stood within the room. "Ha, Zir!" the bird cried out. and the storm raging outside froze, as if by command for the briefest moment. In the workshop, Dusk cried out as well, while in Dumbledore's office Fawkes did the same. So he succeeded then. I can't wait to see what form he took, the old wizard said with a small smile. Nick, meanwhile, calmed himself down after that instinctual cry of joy at his finished transformation. It is odd how natural this feels. It is like I have always known how to walk with talons and fly with 4 wings. Nick, though, as he felt out his new form's movements, let's give that a go to see if my theory on where Nazgul got it from is correct. He thought before there was a bright flash of electric energy, and he was gone. Almost at the same time, there was another bright flash of electric energy at the Blitzball field ring as he manifested there. Chapter 454. Oh, that is disorienting as all hell. Nick thought as his mind registered the complete shift in environment. The snow falling from the sky melted on contact with his feathers as his body actively radiated a great deal of heat on it his own. Nick noticed this, but thought it made sense if he was what he thought he was. So, I was right, and Nazgul did get the elemental teleportation from the celestial bird part of me, he thought before mentally grinning as he spread his wings and flapped them hard. Whoosh! A powerful gust of wind was created, pushing the falling snow aside from the power of this movement. Nick shot into the air as he flapped his wings and couldn't help but be happy to fly without any outside assistance. It was hard to describe really, as it was like a weight had been lifted from him, and he suddenly felt light enough to touch the clouds above. Hats! He cried out as he poured on more and more speed. To his surprise, fire and lightning rose from his body as he pushed his speed to the limit before he felt something shatter, and he watched the surroundings blur. Did I just break the sound barrier? He thought in amazement, as he barely felt any resistance from the air at all, despite reaching such a speed. He could still make out the surroundings as he passed by, but he couldn't focus on anything for more than a moment before it was already behind him. I shouldn't get too far from the school since I still need to turn back to normal, he thought as he banked sharply and unnaturally fast, thanks to his second set of wings. Thanks to the storm, it was quite dim outside the castle, so when Nick re-entered it, his proximity, he drew a lot of attention. It would be rather difficult to ignore a brightly lit giant avian creature, flying stupidly fast outside the windows after all. Nick slowed down, which also caused the flames and lightning covering him to retreat within his body, as he saw Dumbledore watching him from the astronomy tower. Landing gracefully on the unoccupied spot on the tower, Nick looked down at the headmaster smugly. I admit that it really is an extraordinary form that well suits you, but remember that there is a reason wizards are considered superior. Dumbledore said sternly. Nick's form rippled, and he returned to his normal state with a small difference in that his nails remained hard and dark in color. Way to kill the mood, and here I was enjoying myself. Nick complained before they chuckling. Out of curiosity, how'd you know to wait for me here? He then asked confused. Fawkes was quite vocal in celebrating your success, which told me all I needed to know. Dumbledore said honestly, species resonance, huh? Nifty. Nick said, surprised to a degree. But after thinking about it, it made sense. Immortal birds were all highly independent, so it makes sense that they could feel the proximity of other members of their races. Otherwise, there would probably be a lot of incidents involving them fighting, considering the global traveling the phoenixes do on the regular. So is this the part where I hand over the modified ritual to you so you can turn into a phoenix? Or, nah? Nick asked casually. What would make you think I want that? Dumbledore asked with a look of interest. Please don't act like not being able to take the form of your Patronus was not the only reason you, a master of transfiguration, haven't undergone the ritual yourself, Nick said with a scoff. Dumbledore chuckled. I cannot deny that, but I am not the sort to take the hard-earned merit of another, he said with a small smile. Oh, believe me, I know, which is why I am waiting for you to make an offer for the knowledge instead, Nick said casually. It seems like you understand me quite well, and yet I find you difficult to fully decipher. Don't misunderstand me. I hold you in high regard for the way you act despite your many talents and power. You are arrogant, true, but compared to how you could be instead, it is far from unacceptable, Dumbledore said bluntly. Nick was taken off guard by this, as like himself, Dumbledore prefers to speak vaguely most of the time. Still, Nick couldn't deny that the old goat was right, however, as while he was quite prideful, he could be so much worse considering his unique situation. Be that as it may, I believe we are getting off topic. The ritual? Nick reminded, and Dumbledore smiled. You'll have to forgive me, I tend to get caught up in my thoughts during a conversation. Yes, I would like to use your ritual, but under the condition it not be made public, he said calmly. Chapter 455. Nick scoffed at that. I can't even reveal my own transformation at the moment. Why would I reveal yours and make people suspicious? Not saying you aren't skilled or anything, but you haven't made any publicly known strides in magic in a long time. And yet you suddenly figured out how to turn into a magical creature via the Animagus ritual. Suspicious as hell, Nick said honestly. I suppose you are right, but it wouldn't be the first time you've used my past to cause me harm. Dumbledore pointed out with a chuckle. Nick winced at that. That might have been a bit far in hindsight, but to be fair, you crossed that line first, he said honestly. I suppose I did, but enough beating the bush, as the Muggles say. We have a trade to make. Dumbledore said, butchering a phrase while he was at it. It is beating around the bushes, and yeah, we should probably get this over with. Remove the age limit for the tournament next year and I'll call it even. Nick said with a shrug. This seemed to catch Dumbledore off guard, as he hadn't expected Nick to even know about the Tree Wizard tournament, much less one of its rules. Ironically, that alone will not allow you to participate in the tournament, as the other two schools participating have insisted that you not be allowed to participate. Dumbledore said honestly. It was Nick's turn to be caught off guard this time, as he wasn't expecting something like this at all. Have they said why they don't want me to participate? He asked curiously. I believe the consensus reached was for the fairness of the other participants, though I imagine it is more likely because they lack confidence of victory should you participate, Dumbledore said honestly. Well, as it would happen, I wasn't planning to participate personally for that exact reason. I am not a fan of bullying after all. No, in fact, I was hoping to have Harry take part instead, Nick explained calmly. Dumbledore looked confused. While he shows a high level of proficiency in dueling, I don't see any indication of him being ready for such a challenging endeavor. The old goat said seriously, do you know what is holding Harry back the most right now in regards to his magical capabilities? Nick asked, and Dumbledore shook his head. It is experience and imagination. Harry's journey as a wizard has been fairly smooth past the first year, and as a result, he lacks the experiences and creativity that would have accelerated his prowess by leagues at this point. He is ahead of most other third-year students, but nowhere near where he would be if he had been given true challenges to overcome. Nick said honestly. This was true too, as by this point in the canon timeline, Harry was already learning the Patronus charm and showing off incredibly amounts of mana for his age. Now, however, Harry was more skilled with what he knew, but lacked the edge he had in the canon timeline. Dumbledore seemed thoughtful after hearing this, and could understand why Nick would think it. Conflict made strong wizards, while peace made weak wizards, that brought conflict in an endless cycle. The key was to have enough conflict for growth, but not enough to spark trouble. You hope that the tournament might help Harry grow further then? An admirable idea, but what of Harry's own wishes in the matter? Perhaps he won't want to participate in the tournament to begin with. What then? Dumbledore asked, and Nick chuckled. Then that will be up to him. I only want to allow him the opportunity to reach his full potential. Whether he takes it or not is entirely up to him, Nick said with a shrug. I see. Very well then, I shall see to it that the age requirement be lowered accordingly. After that, however, it will be up to Harry to enter the tournament or not, Dumbledore said with a smile. Nick casually took out a sheet of parchment and handed it over. Just so you know, I had planned to give you the ritual regardless of what I got out of it, since it will prove useful to me in the future. Nick said before jumping off the tower and turning back to his Animagus form. There was one detail that even Dumbledore may have forgotten to think about if he succeeded in becoming a Phoenix Animagus. He may get the chance to exploit the magic to a degree and undergo nirvana like normal Phoenixes do, which will return him to his prime without lowering his power at all. Nick, however, knew that he didn't have this option since his very being will be tied to his realm instead. So he will be reconstituted from scratch, while Dumbledore will have to go through the youth stage again. Chapter 456. This entire time since the creature escaped from it is prison it had been moving slowly through the sea as it hunted down the magical beasts that dwelled within. All magic was it as food, and nothing was an exception, so it was only after it stopped finding prey that its hunger finally led it to the northeastern shores of the British Isles. There it came across. It is first wizard after it left the prison that it devoured with relish. This was merely the first of many, however, as it was soon discovered by the Ministry, and by extension Dumbledore. Stopping it, however, proved impossible, as even transfigurations that reshaped the ground it stood upon lost their magic and reverted to their original states. Nick learned of this when he and the powerful staff of Hogwarts was summoned to Dumbledore's office after the man had managed to send the creature to the Northern Arctic Circle at the cost of most of his mana. The creature is as we feared and unable to be contained by magic. I tried everything I could, but I was only barely able to catch it off guard enough to banish it to the Arctic glaciers. But it is already on. It is way back. With a grudge this time, it seems, the old man said with a tired look on his face. My hands are also tied in this matter, as without causing a serious commotion, I have no way of taking care of the thing. In theory, it would be possible to use Muggle science to trap the creature, but they lack the level in it to make that possible. Nick said helplessly. Why did you want a Muggle weapon then? Dumbledore asked, confused. That was because it burns through it as magic each time it stops a non-magical attack, so it might be possible to force it to starve itself to death if it is hit with enough. Nick said honestly. Would that not put the one using the Muggle weaponry in grave danger as the creature grew desperate? Snape asked with a heavy frown. That is where I am stuck. Unfortunately, as to nullify the danger, I would need a way trap the creature, and as Dumbledore will attest, that is not possible magically speaking. Using Muggle means also won't work, as the thing will barely be slowed down with the current level of technology available. Nick explained, and everyone frowned. Albus, you said you managed to banish to the Arctic, but if it devours magic, how did you accomplish this? McGonagall asked, clearly having an idea. This creature has a maximum range that it can devour magic within. I used this to send a certain area of space to the Arctic that included the creature's location without directly using magic within it is field. Hold on, you said. It has a range, Nick said with his eyes lighting up. That is correct. What have you figured out? Dumbledore asked, hopeful. I may or may not be able to erase an area of existence if I can trap the creature in an area with looping space that should kill it. But it is a gamble, a large one at that. The enchantment, if you want to call it that, is highly volatile. So if even the tiniest speck of magic touches the ring, it could go off and take whoever was holding it with it alongside 20 feet of existence. Nick said seriously, as everyone in the room looked horrified. Why would you create such a thing? Flitwick asked in confusion, after getting past the horror that is an existence-erasing item. It was a failure I created in my first year at school that I never had the suicidal inclination to recreate. You need to understand that while I had the theoretical limits for the enchantment method, I use it was just that, theory. So I could only determine fact from fiction via experiments. That one just ended poorly. Nick explained honestly, if possible, I think it best if we avoid resorting to such dangerous actions. However, the idea for a looping space might work to keep the creature contained until we can safely destroy it. I will seek aid from my old friend Nico in setting such a thing up. Dumbledore said seriously, I also like not being erased, so you have no arguments from me, though. I have a large stockpile of star metal that might help if you require it. Nick offered, since if it meant that Abomination's eventual destruction, he was all for generously donating to the cause. That will be most appreciated since the metal will make the work much easier, Dumbledore said with a smile. With that settled, I have a gift for you all, since I won't be participating in the standard Christmas gift giving this year, Nick said as he took out several small vials with a small stone in each. Chapter 457. These stones were barely the size of a pebble, but seemed to glow with an eerie pale light. These small stones are the congealed magical energy taken from a certain star that shines from the sky at night. What they can do, though, is the really interesting part, however, as each one of these things can be used to empower the effects of a single piece of magic, be it potion, spell, enchantment, or alchemy permanently. The catch, however, is that the stone is gone after a single use, and getting more is a pain in the neck like you wouldn't believe, Nick said with a smirk. How difficult could it be if it is from a star that shines every night? Lupin asked, confused. So as is common knowledge, the world spins on its axis and rotates around the sun. But relatively speaking, the stars don't move from their positions with the Earth in this orbit, and some actually only shine dimly, if at all, during very specific times of the year. These stones come from one such star, and thus are a huge pain to get. This is obviously not my entire stock of the stuff, but very precious nonetheless, Nick explained honestly. Nick had been lucky enough to find this star when he was experimenting with the Twilight method, but to his dismay, the star in question only popped up in the sky for a week every year. I think I know the perfect thing to use this for. Thank you, Dumbledore said, as he gazed at his own stone in fascination. The rest of the professors also expressed their thanks at the gift, which, while simple and the same for each of them, was also in a way personalized. The light material itself was unique as far as Nick could tell, as it held no magic itself and had no forms it preferred, but could empower any magic it was used with greatly. Nick himself had been tempted to use it on his realm, but he found out the hard way that it would have very little effect due to the nature of the realm. It had stopped being a simple enchantment after experiencing so much growth since its first creation, and was now a sort of pocket reality or plane of existence. Besides that, though Nick didn't find any of his usual works worthy of the material, as far as he was concerned, nothing below mythical grade was, and he didn't have any others at the moment. His wand was also not magical by itself, but a focus for his magic that in a way siphoned off his own magic to function. Not enough to matter, but the point stood. Perhaps I should think up a new mythical ring, but what? Nick thought offhandedly as he left the office. With the abomination needing to cross the ocean again, they had a bit more time to prepare so Nick wasn't stressed about it. Plus, if the whole space looping thing worked out, then the abomination should starve to death even without their assistance if given enough time. Even if it didn't work so well, Nick still had options to get rid of it if he threw caution to the wind. The one he mentioned was one of them, but he could always stuff the abomination with enough magic for it to detonate in a grand explosion that will probably cause international issues between the Muggles. That doesn't even begin to cover the effects that such a vast amount of magic being unleashed in an area would do to it. Not even Nick knew the answer to that question, as there was no recorded instance of such a thing happening that he knew of. Still, once he got back to the workshop, Nick meditated while pondering a mythical item to create. I wonder if that would even work? He thought, as he had an idea. Standing up, he grabbed an ingot of mithril and turned on the furnace and waited for it to warm up before switching the flame to purgatory flames and tossing the mithril in. Once the ingot was melted into an eerie white puddle, Nick transferred it to a wide flat mold so that he could let it cool into a thin sheet of metal. Are you sure you want to do this? It may have far-reaching complications if you do, Celebrimbor asked worriedly. Nick nodded. If it works, it might give me another ace up my sleeve. Nick said honestly. That is if it works at all. You might instead only create a cruel item of the darkest sort, Celebrimbor warned seriously. It is a gamble, but one with a very high payout if it works as intended. Nick said with a smirk. Chapter 458. It was a strange idea that Nick had out of nowhere, but as he said would be of great help to him if he could succeed. The idea was simple, really. An enchanted item with the ability to extract souls from a living body and let him use them as raw material or fuel for his creations. Celebrimbor was also correct that if it didn't come out correctly, then it would indeed be a tool of the darkest sort. This wasn't a situation like how Nazgul was created on accident, and thus was neutral in nature, despite its original abilities. No, Nick was purposefully trying to create a thing capable of literally tearing out souls, and then allowing him to use them for his own means, which was inherently selfish, and thus leaning towards darkness. If it goes badly, however, the resulting creation will have an insatiable hunger for souls and be a huge threat that will need to be destroyed. It was a risk, to be sure, but Nick was hopeful that it would work out. Once the metal sheet hardened, Nick went to work measuring and marking it for each of the individual pieces that needed to be made. 3 pieces for each finger, and 2 for the thumb. A large piece for the knuckles, and another for the back of the palm. Once they were measured, Nick got to work cutting the pieces out, using a careful application of the severing charm that left him with a slight excess on the pieces. But he could always remove it later. But he couldn't add more, tossing the pieces into the furnace to heat up again. Nick waited for them to become malleable before removing them and carefully using his hammer to shape the pieces to fit around his hand using a transfigured metal version of his hand. Once the pieces were roughly fit, he started to file off the excess metal and sand the sharp edges. After that was done, he put it all back in the furnace to reheat before punching holes through certain locations so he could rivet the pieces together in an articulated fashion. For the rivets, he remelted the excess metal and created thin pins that he flattened on one end before using his hammer to flatten the other after it had passed through the holes he punched previously. The exception to this was the 2 holes he punched on either side of the bottom of the palm piece that he riveted through a dragonhide glove, completing the form of the item. A gauntlet. Now for the risky part. Nick thought and started to channel his spiritual energy. He used everything about souls, as well as his understanding of Nazgul's ability to create this, along with the Elvish words. Fia Spirit, Map Grasps, Wanwa Taken, Yatuses, and Karma Creation to enchant the item with a stern expression. The final result was better than he had hoped, but not exactly as he envisioned. Gauntlet, Unmomam, Underworlds, Grasps Grade, Mythical Abilities, Autosizing, Soul Plunder, Soul Solidification, Soul Manipulation, Ethereal, Boundnick, Growth Mythical Ability, Truest Self. Grants the one it is bound to an instinctual understanding of a soul's true form. Description: a powerful artifact that grants allows the use of souls in enchantments and creation. System: appraisal: a complex artifact with the power to wield the soul as a tool, and will carve it his name in myth, created by an established ring smith. Holy shit! Nick exclaimed with a dumbfounded look as he read the system's appraisal of the thing he created. It was as if his idea had been done in a different way than he had thought it would. Not that he was complaining. This was definitely more useful than how he had envisioned it, as knowing the true shape of a soul allowed Nick to not only find the perfect use for them, but also deepen his understanding of them. He had to ponder over why it ended up like this, however, as he couldn't figure it out off the top of his head, and needed a few moments to find the crux of the change. Nick figured out that the reason it turned out like this was because he had carelessly added his knowledge of souls without restraint, including what he learnt from the Daedric book. Daedra were the embodiment of rebirth, and so even that small piece of knowledge that he had was overwhelmingly close to the true understanding of the subject compared to the more mundane knowledge on souls he had. Oh, the things I can do with this, Nick thought, with a wide grin as he stared at the ghostly gauntlet on his anvil. Chapter 459. Nick put the gauntlet in his realm before leaving the workshop to go find a few lesser creatures like rats and beetles to use as test subjects. He obviously wasn't going to walk around with something like that in the open, as literally everyone will be able to see it and get curious. The professors would definitely notice that something was wrong with it almost immediately. It would only take a small leap in logic to figure out that he was doing something related to souls, which was an almost taboo subject to study. It wasn't illegal so long as one avoided human experimentation. But that didn't mean it didn't have a heavy aversion attached to it. So rather than deal with that, Nick simply chose to secretively collect a few creatures no one would miss and use their souls as the basis for his experiments. There was one thing that Nick knew already thanks to Nazgul, which was that not all souls were the same. For example, the souls of animals without intelligence, such as rats and beetles, were pure and white as they cannot do dark arts if they can't know what that is. Intelligent souls, like those of the Acromantula, were silver, white, and Enor some other shade of color based on their innate traits and whether they did dark arts. Acromantula souls, by their man-monstrous nature, were silver and purple, for example. Nick wasn't going to capture an Acromantula quite yet, though, as he wanted to get a real feel for handling the gauntlets. It wasn't particularly hard to collect a dozen or so rats, since he merely needed to find a warm, semi-isolated spot in the castle and force them out of their burrows. Generations of rats had lived and bred in Hogwarts, so the had in a small way evolved to the climate of the school, and thus had habits that he could exploit. Beetles were just as easy to find as the hardy creatures dug under stones into the earth when winter came to stay warm. Nick simply flipped a few rocks and got to collecting. Nobody found it odd that he was doing this either, as so many things called for beetle eyes that shops sold them by the scoopfuladen. That is an actually canon thing. As for the rats, he captured that too, was a regular occurrence for students in the higher years, as they needed test subjects for various magical things. Nick brought the creatures into the realm and slipped on the gauntlet smoothly as it clung to his hand snugly. Let's start with a beetle, he thought. As he plucked out one of the small insects with his uncovered left hand, carefully, he pinched the tips of his fingers on his right hand around the beetle, and to his surprise, the gauntlet sank into the beetle's body like it wasn't there. It stopped once. Nick felt a sudden spike of feelings was the best way to describe it. It was as though he was seeing something without using his eyes and roughly the shape of a beetle in between his fingers without actually seeing it. It was a disorienting experience, to say the least. And it was only after he lifted his and extracted the soul from the beetle that he could actually see the soul. It was a bright white mass of shapeless energy, despite what his new sense was telling him. Checking the beetle, Nick found that the body was still very much alive, if motionless, and he wondered if putting the soul back would make it as if nothing had happened. So that was what he did. And as he had thought, the beetle continued doing what it was before he extracted. This was interesting, as Nick wondered what would happen if he took out the soul and then killed the body before trying to put the soul back. He thus repeated the test, except this time he used a tiny amount of electricity to stop its body's heart. He waited a few moments before trying to place the soul back into the body, but this time there was a different reaction. The beetle's body twitched horribly for a few minutes before the corpse exploded, and he assumed the soul dissipated. A dead body can't hold a soul, then. How do Inferi work? Nick pondered with a frown. Inferi were supposedly created by trapping a soul in its dead body that was then forced to serve the one who killed them. Either this wasn't actually how that worked, or there was something about the process that was different than what he just tried. Noting this disparity, Nick banished the exploded remains of the beetle and grabbed another. Chapter 460. This time, Nick took the soul from the body and killed the body before immediately stuffing the soul back into the body rather than letting the death set in first. Unlike the first time, the beetle didn't twitch or anything after the soul was replaced, and even went about what it was doing previous until his body lost all energy, and the death state it was in caught up to and dispersed the soul. So a fresh corpse will still function for a while before the dead state of it forces the soul occupying it to disperse, he thought, intrigued. Next, he grabbed a rat and redid the previous 3 experiments with similar results, if more dramatic and drawn out since this soul and body was larger and stronger. Now to see what would happen if I swapped the souls of a rat and a beetle, Nick thought as he retrieved new test subjects. First, he retrieved the beetle's souls, since that was the easiest, and then he took out the rat soul while leaving the beetle's soul in the living rat body. Immediately, the rat body started to violently change as the fur all fell off, and the skin grew dark and hard, while the rest of the body took on beetle-like properties. Nick didn't waste any time stuffing the rat soul into the beetle's body as well after seeing this result, and watched as both bodies violently mutated and shifted in size and appearance. After 15 minutes, both bodies looked nothing like their original forms. The rat body was now half the size and had thick, hard carapaced skin, while a third pair of legs had grown out while the eyes had divided into 2 for a total of 4 eyes on either side of his head. It was a monstrous thing that looked like it fit in the magical world perfectly. The beetle body, on the other, had died from the drastic shift in anatomy that clashed with the pre-existing stuff. Was it because there was not enough biomass for the transformation to finish? Or was the soul too different from the body for the changes to finish to begin with? He pondered as he dissected the body to find the anatomy mostly hollow, which he figured was the cause of death. The rat body, on the other hand, was slow-moving, and for lack of a better word, retarded. The beetle soul is clearly unable to handle the strain of piloting a larger, more complex body. In fact, I believe that this rat body is pushing the limits of its ability to adapt. Nick noted seriously. Nick then grabbed another rat and beetle before extracting the beetle's soul and placing it in the rat's body without removing the rat's soul so he could observe what would happen. The body thrashed and made ungodly sounds for a good 30 minutes before it stabilized and began to mutate like the previous experiment. This time, however, the changes were much less drastic, and the body remained mostly rat-like, and even gained some size in addition to its new armored body. So the rat soul devoured the beetle soul and took on some of the latter's properties, causing the body to change into an overall more powerful creature to match the newly empowered soul. Nick noted, and then had an idea. He then extracted the new soul that was no longer rat or beetle, and then stuffed it in the struggling body of the first experiment. The body also thrashed about violently for some time as the 2 souls battled to devour the other, and once that was finished, the body began to mutate again. the imperfect rat-beetle fusion, that it was previously began to shift into a new, more powerful form that discarded the unneeded traits and added the more advantageous ones. The resulting abomination was a fierce-looking creature the regular size of a rat, with thick black armored skin and streamlined body, with a terrifying-looking head of split jaws, like a beetle with a rat's teeth. The more powerful rat soul has grown drastically after devouring the two beetle souls, but is showing signs of instability. Nick noted. Now let's see what happens if I dramatically change the shape of a soul myself, without adding a new soul or having the original devour another soul. Nick thought eagerly as he was learning so much from these experiments. For example, he learned that souls could forcefully fuse if trapped in the same body, as well as that the soul in the body heavily determined the shape of it. For this next experiment, Nick hoped to see if he could modify a soul and then put it back into its original body and get a more powerful version of that creature at no extra cost on his part. Underscore, 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 under score underscore 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 underscore. You would like to support my work? I have a Patreon that is 13 chapters ahead of my free posts and only $5 a month. Patreon.com/PatreonLosgro. Just remove the spaces between the T and R. Chapter 461. The way he intended to do this was a bit special, however, as he wanted to shift the true shape of the soul much like one would edit an image or sentence. Nick wanted to remove the parts that felt redundant and shift that mass to what he saw as improvements. The beetles, for example, lacked magical abilities and were basically at the bottom of the food chain for animals. He wanted to see if it was possible to change that somehow. His first experiment in this regard had him take out the soul of a beetle and then begin to clumsily, he will admit, manipulate the shape of the soul. First, he removed the middle set of legs and used that mass to improve the shape and power of the remaining four slightly. Then he began to narrow the beetle's body shape with it coming out like a needlepoint arrowhead. He then put this newly modified soul back into the body he took it from originally and watched as the body began to change shape. The final result was fatter than he made the soul's shape, but the general form of the beetle remained as he designed. Unfortunately, the bug died shortly afterwards from the organs not being designed for this new body type. I wonder if that is true for the other creature as well, but it isn't showing signs of it because the failures are taking longer to manifest. Nick pondered while looking at the rat-beetle hybrid abomination. The creature didn't seem to be in pain or suffering, and was even wandering about in the isolated area it was in a bored manner. Nick cast a medical spell he learned from Slytherin's library that allowed one to gaze into the internal workings of a body without harming the one it was cast on. It was merely one of the many high-end specialized spells that Nick had learned from absorbing the man's life's worth of knowledge. Slytherin didn't do it by half when writing down his life in the library, and it was almost as if he was personally teaching Nick all that he knew. Mana-wise, Nick was weaker than Snape and most of the professors, but in terms of knowledge, he likely only fell short of Dumbledore in the school. That was after only completing half of Slytherin's library to boot. Nick wasn't sure whether or not Dumbledore had more or less knowledge on magic than Slytherin. What he did know was that after he finished absorbing the contents of the library, he would definitely have the knowledge of a powerful Tier 4 wizard at the least. Anyways, the spell allowed Nick to see that not only was the abomination's organs not slowly failing, they even seemed to be improved instead. What is the difference between the two transformations? Both are clearly unnatural, but one caused the death of the test subject, while the other only made it stronger. Nick pondered seriously. It was a fascinating difference that fueled his curiosity in the subject of souls even further, as it was such a complex and wide topic. Even in the first half of Slytherin's library, Nick had seen only 3 mentions on the topic, and those were merely uses of it the founder had personally seen. Sadly, the medical magics that were in the first half of the library focused exclusively on the mind and body, such as curses, poisons, and mental wounds. Even in the library of Hogwarts, there was a tiny amount of books on souls, and all of them, minus two, were books on dark magic. After pondering it for a moment, Nick developed a theory on why the two different approaches to the same result had different results in the end. Basically, all souls knew what they, and by extension, the body was supposed to be like, and acted on the body to manifest this. By forcefully altering the shape and function of the soul, Nick had introduced imperfections in this knowledge that translated to the body not being able to cope with it, as some parts didn't know they needed to change as well. In the case where one soul devoured the other, however, the entirety of the soul was overhauled and improved, thus meaning there were no imperfections in the design of the knowledge. Nick could only frown at this, though, since if true, it meant that to manually alter a soul, he needed to either change literally every facet of the soul's form himself, which was way more effort than it was worth in the case of simple bugs or rats, or he needed to limit the changes to the soul to less fundamental things, like small upgrades to the legs. Chapter 462. Nick decided to put any further experiments in that particular regard in his long list of things to do later before moving on to his next, and admittedly highly illegal experiment, trying to turn the mundane magical. One of the three pillars of magic was the soul. So Nick was curious if it was possible to add magic to a mundane creature's soul, and then put the soul back into the creature in order to induce a magic-centric mutation in the creature in question. If it worked, then it meant that it may even work on muggles. He doubted it was enough to genuinely create a wizard from a muggle, since they would lack a magical core and circuits, but it might be enough to possibly allow that muggle's offspring to develop them instead. If it worked out, then Nick imagined that it would only take him 4 or 5 generations to transform most of the human race into wizards. Just thinking of all the muggle geniuses that could have revolutionized the wizarding world by this point, if that had been the case 1,000 years back, was enough to make Nick shudder. The method Nick chose to introduce magic to the soul was a simple one, but at the same time dangerous. He summoned a small jar of frost salts from elsewhere in the realm and grabbed a beetle from his dwindling stock, as well as a single grain of frost salt. Using his gauntleted hand to extract the soul of the beetle, Nick used his opposite hand to carefully drop the frost salt grain into the center of the soul. Immediately, the soul started to turn blue and grow in size in his grasp before bursting like an overfilled balloon. The soul showed clear signs of integrations. So why did it explode? Was it too weak to handle it, perhaps? He wondered curiously, before drawing out the soul of the abomination and repeating the experiment, since this time the soul was far stronger than before. Once again, the soul immediately started to turn blue after the grain of frost salt was added to it. And once again, the soul began to swell, only this time it stopped at double its original size and stabilized. Nick frowned, however, when he noticed that a vast majority of the soul remained white, which was the normal color compared to the blue of the magic. He didn't want to risk destroying the soul, though, and didn't try to add more frost salt to it, and instead pushed the soul into the body and waited to see if it would manifest magic. The body came to life after the soul was placed into it, but quickly started to shiver and shake as it breathed out cold mist. Soon enough, the creature died, however, and after dissecting it, he could only declare this experiment a total failure. The soul caused magic to appear in the body. All right, but the problem was that the cold magic had nowhere to actually go, since the body wasn't made for it, and so ended up freezing to death from the inside out. While a strong enough soul can indeed gain magical properties, the body will end up damaged from the rampant magic it produced inside it. Nick thought with a sigh and finally called it there for these types of experiments, and moved on to adding the souls to his enchanted items, which was his original purpose for creating the gauntlet. Doing so caused the souls to be broken down into a sort of pure energy, however, rather than giving the enchantments living properties. The size and quality of the soul also determined how much benefit the enchantment gained from it. Using the rings of protection as a base, Nick determined that a normal rat soul was worth 4 beetle souls, but less than a Goliath beetle soul. This didn't reference the actual species of beetles known as Goliath beetles, but rather the soul that came about by feeding one beetle soul 3 others. The final resulting soul was far more powerful than the sum of its parts, and interestingly enough, didn't cause almost any changes in the normal beetle body. It was instead doubling it in size. Nick did the same for rat souls to create a Goliath rat soul, and found that such a soul was massively more powerful than the sum of its parts. Is it possible that this is what that monster created from the ritual experienced? If so, then it explains why it can use magic, like it is a limb since its soul is extremely powerful. Nick thought with a bit of horror as if it was true, the thing's soul was likely Tier 5 or gods forbid Tier 6 in power. Chapter 4, 63. After concluding his experiments with the gauntlet, Nick got rid of all the leftovers while feeding the souls of the still living creatures to a single rat before extracting the now very powerful soul and using it to empower the anklet he wears on his leg. Nick hadn't forgotten this particular piece of protective gear but refused to use it unless it was an emergency, since the longer he went without doing so, the more powerful it got. As it was at the moment, using it would make it seem as though time had stopped for Nick for all of about a minute. That was what a total loss of kinetic energy within 20 feet would look like if one was indoors after all. After the empowerment by the soul, however, the range grew to nearly 60 feet in every direction. Having the realm break down and assimilate the corpse's base components, Nick stored the gauntlet away and left the realm. With a flick of his wand, he knew the current time and started to head towards the Great Hall since it was dinner time. Nick listened in on the conversations as he walked to his regular seat at the Gryffindor long table. Seems the Ministry is keeping the news on the creature under wraps for now. No doubt to take credit for it after we deal with it, he thought with derisively. The more his knowledge and power grew, the more Nick started to disdain the petty methods that Fudge and the Ministry used to keep the British wizarding community reliant on them. He understood why they did it, of course, but that didn't mean he didn't find it pathetic. As much as everyone tries to ignore it, the fact of the matter was tricks only counted for so far, and only having true recognized power really held weight. It was why Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and even Voldemort were all able to sway the hearts and minds of so many people. Each and every last one of them showed their power and ambitions, and people naturally fell in line behind them to follow those same ambitions. Simply having an ambition but no power behind it was unsustainable, and it showed as the Ministry was constantly scrambling to keep hold of his place at the head of the wizards. But it was a tenuous affair. Shaking his head to remove such thoughts, Nick sat down at the table next to Harry. "Hey, did you hear? The next match has been decided already," Ron said excitedly between messy mouthfuls of food. "Oh, which ones is it this time?" Nick asked curiously. "It is the Mermen and the Krakens. The captains of the teams put out the announcement earlier, when you were doing whatever it is that you do by yourself," Ron said seriously. "When's it scheduled?" Nick asked with interest. "This coming up Saturday. Supposed to be better than the last game since they've had longer to train," Harry said with a shrug. "It might be, but it is not a very complicated sport, so there is not a whole lot to improve upon," Nick said honestly. "That is where you are wrong, my reclusive friend," Fred chimes in from further down the table. "The rules aren't very complicated to understand, true, but the things that we players can do is much broader and intricate. We had affectionately called them BTs or blitz techniques. If you don't like the short version, can't really go into detail since we don't want to ruin the surprise, but it is going to change the whole game," George says with a wide grin. "Pretty sure I know what you are referring to, but I'll see for myself this upcoming Saturday," Nick said with a shrug. The week moved by quickly after that, as Nick focused on trying to complete his mission as quickly as possible, as he was starting to get close to the 250,000 rings of protection needed for it. He also recovered a hefty amount of points as a result, and was eyeing the book on magical cloaking he saw previously, since he was still very much interested in it. The day of the match, Nick woke up as per normal, and took on his animagus form before vanishing from the dorm after he got dressed. Nick had discovered that after he gained the celestial bird form, he got a slight improvement to his natural vision and related bloodline abilities, but could only gain all the benefits of the species if he was in the form. This meant no elemental teleportation unless he took on his animagus form. A little inconvenient, to be sure, but nothing he couldn't work around by getting a little privacy. Chapter 4, 64. It was funny how no one seemed to question the strange new magical creature that flew around the castle in the morning every day, or how Nick seemed to suddenly be able to teleport when he was out of sight. The only ones actually aware of the situation was the staff of the school, and they had been keeping it quiet, just like with Lupin's new state. Nick had been very pleased with his animagus form, all things considered, as it felt natural to him, and even gave him a few new abilities while in it. The deal with Fudge and the ministry regarding Blitzball was also starting to create a heavy inflow of money into his account at Gringotts from all the international deals that went through. And money being spent on the sport globally, it was sporadic at first, but as things went into full swing globally with promotions, merchandise and construction costs for the fields, all started to steadily flow a stupid amount of money into his account. Nick only made about 2 nuts to a galleon. But when that was applied at a global scale, he was making hundreds of galleons every single day at this point. Nick was nowhere near the most rich person in the country, but in about 3 years he predicted he would be at least close to having that amount of money. The only real stress that Nick had at the moment was the ever-approaching arrival of Zeus and this new magic-eating abomination in the form of Bellatrix, Lestrange at peak health and beauty. Oh yes, the ritual fully restored her body to its most perfect state, which in addition to the fact she was actually very attractive, naturally meant the creature was much like the vibrantly colored animals in the wild, pretty to look at but lethal to mess with. Still, Nick wasn't all that interested in such things despite his own teenage body starting to cause him problems in that regard, while everyone else in his year was also hitting growth spurts, and taking interest in the opposite sex he had to deal with additional issues. For example, the fact that 4 out of 6 of his friends were female, and his sensitive elven senses bluntly told him when they started their cycles. It was distracting to say the least for him to constantly have to ignore his biological instincts in this regard. He flew for an hour or so until it was time to head over to the blitzball field for the game that was set right after breakfast. He made sure no one was around before changing back to his normal form and finding a seat in the bleachers. While he waited, Nick waved his wand and caused the ice and snow on the seats to evaporate before the other students started to arrive. "When'd you get here?" Anthony Goldstein asked in confusion after being the second person to get to the bleachers. "A few minutes ago. Even had time to clear off the frost from the rest of the seats while I waited," Nick said casually. Anthony looked around at that and found that indeed the seats were in fact totally clear of all snow and ice. My in-law said, "I shouldn't compare myself to you, but you are really making the rest of us look bad with stuff like this," Anthony complained. "Oh, who is your in-law?" Nick asked curiously. "You don't know?" I figured he would have mentioned it, but then again, he does get sorta focused when he is talking about magical beast, Anthony muttered. He shook his head. "Newt Scamander is my great-uncle-in-law through marriage. Married my grand's cousin, in fact," Anthony said proudly. "Ah, so you are related to Newt then. Afraid he really never mentioned it during conversation," Nick said, understanding the situation. Anthony was distantly related to Newt, and probably had Newt tell him not to make comparisons during a family reunion of some sort. "It is fine, I suppose, since I told him we weren't friends or anything like that," Anthony said with a shrug. "Don't really have much reason to have been friends with the schedule that we had in the first year, and all the stuff I had to deal with at the time. Hell, I probably wouldn't even be friends with Luna if she wasn't as unique as she is," Nick said honestly. Anthony chuckled. "Yeah, that girl is something all right. Did you know there is a bet going around about whether or not she is special like you, or genuinely loony?" Anthony asked and Nick shook his head. "Sounds like the sort of thing a bunch of gossipy girls would do," he says with a scoff. Chapter 465. Anthony laughed at that. "That describes them perfectly," he said in agreement. "Let me guess, it was probably started by whoever it was that wanted to bully Luna, right?" Nick asked with a knowing look. "Nailed it in one. I admit the rest of us should have probably put a stop to it, but didn't want to clash with the ones responsible," Anthony said with clear shame. "I would have put a stop to it myself if Luna hadn't, so it doesn't matter," Nick said honestly. He meant it too, as if Luna hadn't put a stop to her mistreatment by her housemates, he would have made everyone involved miserable. Anthony went silent at that, as he had heard of the way Nick had dealt with those that displeased him, and it sounded like an all-around bad time. He had never truly harmed any of them, but each time he acted he left those unlucky few scared and cautious of getting on his bad side again. It was at this point that more students started to arrive, and Anthony used this to end the conversation. Nick knew about it, of course, but simply couldn't bring himself to care and waited for the game to start officially. Soon enough, water started to rise from the Black Lake and fill the field, while more and more people filled the seats. There were a few reporters, and even surprisingly enough talent scouts, who did a poor job hiding that fact. Still, The bleachers weren't nearly as full as they were during the first game, which made sense as foreign wizards with too much time hadn't traveled to the Isles to see it this time. Still, it is good to see the sport has so many interested, since it will boost my reputation greatly with the wizards that don't care for magical prowess. Nick thought, with a small smile. It certainly helped that Nick was also profiting from the creation of the sport greatly, and would likely continue to do so until he was richer than the church. Soon enough, it was time for the game to begin, and like with the Quidditch matches, Lee Jordan was the announcer for it. The first team to enter the field was the mermen, who wore pale blue body suits with green seaweed-looking wraps around their wrists and ankles. Oh, it seems the designer for this outfit read my research paper on the merfolk in the lake. Nick thought surprised. It was a rather niche topic after all, so it was not the sort of thing that one would usually search out. Compared to the other books on the underwater people in the library, Nick's research report was the only one that took a neutral stance on the topic and only gave the facts as they were without any conjectures or theories. He didn't include the seal on their bloodlines, though, since that would draw the wrong sort of ideas from the readers. To be honest, however, Nick hadn't expected anyone to really read his research, and even less to use the information within to design the outfit. An interesting thing Nick noticed about the outfits was that the hands and feet were webbed and finned respectively, which would give an edge to the team's movement ability in the water. There was no rule against this sort of outfit modification, so until something about it was added, it was totally legal. The Krakens entered the field after that, and they also wore bodysuits designed after the creature in question. The outfits were white with tentacles designs on the arms and legs, but interesting was the actual suction cups on the hands of the suits. That would help keeping a hold on the ball, but would also make it harder to pass it as well. An interesting trade-off. To his amusement, the person serving as the referee, which in this case was Tracy, was wearing a replica of his own silver bodysuit with a black badge on the front and back. I guess that will be the standard referee outfit for the sport from now on, Nick thought with a smirk. The game started, and Nick got to see the effects of the outfit modifications in action. Like he thought the mermen's outfits granted them superior speed all around compared to the Krakens who struggled to keep up. It wasn't so great that extra effort couldn't fill the gap, but still quite noticeable. The suction cups on the Kraken's outfits, on the other hand, also did what Nick had expected, which neutralized the extra momentum behind the mermen's tackles when they had the ball. All in all, the game was actually very close in terms of outfit functionality, as both sides had an advantage in one way or another. Chapter 466. Despite this, it was only halfway through the first quarter of the game that Nick saw what the twins were bragging about. When the right attacker for the Krakens was making it within scoring distance of the mermen's goal, the twins moved to tackle. Except when the Kraken went to break through the twins, they both grinned and did something awesome. One of them flipped onto their back with their arms open to anchor themselves in place, while the other placed their feet on the bottom of their brother's feet. Both then crouched, and then sprang to full length in perfect synchrony, launching, one of them at very fast speeds, into the Kraken. Nick was impressed, since while it was theoretically possible, it required perfect timing between both parties, or the forces would clash rather than blend. This maneuver was dubbed the Weasley Bolt. By Lee Jordan, and Nick had to agree that it fit. It was clearly thought up by the twins to take advantage of their own synchronicity with each other. For anyone not so in sync with their partner, this technique would take a large amount of effort to learn, much less use in a match. The crowd went nuts when the twins did this, as not only was it awesome, but it even paid off as the Kraken lost the ball as the twin tore it from the suction, cupped hand holding it. This technique use seemed to prompt an all-out reveal of different techniques between the two teams. From the Krakens, there was a tackle dodge that involved spinning in place, a scoring technique that involved adding a spin to the ball so that the goalie had trouble catching it. From the merman, Nick saw a suspiciously high amount of special tackles from the twins, and one goalie technique involving the goalie kicking the ball to one of their teammates instead of catching it. Nick had to admit that the twins' bragging wasn't for nothing, as this game would almost certainly create a precedent for special techniques in any future games. The game, like the first one, ended after only 2 quarters, with the scores being fairly close to each other. The Krakens had 7 points, while the mermen had 6. The Weasley Bolt, as it turned out, was a costly technique, as it placed a great deal of stress on the leg muscles from the full exertion of strength used. As a result, The twins had trouble walking after they needed to walk once the game ended since they used it another 2 times during the game. So, what did you think? Pretty awesome, right? Fred asked after finding Nick once he finished changing in the locker room. I admit all that bragging might have something to it, but don't go getting a big head about it, Nick said with a shrug. Ha! We knew you'd be impressed, George said with a pleased smile. Musculus sana, Nick said while pointing at the twins' legs. A warm, orange glowing mist flowed from the tip of his wand and washed over them, causing them to sigh in relief as the pain in their bodies melted away somewhat. Now that is some good stuff, they exclaimed at the same time. I merely repaired the damage to your muscles at a surface level so that you'd both stop limping so much. It was distracting, Nick said honestly. Slytherin was thorough in his research and experiments, if nothing else, and thus had a fix for all manner of injuries, including overexertion like what the twins were experiencing. Meaty spells, Nick. Branching out, are we? Fred asked with a grin. Not that we're complaining, mind you. Just surprised to see it is all, George said honestly. Knowledge is power, and you never know when it might come in handy. Besides, those potions that Madame Pomfrey gives taste terrible anyways. Nick joked, and the twins shuddered and nodded. On that we can agree, they said at the same time. The twins had a bad habit of getting injured or hexed in some manner due to their experiments in making prank items that, as a result, landed them in Madame Pomfrey's care. The woman had her own form of punishment for unnecessary injuries, in the form of all of the potions she received from Snape being modified to have unpleasant tastes. It was a simple matter to do it, and the potion master got amusement out of it to a degree as well. He even went so far as to make special variants of the potions for the twins that were worse than usual. To be fair, though, the twins regularly make nuisances of themselves, and getting on his nerves with the similarity to the marauders they had. Chapter 467. Time passed by again after that, as 2 weeks came and went with a few things happening during that time. The first was that there were 3 more matches between the 4 blitzball teams in Hogwarts, with the Krakens currently being undefeated. This had made an interesting dynamic in which the members of the different Hogwarts houses had mutual fandom for the same Hogwarts teams. Dumbledore was in a great mood as a result since the interactions between houses lightened up considerably. Nick didn't have a favorite team or anything, but made time to watch any games being held to relax. The second thing was that Nick had conducted the rituals he had found in Slytherin's library to improve his power base. The ritual of expansion reduced the size of Nick's magical core, but made it produce denser and higher quality mana, despite putting him back at the start of the 3rd tier again. The ritual of clarity, on the other hand, expanded his magical circuits and strengthened them so he could use even more powerful magic without straining them from the sheer quantity of mana in them. So, despite getting sent back to the start of Tier 3, Nick was more powerful than ever now. There was a slight problem that he hadn't accounted for when doing these rituals that almost exposed his elven nature. After the ritual of clarity was completed, Nick's presence grew greatly, and even while he was restraining it with the item he had made previously, for that a small amount leaked out, earning him confused looks from those that got within a certain distance of him. He was forced to destroy the previous item and create a new, more powerful version that got it under control while he passed it off as the side effect of an experiment before. The third thing was that he had gotten far enough into the Daedric book to start binding his essence to the realm. He didn't, however, because being able to start the process didn't mean he should start the process. Nick was cautious enough to know better than to be hasty in making this decision as one wrong move, and he ceases to exist. Still, he was excited at finally reaching the starting point for this, in terms of knowledge. Once he successfully became a Realm Lord, he could start thinking about the next logical step after that, reaching for divinity. After all, Nick assumed that by the time he completed the process of becoming a Realm Lord, he will already be Tier 4, or depending on Grindelwald Tier 5. The final thing Nick did was hand out all the Christmas gifts he needed to for his friends early, since he didn't intend to spend very long on the holiday. The gifts weren't very inspired or extravagant like his usual ones, but served his purpose and freed him from any obligations involving the holiday. Beyond these things, Nick mostly focused on honing his use of the Celestial Bird's abilities when he was transformed. Weather manipulation was still a huge mana hog of an ability, but at least while he was transformed it came more naturally to him. Elemental teleportation was by far his favorite, however, as unlike apparition, there was no distance limit he needed to overcome. Thanks to this fact, he had been able to teleport all the way to France in a single go. Beauxbatons specifically, as he appeared in an awkward fashion on the school grounds during a flying lesson, ironically enough. There was a rather large commotion as the students and teacher of the class retaliated in alarm, thinking he meant them harm. In truth, Nick had merely chosen that spot because it was where he was during the pageant and had forgotten to take the other uses for it the school may have had. He flew away from the school while under heavy attack by a bunch of first years and a teacher. But he at least learned where the school was located now. Much like Hogwarts, the French school was also located in the countryside far from any large Muggle establishments. The closest thing to the school, unlike Hogwarts, however, was a winery and vineyard that was covered in snow at the moment. Nick memorized his location in the sky before vanishing in a burst of electricity as he returned to Hogwarts. Meanwhile, back at Beauxbatons, Madame Maxim was speaking with the teacher for the flying class about his appearance. Once he had left, and things had begun to calm down, the teacher had started to notice things that they had overlooked in the heat of the moment. One such thing was that he looked as surprised to see them as they were to see him, which Madame Maxim thought pointed to an accidental teleportation on his part, since there are reports of young phoenixes doing so as well. Chapter 468. The problem she had, however, was that whatever it was that had shown up at her school was definitely not a phoenix. The details of its appearance was all wrong, and the element it used to arrive was also wrong. At the same time, it was also not a thunderbird either, as the colors were all off, and it had a few phoenix-like traits. Despite her great knowledge of magical beasts, she simply had no clue what the creature that had shown up was. Perhaps Newt would know, she pondered, after ensuring the creature hadn't done any harm. Nick didn't realize that he had indirectly sent Newt on a wild goose chase, as the McGee zoologist would go searching for the unknown bird that had appeared in Beauxbatons, but would not be able to find it for a long time for obvious reasons. Even if he did know, however, he still wouldn't feel bad, as for someone like Newt, magical beast were his life, and the thrill of the hunt to find them was it his own reward. Nick had returned to Hogwarts in a good mood, all things considered, as he had learned that not only was distance not an object for him, he could also reach anywhere in the world. In an instant, after having visited it at least once, Nick walked out of the workshop and was surprised to find Luna at the door with a basket of fruit. "Where did you even find fruit at this time of year?" he asked, confused at the sight. Luna tilted her head. "Professor Sprout has an enchanted garden of fruit and vegetables in one of the disused greenhouses. She let me pick a basket when I asked," she said, like that was common knowledge. "I don't get along very well with magical plants, so I try to avoid the greenhouses as much as possible," Nick said with an awkward chuckle. Luna smiled. "I know. I was coming to bring you some food since you haven't been going to lunch very much this year," she said while holding up the basket. "I think I have a better idea. Come in and take a seat," Nick said with a smile as he stepped aside. Luna found her normal spot in the workshop and took a seat while placing the basket of food on the small table nearby. "Dottie," Nick called, and the house elf appeared with a bow. "Bring me 2 cinnamon sticks, a tea kettle, and 2 teacups," Nick said, and the elf vanished with a loud pop. Luna tilted her head in confusion at the order, as she couldn't understand what he was going to do. Nick merely smiled and went over to the basket of produce and took out a couple sand pears, apples and lemons from it, and tapped them with his wand. Immediately, the fruits peeled and sliced themselves neatly before landing on the table at his clean. Soon Dottie returned with what Nick asked for and left after getting thanked. Nick roasted the cinnamon sticks from a few moments with his flames to help release the flavor before tossing them into the kettle alongside the fruits and their juices. Luna watched in interest as he did all this, as she was starting to figure it out, but hadn't even considered such a thing before. Once the kettle was full, Nick held it by the handle and rested his other hand underneath it, where he created a flame to heat the mixture within. Soon, a sweet and fragrant smell filled the air of the workshop as the water came to a boil within the kettle. The kettle started whistling to release the steam, and Nick stopped applying heat to it and set it down on a stone kettle coaster that was there on the table. He then tapped the tip of his wand against the side of the kettle, and sloshing sounds came from it. Once he was satisfied, he stopped and poured the mixture inside into the 2 teacups. It was an amber-colored liquid with little pieces of fruit in it that smelled sweet and warm. "Give it a try," Nick said with a smile, and Luna gently picked up the cup and blew on the contents that were still quite hot before taking a sip. She smiled brightly. "It is quite lovely, thank you," she said, and blew on the liquid again. "It is a genuine fruit tea, not at all like those strange drinks that mix actual tea with fruit. It is a personal favorite of mine I discovered during the summer break between my first year and second." Nick says honestly. "Why not make it more often?" Luna asked curiously. Chapter 469. Nick shook his head. This is not the sort of thing to be made often, but rather on occasions when one feels like treating themselves. This way, you don't lose appreciation for it, he said honestly. "Too much of a good thing spoils it," Luna said with an understanding nod. "Now then, let's see what else we have in this basket to eat, shall we?" Nick said, and began to look through the basket. He found cucumbers, tomatoes, carrots, and cabbage within it other than the leftover fruit. "Looks like it is salad then," he said with a shrug. They ate and drank in relative silence before Luna took the leftover produce in the basket and left skipping. It was a warm and peaceful moment for Nick between his various different projects that he was working on. A good example would be the Ring of Protection mission he was on the precipice of completing the main part of, and he only had one more part that he planned to do before turning the mission in. The next part was to create an entire set of armor that was rare grade at minimum. The thing here was that since each part of the armor wouldn't be directly connected, they would all need to be rare grade to qualify. Assuming that he chose the gauntlet as the first piece, he was well on his way to that goal. Nick wasn't going to do that, though, since if he was going to make an armor, he at least wanted it to be publicly usable. The gauntlet was a borderline taboo artifact with it, is functions, so he won't be exposing it so flippantly. Instead, he needed to make an entirely new set of armor from scratch. He had thought about just making it using the Twilight style, but chose to handcraft each piece since he felt like it was almost cheating otherwise. "I'll do that during the break that starts in a day," Nick thought as cleaned up the mess in the workshop from the meal. After that, he left the workshop to go and hang out with his friends while all of them were in the school. It wasn't particularly difficult to find them as they were all in the courtyard playing in the snow. "So, what will all of you be doing for the holidays?" Nick asked after nailing Harry with a snowball. "Sirius is hosting a Christmas party. You are invited, by the way," Harry said, returning fire. "Tracy and I will be attending a few political parties, like always, before relaxing at home," Daphne said as she too launched a snowball at Nick. He was a slippery target, though, and dodged both attacks while preparing his own. "I'll probably go to Sirius's party and stay at Hogwarts otherwise," Ron shouted while teaming up with everyone else against Nick. Hermione and Luna didn't participate but said that they were going to be spending the holidays at home. 4 against 1, huh? I like those odds. Nick called with a laugh as he drew his wand and went rapid fire on them. This caused the snowball fight to escalate until it became a full-on snowball war, with anyone unlucky enough to be near getting dragged into it. Most of Gryffindor and some of Hufflepuff ended up split into 2 sides that hurled snowballs through the air in a gloriously over-the-top amount of powdered ice. It was only after McGonagall interceded that the war ended, but both sides had casualties. The twins were a favorite target and had a bunch of bruises alongside several other people. Nick only got hit a few times thanks to his inhuman reflexes, and that was mostly just because it is a bit hard to dodge a wall of snowballs aimed at you. Sure, he could have used a shield spell to block them, but that sort of removed the fun from a snowball fight. All in all, it was a good time to be had, and a fun way to spend the remaining time they had together before everyone left for wherever they went for the holiday break. Like that Christmas break started early the next day and all the students leaving boarded the train and set off. Like every year, the castle felt empty without all the students it normally held, and all but a few noticed it. Nick wasn't amongst that number as he was in the workshop, planning out how he wanted to do his armor. What about this? Nick, though, as he transfigured a block of stone into a set of armor. "The shoulders are too wide and will get in your way when you swing your arms," Celebrimbor said casually. Chapter 470. Nick had been going through various ideas with Celebrimbor in regards to the design of his armor, since the ancient elf was a renowned smith before he ever forged a single ring. This meant that while Nick had the knowledge he would need to make an armor, he lacked the experience in armor making that Celebrimbor had. Thanks to this, he didn't make the common mistake of creating a suit of armor that had flaws. If the armor wasn't for a specific person, then it didn't need to be made with certain facets in mind, like the shape of the wearer's body. In this case, however, Nick was making the armor for himself, and thus needed to keep his own proportions in mind with his design. Using Celebrimbor's help, he had already removed most of the flaws in the armor that came from his design changes, and it was now a game of minimizing them. It is impossible to create a truly perfect armor at this time, since he was still growing, and his proportions may change as well. This looks about as good as it will get, Nick thought after he changed the design again. It will serve for the moment, but never settle for less than your best after your body finishes changing. Celebrimbor said seriously. Wasn't planning on it, old man, Nick thought with a chuckle. What are you going to enchant each piece to do, and where will you start? The elf asked, ignoring the jab at his age. I will start with the greaves, and I was thinking maybe using a gravity enchantment to make the suit lighter on me so I can move faster. Nick thought seriously. Why not a spatial expansion enchantment so that each step you take counts as two? The elf suggested. Why don't I mix both then? Nick thought, and Celebrimbor agreed that would be the best option. Greaves, for those not in the know, is a form of heavy metal armor for the part of the legs below the knees that typically ended with armor over the feet that is called sabatons. Nick first chose the metal for the armor, which in this case was an alloy of adamantium and goblin silver to give it equal parts sturdiness and magical conductivity. Next, he created molds for each piece of the armor so that he had a rough shape to work with. That would save him a little time shaping the metal. Next, he created the alloy and channeled it into the mold for the greaves before waiting for the metal to solidify. Once it did, he used an exact replica of his leg to hammer out the inconsistencies and true shape of the greaves. All that was left at that point was to buff out any dents and to polish it up. Nick then repeated this process for all the rest of the armor pieces, which included the cuiss's thighs, Fald's waist, cuirass chest, pauldron shoulders, rear brace upper arm, vambrace forearm, gauntlets hands, and finally the helmet. The full set of armor was made of 9 different pieces that he personally adjusted to his body and polished to a high shine. The armor was sleek and flowing with clear feather patterns from the top to the bottom of it. It was also a strange bluish color that the alloy had for some reason. Not that Nick cared all that much. Now to enchant each piece and tie them all together. Nick thought seriously as he placed the greaves on his anvil. Nick chose 4 words to go along with his understanding and will for this enchantment. Jolman spaces, Gravitime gravity, Andy length, and Rant apart. These words will help channel his will and knowledge more precisely as he strikes the metal with his anvil. The final result was pretty much exactly what he had planned on making, as once the rest of the armor was tied together, it will get a decrease in weight thanks to this enchantment. The same was true of the space expansion part of the enchantment that made each of his steps, like 2 instead of the normal one. In truth, he could have made that figure higher, but doing so ran the risk of getting disoriented every time he moved. At the current level, however, the shift in location was small enough to be mostly ignored, thus granting him basically doubled speed. As a bonus, the greaves were peak rare grade, which showed that they were as close to mythical grade as he could get without crossing that line. This is a good base to build off of that. Will allow you to make this armor even better than normal. Celebrimbor said proudly, Chapter 471. Next up is the cuisses, which I think I will add a simple balance enchantment to. Nick thought while setting the greaves to the side, after he mastered the Celebrimbor style and gained near perfect control of his spiritual energy. He became much more efficient at crafting new items. Add onto this his current reserves of mana, and he can now craft 2 brand new enchantments back to back before needing to refill his mana. He didn't need any tricks or cut corners in order to do this either, as he was easily considered a master smith by elven standards. Still, 2 enchantments back to back was the absolute limit of his energy reserves, so he waited a bit to regain some more mana. Not long, just 30 minutes or so, before he started to enchant the cuisses as well. For them, he used the 3 words, Rant apart, Lunt the balances, and Steady. With them, he tied the enchantment for the greaves to the cuisses, and created the balance enchantment that would make him quite hard to knock over while he wore the armor. The grade of this piece of the armor, while still rare, was only mid-rare at best, but Nick had expected this considering how simple the effect it had was. Nick was pleased about this, as if the rest of the armor was also rare grade then, by default the whole set will be counted as such as well. He relaxed as he waited for his mana to refill by sitting in his chair and working on the Daedric book he had. Nick was eager to fully absorb the information held within the book and start the process of becoming a true Realm Lord. The problem was that the book contained extremely high-end information that made it a pain to understand. In truth, Nick had a suspicion that he was having so much difficulty with it because it might be a higher tier of powers level of information. In that case, it made perfect sense, as he was simply trying to skip a grade or two in terms of pure information without having the required background information to begin with. It was like a normal second-year student trying to learn a sixth-year subject. Was it possible? Yes, it was. Was it easy? Nope. In fact, it was extremely difficult, as that student would need to constantly fight with the subject because of lacking the context for parts of it. Nick knew this, of course, but he was helpless about it, as even Tier 4 knowledge was very hard to come by, not to even think about Tier 5 or 6. Slytherin's library was able to provide Tier 4 information, and maybe a small amount of Tier 5 if Slytherin recorded anything after he basically turned himself into a lich. This gave Nick a leg up over most people, but compared to the likes of Zeus it was simply not even worth mentioning. This was what made becoming a Realm Lord so important to Nick. With that done, even Zeus would be nearly helpless to truly kill him, and that let Nick get the breathing room he would need to try and close the gap. Anyways, he made very little progress in this regard over the next 4 hours as his mana refilled itself passively with every breath he took. That was the only real downside to having greater amounts of mana that was of a higher quality that Nick found. It takes longer and longer for him to recover after emptying his reserves as he grew more powerful. Nick thought it was a worthy trade-off, really, since it only made sense for it to happen. Perhaps that is why the higher-tiered being can't sustain themselves in this less mana-dense environment. Their natural consumption and replenishment of mana simply can't handle the small amount of mana, thus making them die slowly and painfully as their bodies drain other forms of energy to fill the mana need. Nick pondered curiously. This also explained why the golden apple tree in the vault had survived long enough for Rowena Ravenclaw to find and store it in a stasis field. Magical plants were much less complicated than people and thus didn't need as much mana to survive. It is possible that the tree was just barely hanging on thanks to this fact, and if it hadn't been found by my ancestor, would probably be dead by now, Nick thought, thankful about it since that tree likely held the key to the higher tiers, and he could tell it would be a pain to reach them on his own effort. Chapter 4, 72. At the end of his recovery time, Nick put away the book and cleared his mind of his distracting thoughts. He then grabbed the folds and set them on the anvil. Not quite sure about this one, actually. Any ideas? Nick thought to see if Celebrimbor had any ideas. Nick roughly knew what most of the pieces were going to be enchanted to do, but the Falds happened to be one of them that he was not quite sure about. The others were the pauldrons, and the Rerit brace that he also wasn't sure about. Perhaps a flight mechanic of some sort so you don't need to transform in order to fly. The old elf offered, and Nick thought about it for a moment before nodding. As much as it killed him to admit, Nick knew that his animagus form was not ideal for combat and was far more useful for retreating and stalling instead. It simply had no way to cast real spells in any manner that Nick could learn quickly, as it lacked the vocal cords needed to speak incantations, as well as any sort of decent aim while holding his wand in his talons. Wandless silent casting might be a thing, but even people like Dumbledore can barely do it, and the magic is pitifully weak when they do so. Nick saw no purpose to learning it at the moment. Thanks to his animagus form, however, and the books on flight magic he had already read, Nick knew exactly how to enchant the Falds for flight. He channeled this knowledge and his intent into his hammer and branded the Falds with 4 words: Rantipart, Jane Bird, Vilefly, and Gwaluair. In a manner of speaking, Nick was actually creating a sort of runic armor that there was a scant few examples of remaining. This wasn't referring to plain enchanted armor, but rather the few times in history when each individual piece of an armor set was enchanted to be a part of a whole. The reason there are very few examples left in the world was because pieces got destroyed, and thus the entire set was imperfect and incomplete, despite what anyone may do to rectify this. Runic armor was also horribly difficult to make, so there was few times that it was created, and each of them was under the insistence of a rich or famous individual. Nick was sort of cheating in this regard, as he was using the word Ranta in order to forcefully tie the pieces and their enchantments together. In the normal creation of a runic armor, the entire thing needed to be inscribed with runes at the same time continuously, from one part to the next, without stopping to rest or recover. While this was possible, only those enchanters with long years of experience and grand amounts of mana ever succeeded in it. To a degree, it is considered a lost art, as so few ever succeeded at it and passed on their knowledge to the next generation as well, that no one has done it in centuries. That didn't mean that it wasn't considered the goal of almost every modern-day enchanter to accomplish. The funny part in Nick's opinion was that there were in fact 2 or 3 people that he was aware of that could do it if they wanted to. Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and Flamel. Each had the mana and knowledge required to pull it off, but none of them felt the need to create such a thing. Nick completed the Falds without any issue at all, and even got a peak rare grade for them, which was good. After that came the helmet, which he already had planned out, but needed to wait for a few moments to recover a little more mana. The enchantment for the helmet was basically an environmental type thing that allowed Nick to see, hear, and breath in any condition he found himself in. The words for this were Ranta, Sulabreath, Sinom Places, Sensight, and Lowen Sound, which was one more than the other pieces of armor he had made so far. To his surprise, this resulted in a mythical grade item that could probably be considered an artifact of great value by itself. It did everything Nick wanted it to do, and more, as the helmet also granted a sort of sixth sense, as well as its ability for detecting danger. All things considered, it was a perfect tool for exploring foreign or unknown environments with harsh conditions. With it done, Nick called it a day and made his way to the Great Hall for dinner alongside Dusk and Steve, who was on a diet to thin out. Chapter 473. On the way to the Great Hall, Nick saw something that gave him pause. Helena was talking and smiling with Lupin in the hallway. Now that explains her absence a lot. I almost feel bad for the Bloody Baron seeing this, he thought with a conflicted expression. On one hand, he was happy that Helena found someone who she fancied, but on the other hand, he felt that this was wrong for Lupin. Helena might be able to have a corporeal body thanks to the ring on her hand, but the fact remained that she was very much still a ghost, and thus a terrible option for romance. As bad as it sounds, the entire purpose for finding a mate was to, well, mate and create offspring. That was not an option for ghosts like Helena, so Lupin romancing her was the equivalent of cutting off his bloodline, unless he chose to cheat on her, or they had a weird concubine-type deal later with a living woman. Nick refused to interfere, however, as they were both adults and could make their own choices, and did not need his opinion on the matter. Truthfully, Nick knew that this was likely to happen when he created the way for ghosts to have corporeal bodies eventually. The idea of resurrecting Helena didn't even cross Nick's mind, as that was the height of unnatural and dark magics. Undoing death was not something that should ever be done lightly in his opinion, as the natural order existed for a reason. Even the Resurrection Stone didn't truly cross this line, but merely drew the soul of the one summoned back to this world from wherever they were, and allowed the holder to see and communicate with it. Even then, this placed the soul itself in great suffering the longer they lingered in this world, as unlike ghosts that were soul-bound to the earth by their magic, at the time of their deaths, these souls were already passed on to the afterlife, and thus no longer belonged in this world. The very world itself rejects them as a result, and causes them agony for being brought here. In the end, Nick chose to let things run, its course, and ignore what he discovered. Speaking of the Resurrection Stone, Harry was still oblivious to the fact he was wearing it on his hand even now, which was kind of funny in Nick's opinion. All Harry knew was that it was an heirloom belonging to his bloodline, and that it likely had magical properties at some point, but was seemingly useless now beyond sentimental value. Nick got more than a little amusement seeing the rare interactions between Dumbledore and Harry where the old goat looked lost while looking at the stone. Not because he was horribly tempted to use it or anything, but because the longer he held onto the Elder Wand, the more he started to notice that Nick was right. The wand wanted Harry to have it, and had been almost imperceptibly causing trouble to achieve this goal. Almost. Dumbledore was not some ignorant greenhorn, however, and could see these small traps clearly if he paid attention. The only reason Nick knew about this was that the old wizard had told him about it in hopes of seeking help in this regard. Nick had simply repeated the warning he gave the old man previously. Hand it over to Harry as soon as possible, and it will be fine. Dumbledore was not happy with this advice, but he at least explained that he understood where it was coming from. What Nick was curious about was what would happen if Harry had all 3 hollows at once, rather than at different times like in canon. Would he actually become the Master of Death, or would nothing at all happen? Besides him just having 3 admittedly powerful magical items? Nick didn't know, but he was curious about it, nonetheless. The cloak and ring clearly had some sort of resonance when used in tandem, not that Harry noticed, but it was incomplete, and thus not fully able to manifest whatever it was trying to do. I will find out eventually anyways, so it doesn't really matter. Nick thought as he shook his head to clear out of his thoughts on the matter. The Great Hall was mostly empty since most of the students had gone home for the holidays. Nick sat down at the Gryffindor table with Dusk sitting on his shoulder as per normal and Steve on the other shoulder with a miserable look. Nick ignored that, though as the glutton had brought it on himself by allowing himself to get so fat and out of shape. Nick wasn't sure if being so fat could cause health problems in the creature, and was thus strict in maintaining a diet for Steve to slim it down. Chapter 474. While most were used to seeing the sheer amount of food that Nick put away, per meal, it still made some students uncomfortable. Nick couldn't help it, though, as between his growing body and the workout that forging gave him his caloric intake had skyrocketed to nearly beastly levels. This meal, for example, consisted of 2 entire roast chickens, a large bowl of greens, 2 loaves of bread, and leg meat of an acromantula, which tasted like high-quality king crab meat. That didn't even mention dessert, which was also quite calorie-intensive. No one knew what the acromantula meat was, though, since the legs had been steamed, and the carapace removed, leaving only the soft red and white meat on a platter. As far as everyone could see, it just looked like someone had used the growth charm on some crabs and cooked the legs. No one else could ask for the dish, either as Nick himself had provided the meat to the elves for it, and there was only enough for him. After his meal, Nick retrieved Nazgul and went to bed for the night. The next day, Nick went to work on the arm and shoulder parts of the armor. Specifically, he enchanted the right gauntlet to serve as an amplifier for his flame creation and manipulation bloodline ability. He used 4 words for this as well in the form of Ranta, Narfire, Caristabild, and Turcontrol. The left gauntlet did the same thing as the right, but for his lightning bloodline ability instead. That piece used the words Ranta. A glad lightning, Karasta, and Tur for it is enchantment. He then took the next 4 hours much like the previous day and worked on the Daedric book with slow progress just like before. He did, however, learn something that made him thankful. He hadn't started the process recklessly after he reached that point. Once the process started, he was not able to leave the realm itself for at least 3 months as his essence soaked into and permeated throughout the realm. The larger than realm, however, the more time this took, reaching up to potentially hundreds of years for the realms the size of the British Isles. Thankfully, Nick's realm was considered extremely tiny, and thus only needed 3 months if you give a day or 2 extra. Well, that kills any plans I had for summer, he thought with a sigh. Thankfully, the process to grow a realm larger by assimilating others didn't take nearly as much time as it was less expanding one's existence, like binding a realm, but more like digesting food to grow one's body instead. In theory, the same result, but in reality it took more effort for one path than the other. The only time that it would take much more time was when Nick would assimilate the world into his realm in the future. That would require several years to accomplish, much like when Molag Bal tried to assimilate Nirn into Cold Harbor. The process would take nearly a century to finish if Nick didn't want to break the Earth into base parts first, which he didn't. Still, it would be worth it in the end, as he would have an entire world with an already established ecosystem and civilization to himself, rather than having to spend the time to do all of that himself. The best part of binding a realm was that it would be turned Daedric in nature, meaning that the realm would automatically form its own creatures from the font of it, is existence loyal to him. This included full-fledged humanoid Daedra that would likely take after himself in form to a certain degree. Anyway, Nick put away the book after he finished recovering his mana and moved to decide what enchantments to use for the Vambrace and Re-Rebrace since he was undecided. In the end, Nick chose to enchant the Vambraces for defensive purposes using 5 words each. These words were Ranta, Varia Protect, Tirith Guard, Tara Mighty, and Terma Shield. This didn't create a mythical grade set of Vambraces, but Nick could tell that they were only a hair away from it. The Re-Rebraces, on the other hand, were given an enchantment that raised the strength of the person wearing them. Nick used a total of 4 words for this: Ranta, Tara, Nid Forces, and Polda Strong. These turned out peak rare grade as well, and had the effect Nick wanted, leaving him satisfied as he called it for the day there and went to eat dinner. He was close now to finishing the armor, but it would take nearly 2 more days to complete fully as the cuirass was going to be a bit special. Chapter 4, 75. The next morning after breakfast, Nick got to work on enchanting the pauldrons with an environmental protection enchantment, much like his self-created spacesuit had. Nick didn't want this suit of armor to grant him greater strength in combat, but rather to allow him to go anywhere he wanted without issue. Each and every enchantment on the pieces of the armor served this purpose in some way, including the ones on the gauntlets. With the pauldron's environmental protection added to the set, this armor would become the ultimate tool for exploration and travel once he finished the cuirass. The 6 words he used for the pauldron's enchantment were Ranta, Kuma Void, Lilamide Travel, Varna Safe, Robin Wilderness, and Berthas Adventure. This was the highest amount of Elvish runes he had ever used for an enchantment, other than when he was creating the Arda Milmi ring, and it showed. The final product took most of his energy to create, and was nearing the middle point of the mythical grade, which was quite good, all things considered. All that is left is the cuirass, and then this armor will be complete. It is going to be a bit difficult to complete on my own, though. Nick thought with a frown. The enchantment for the cuirass is going to be a bit special, as it was going to serve as the core or heart of the armor and blend each of the enchantments on the other parts together to create something greater than the sum of it is parts. The way this was going to be achieved, though, was the really special part, as Nick was going to attempt a ballad enchantment. Ballad enchantments were not a part of the Celebrimbor style, despite being closely related. The reason for this was because the old elf had never been able to do it himself. An example of ballad enchanting was the Song of Creation that he had sang while creating the Arda Milmi ring. It definitely fell into the same branch of enchanting as the Celebrimbor style, but was of a higher tier and more of an instinctual thing than a thing that could be learnt. One could not simply train to achieve it, but had to have the right stimulus and conditions inherently alongside an opportunity for this gift to manifest. Nick had been avoiding it after the creation of the realm, as he feared what it may do to him. Ballad enchanting was a sort of harmonic resonance from one's very essence with what they were creating, and, as a result, it was little different from broadcasting ones. Very essence allowed and exposed to the world. All it took was a single nefarious and correctly skilled being to interject during the song to cause devastating damage or corruption to his essence. Nick was fearful of this precise situation, and was glad that nobody did such a thing when he created the realm previously. Then again, it also probably caught anyone aware of it off guard and thus unable to react. Such an enchantment was impossible to truly hide, as it was a worldly affair, and was broadcast widely from the source of origin. This means that, unlike last time, if the range of effect for this broadcast reached far enough, then people could attack him in the worst way possible through it, as they wouldn't be as caught off guard as the previous one. By singing the Song of Creation, previously Nick had unlocked the ability to actively ballad enchant, but refused to do so until now out of caution. This armor, however, deserved nothing less, and so he had chosen to do so for the first time actively. Your home on the island should suffice to muffle the ballad's range, thanks to the wards you have placed there, though I know not to what degree. Celebrimbor said solemnly. The old elf was the only person in this world who truly understood what ballad enchantments were as well as what they meant besides Nick. Due to this, he did not blame Nick at all for not using them more, and was just as concerned about potential attacks as Nick himself. The most famous attack on one singing a ballad enchantment was during the very creation of his own world, after all by Morgoth, who corrupted all of creation and tainted many higher spirits. one of which was his lieutenant, and later the very one that killed Celebrimbor and his family, while perverting his creations, Sauron. So the old elf was intimately familiar with the horrible things that could occur during the ballad singing. The rise of another Sauron through Nick's corruption was a possibility that he was very aware and afraid of as a result. Chapter 476. Nick thought about it and found the suggestion reasonable, since while he doubted the wards around the island could completely contain the worldly phenomena of a ballad enchantment, it should be able to limit it. I think this will work, but I will create a few precautions just in case. Nick thought before opening the Daedric book again to study it while he waited for his mana to refill. He didn't make much progress during this time, but he had expected this and so wasn't bothered by it. When he finally regained his mana, Nick stood up and transformed into his celestial bird form before vanishing from the workshop. His destination was the island, but was prevented entry by the wards that didn't allow for any form of teleportation. He expected this and wasn't surprised to see that he was outside the ward before gliding down into the ward without issue. Even if he couldn't teleport straight into the island, the ward wasn't going to stop his master from physically entering it either. Saram clearly noticed Nick, but after observing him for a bit chose to go back to sleep. Once she determined who he was, she had seen the craziness of the Ravenclaw family's magical talent and easily shrugged off the discovery that one of them figured out how to turn into a magical beast. Nick himself couldn't care if she was surprised or not, so long as she did her job and smoothly glided to the manor's front yard before landing and turning back to his regular form. I need a few of the extra ward stones, he mentally reminded himself as he went in and headed for the enchanting room that held these things stored inside it. While large ward stones like the one in Hogwarts were rare and stupid hard to get there, was plenty of the smaller sort, typically used in homes to hide the magical nature of the people living there. The stones themselves were actually fairly cheap and easy to get, but the really expensive part was getting a skilled warder to carve the wards into them. On the smaller stones typically used, it was delicate and fine work because it was almost like writing a 6-page essay on the surface face of a marble in terms of difficulty. Nick was going to use a small warding trick he found that ties several smaller wards together to get a stronger effect. Doing this for the room he was going to be conducting the ballad enchant, and he hoped to restrict the outflow of the ballad even further so that it didn't leave the island. Even if it did leave the island, the distance it would cover would be very small, so unless there was someone right outside the wards, he should be fine. Nick used Daedric runes for the miniature wards since they were tied to the soul and essence closely, and thus more capable of restricting the range than the other rune languages Nick had. He had to use a magnification spell and warder's pen in order to fully complete the wards on the small stones, but he did it and set the stone in place around the room before transforming and teleporting back to the workshop at Hogwarts after flying out of the island's wards. His arrival and departure from the island hadn't gone unnoticed, however, as while the Order of the Golden Sands wasn't going after him in hostility, so long as he kept his head down, they weren't going to ignore him either. As a result, a sentry had been set in place near the island to keep an eye on any strange coming or goings from it while simultaneously trying to crack the wards as well. Both parts of this mission were going poorly, however, as besides the regular coming and going of the house elf, nothing entered or left the island till now. The progress on the wards was even worse, as not only was the ward in a language entirely unknown, but the wards were constantly shifting as well without any pattern. So without a stupid amount of luck, no progress was able to be made. So when Nick showed up in his celestial bird form, the sentry was greatly startled and reported about it in great detail. The description that he gave sent a ripple through the Order's megazoologists as they remembered a magical creature that caused a heavy blow to their order in the past after they tried to capture it. There was even a sketch of the creature in the records of the Order that, after getting looked over, made the one called the Elder scowl angrily. We thought we had seen the last of that damn bird, but it seems the brat has managed to fulfill the rebirth conditions for it, and now it is fucking unkillable. What a headache. The Elder said in a gravely voice that sounded inhuman. Chapter 477. Should we try and erase him for breaking the terms we put forth? A nearby woman asked seriously. The Elders shook their head. The brat hasn't actually broken the terms we set, as we never said he had to stop growing. but that he needed to stop drawing attention to us, and while he was clearly pushing the limit with this new sport, it didn't reflect back on us at all. It doesn't matter if he did break the terms anyways, as the little bastard has gotten the support of the Flammels, Dumbledore, and even the entire royal clan of the vampires. If it was only one of these, we might be able to handle the backlash for attacking him, but with all three, the damage we would suffer is not worth it. The raspy, inhuman voice of the elder spoke from under their hood. The woman didn't say anything at that point, as she understood just how badly they were outmatched by the supports Nick was gathering for himself. A mid-tier 4, 2 tier 5s, and whatever the royal vampires counted, as compared to their own forces that had no tier 4s, and the only tier 5 is unable to leave the mana-gathering array without risking death. Meanwhile, the figure of a black-haired woman could be seen walking across the top of the sea to the north of the British Isles, with a smoldering look of rage on his face. The creature was greatly angered by the fact that its prey had managed to affect it in such a way, and force it away. It, the predator, had been repelled by it as prey. This was an insult like no other in the creature's mind, as it fully believed that its prey should submit for consumption quietly. What angered it even further was that the place it had been sent to lacked any substantial magic, so the creature suffered hunger pains as it quickly burned through its supply to escape this predicament. It had thought of apparating back to the land, but its many minds' worth of memories told it that would likely use a dangerous amount of its energy, so it was forced to use a low-energy means of returning that was far slower. The really infuriating thing, though, was that it was being observed from far in the sky by what it considered prey, but whenever it moved to consume the prey, it fled with what the creature knew to be a porky, before another prey took its place observing. Nick was unaware of these things, of course, as he was dealing with his own work. For example, he was storing his astral anvil as well as hammer from the workshop since he needed them for the ballad. The normal anvil in the enchantment room of the manor simply couldn't handle the resonant force of the ballad and would be destroyed. This didn't even consider that, after the ballad was started, each piece of the armor would start sucking in massive amounts of mana to link together. Thankfully, for Nick, using a ballad enchantment was akin to resonating with the world, so all the ambient mana was temporarily at his disposal in the area covered by the phenomena. On the island, this was a substantial amount of mana, thanks to the array gathering and concentrating it there. Once he got everything together, Nick transformed again and returned to the island, though before going in, he flew over the nearby sea to see if there was any Order members hiding nearby. He was in luck, as it would have it as there was, in fact, one hiding under the magical cloaking. He instantly blasted that location with a huge amount of fire and lightning, which did the trick as whoever it was died before they could figure out they were in danger. After checking the area again and finding nothing out of place, Nick was satisfied and flew into the island. It didn't take him very long to arrive in the enchanting room and start setting up the anvil and armor for the ballad enchantment. He took a deep breath as he held his hammer and raised it up before striking the cuirass. Much like last time, he began to sing, and the mana in the air began to dance and sway in tune with his voice. It was a song without words, but full of meaning and power as his will and essence resonated with the world with each strike. The life on the island paused regardless if it was a powerful creature or an insect, as the resonance rolled over them before getting stopped at the wards for the island and contained within. Chapter 478. In a funny sort of way, ballad enchantments were even simpler to do for Nick than the Celebrimbor style he had mastered via effort. This was due to the instinctual nature of the art that did not require mastery via training, but merely going with the flow. Nick released all illusions of control and allowed the song to shape itself as it wished as the armor on the anvil glowed and hummed in tune while drawing the mana from the air. Slowly, each piece of armor began to connect mystically and meld their individual enchantments together. Thump! 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 The sound of a heart beating filled the air as the cuirass pulsed on it, his own as the enchantments synchronized on it. The ballad also started to reach its conclusion, and with a last note, the process completed and the entirety of the mana on the island was sucked into the armor. It refilled shortly afterwards, but Nick could care less about that as he looked at the glowing silver-blue armor on the anvil in disbelief. Unlike what he had expected, the armor wasn't rare or even mythical grade but legendary. Armor, Rani Saren, not Sauron. Wandering wizard grade, legendary abilities, autosizing, environmental adaptation, defensive shield, Flame Lord, Lightning Lord, Flight, Growth, Spatial Skip, Balanced, Giant's Might, Core Repair Mythical Ability, Wanderer's Sanctum. Once a day allows the wearer to create a habitable location where they are free from danger. Legendary Ability, Ballad of Travel, grants the wearer the ability to safely travel to any destination they have discovered, previously 3 times as month. Description: a legendary creation made to be the ultimate traveler's tool. System Appraisal, a powerful tool that will change history and forge it is legend with every step it is wearer takes, created by an established smith. Truly a wondrous creation, Celebrimbor says proudly. It is almost perfect for what I wanted it to do and even goes several steps further. Nick thought in awe as he ran a finger along the feather patterns on the cuirass. Checking the mission, Nick was even more satisfied to see that he had completed that optional objective and turned in the mission, getting his rewards. A black leather-bound book titled Space and You, Ein and a new crafting style ticket. The book was a very high-end tome on spatial magic, which Nick was thrilled to have. The crafting method ticket, however, was going to be left alone for quite some time as he was still figuring out the Twilight style. And unlike when he got it, he was not even close to mastering the style. Adding on a new one might open up his options a bit, but it would also force him to split his attention between the 2 styles, which he was unwilling to do. Rather than that, Nick preferred focusing his energy on mastering the Twilight style and his own magical power. Putting the armor on Nick was slightly miffed to notice it had to make a small adjustment in size in a couple places, but otherwise it fit perfectly. Now to see if my wards or Hogwarts wards will stop me from traveling there, he thought as he took a step forward while activating one of the 3 uses of the legendary ability. Instantly the surroundings changed, and Nick found himself in the workshop at the school. It was disorienting, despite him knowing how the ability worked, as he felt like he took a single step, and yet was suddenly in a totally different location. This ability is absurdly broken. I didn't feel even the slightest resistance at all, Nick thought as he looked at his surroundings. In that case, I believe the limit of 3 uses per Emonth is quite reasonable, as this ability borders on omnipresence. Celebrimbor said seriously. Nick agreed with that assessment as well, since with this ability he could be almost anywhere at any given instance. Comparing the armor to the staff of Asclepius, Nick found that the 2 couldn't even be compared properly with how far apart they were, despite both being legendary items. It was like the armor was a muggle while the staff was Dumbledore, a massive disparity in power. Despite that, Nick was still happy with the armor, as it was his first legendary creation that was at that grade from the start. The Arda Milmi ring was also legendary at this point, but that was because it had grown into a sort of miniature world in its own right, which brought about a qualitative change from when it was first created. Interestingly, however, the ring didn't gain a new legendary ability after reaching that point, but the mythical ability turned into the legendary ability instead. Chapter 479. Nick assumed that this was how all growth enchanted items of his would roughly work, but it was entirely possible that the Realm Ring was special in this regard. He simply couldn't know until another one reached mythical or legendary grade, though. Even his earliest growth enchanted item hadn't grown to that point yet, due to the standard way that the enchantment grew. The Realm Ring grew by him feeding it literal space, and matter which were in abundance, thus making it as growth not very unusual at all. Other growth enchanted things, however, grew with the person that wore them. Harry's protective ring was first created at the low end of the rare grade, but had since then reached the peak of it and was but a step away from mythical grade. The fact remained, however, that it was not yet at mythical grade, so Nick wasn't sure quite what that would change in the ring. From what he could tell by the system, the transition from rare to mythical was the defining point for craftsmen to be considered genuinely skilled, and by extension, the point between an all-right item and a good one. Nick wasn't quite sure what the system was basing the scale off of, but he assumed it had to do with the level of skill that some beings in the multiverse had at crafting. If that was true, then he was indeed on a bit above average. In terms of skill, since he wasn't arrogant enough to compare his skill with a being like Hephaestus, that was likely just as talented in crafting as he was, and had far more experience in it as well. It needed to be understood that Hephaestus was born a god, and thus was inherently far more capable of learning than even Nick himself was at this moment in time. Add on what was likely thousands of years of honing his skill and knowledge, and it was easy to understand how outmatched Nick was in this department. If anything, Nick was incredibly happy about this as well, since when the Forge God returned, Nick would be able to seek out tutelage from him to rapidly increase his crafting prowess. There was no doubt in his mind that the Forge God would happily trade knowledge with him, as regardless of all else, Nick's crafting styles weren't native to this world at all, and thus would be considered new and exciting for the god. With the mission complete, Nick could finally relax and focus entirely on his own self-improvement. Interestingly enough, Dumbledore also informed Nick that thanks to his work, the Ministry had more than enough rings of protection for the wizards of the British Isles and surrounding wizarding communities. Each community only had about 3,000 or 4,000 wizards total, so the 250,000 rings he made went a very long way in preparing for the upcoming recovery of the planet. Dumbledore told Nick that he could stop making so many rings of protection, but that more would always be appreciated. In an interesting addition, Dumbledore also asked for a rather large amount of space metal, as the preliminary preparations for the attempt at trapping the abomination had been completed at the coast. The trap was basically a very large formation that looped space at its center that was inactive magically, so the abomination didn't notice it until it was already within it, by which point it would be too late. According to Dumbledore, the formation even had the useful property of allowing things to enter it without allowing them to leave afterwards, so the Muggle gun he acquired would still be useful. The gun was a bit questionable, as it was an old M1903 Springfield bolt-action rifle that Dumbledore had somehow managed to acquire. The old goat swore that he got it through standard methods, but Nick had a hard time believing that. He couldn't be blamed, since the rifle was practically an antique despite the condition it was in that made it seem like it had just came off the factory line. Still, Nick took the gun anyways to take it apart to enchant for his purpose, as it was the gun was nearly inoperable from the magic in the air causing the gunpowder in the bullets to not ignite. As a result, Nick entirely removed the bullets from the gun and got to work replicating the effect of them without the black powder. It wasn't particularly hard, as he merely needed to engrave a few burst runes on the inside of the shell, along with a trigger rune to set them off. Thankfully, the firing mechanism of the gun was merely a matter of springs and levers, so the gun itself had no trouble at all receiving the auto-aim and reloading enchantment Nick designed for it. Chapter 480. Nick, of course, tested the final result, and was pleased to find that not only did it work, but it was even better than the original way the gun worked, as the burst runes applied all that force directly on the bullet itself, giving it far greater force behind each one compared to the confined explosions that the original black powder used. All in all, Nick considered it a great success, even if enchanting each individual bullet became rather tedious for him. As a cherry on top, Nick even asked Snape for a non-magical poison that would survive being shot out, just in case the bullets actually hit the abomination. Nick doubted that the bullets would actually enter the abomination's body, but he was nothing if not thorough. This request was easily accommodated by the potion master, as he crafted one such poison in merely a few moments' time. It was a green and purple gel that was apparently toxic enough to deal lethal damage to a blue whale in about 2 minutes from internal necrosis. Nick made sure not to physically touch any of the stuff, as he coated the bullets in it as a result. After completing his highly illegal gun, Nick spent the next 3 days studying the Daedric book until it was finally Christmas morning. It was a cold and snowy day, like always, when Nick got up that day to find the presents at the foot of his bed. Unlike usual, however, there was many more than any of the previous years combined to his horror and confusion. So many, in fact, that the floor of the dorm room was practically covered in them. Picking up the nearest one to himself without leaving his bed, Nick read the tag and sighed as he understood where they all came from. These were nearly all gifts from wizards around the world that wanted to thank him for creating Blitzball. I knew sports fans were barmy as hell, but this is just too much, he mentally complained as he started opening the gifts. He of course checked each one for curses and tampering first, of course, but he didn't find any like that. The gifts came from all corners of the globe, and reflected that with the ungodly amount of local sweets and food items he received. That was what most of the gifts comprised of, but not all of them. There were other things as well, such as signed blitzballs from a few of the first teams that had been put together, which Nick decided to place in a special collection. The teams weren't super famous now or anything, but that would likely change in the future, making these signed balls valuable collector's items. The weirdest thing Nick got, however, was a necklace made from the bones of an albino man from an African wizard. It had a strange enchantment on it that apparently boosted one's fertility, which earned weird looks from Nick. He was pretty sure that it was a cultural difference that made it seem so strange and chose to keep it anyways. Ron had woken up while Nick was opening his gifts and looked like his eyes were going to fall out from how wide they were. Bloody hell, just look at all of this stuff. I wonder if I would also get so many gifts if I made a sport too? Ron said enviously. If you think you can then please by all means do so. Fair warning though, it is not an easy task since there are rules, environment, and various other factors to consider. Nick said with a smirk since he knew Ron was practically allergic to normal studying. Hard pass. The redhead said with a shiver at the mere thought of dealing with all that. Eventually, though, Nick managed to get to the normal gifts from his friends, and those who consider him on good terms with them, like some members of the Hogwarts staff. He couldn't help but have a bit of an eye twitch at the sheer amount of gifts were food-related, but he knew he only had himself to blame. His monstrous consumption of food was a well-known thing amongst the school, and after the reporters went digging for information on him, the entire world who read the article. It was so bad, in fact, that he had been dubbed the Ravenous Creator by the reporter, and to Nick's horror the title stuck. Even the system recognized the title from how many people agreed to it in the world. Still, there were a few other gifts that weren't food-related, such as Daphne's. That was a book on healing magic related to curses. Nick wasn't ignorant enough not to notice that this was her way of hinting at him to try and cure the curse on the Greengrass bloodline,